I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it up, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold. I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold. I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. Spark this. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold. I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying. I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm man, but purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread, and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry central. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been in free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it's in Mars. I'm Steve with the Max serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga. I'm the same little with a guy too smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground. When I grow, I was kissed by a rose. Wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit. Don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, I'm on fire, I'm lying, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm lying, more fire, I'm lying, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the flippin' drum. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was to ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I think I'm turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit like.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2 chain but heart too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She see the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
In a storm, I still come aiming, I crush it in rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 𝐆𝐥𝐿.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
4 คุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Erangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรง โครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's Power Grid, surely.
Eranjal.
That must be Tego Fishing Camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข้งนี้มีแบบเดียวอีเลนเกลครับข้อ B
Oh, this was only in Irango.
Eranjal.
That's Rangle.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มีรามาหรือเปล่าพี่นุ่นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมีรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันพลิกลอนโดครับลอนโดผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami Alter Ego di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
บ๊ายบาย
Bye bye.
Bye.
สวัสดีครับ ผมเอียโนรินจากทีม𝐿𝐴rena ครับ
Hello everyone, I am Siko from X-Men.
Tại con mình đang thi đấu cho đội tuyển Aeon Legend.
CIMOY Y แล้วก็ I ครับ IW แล้วก็ Y ตัวหนึ่งครับ
C1MOYAIWL.
CIMOYQIWA.
C1M0.
อ๋อชีวา ROSIITEDJR ครับ
ROSSITEDJR.
ROSSITEDJR.
ROSHITERD and TUNIR.
เดี๋ยวเป็น S เหรอนิดนึงเนี่ยพี่มอนไม่ว่านิดเดียวLAMBAOOUW ครับ
LAMBOOUWU.
LABAOUWU.
LAMBAOUWU. Ah, it's an A. No.
อ๋ออันนี้ง่ายเลยครับ NOURINZ ครับ
NOURINZ.
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 ถ้าผิดไม่รู้พูดไง DUCKHJEUZ ครับ
DUCKJHUZ.
DUCKIJLUC, I think.
DUCKSGEUZ. Oh, I forgot the H.
It's too hard, bro.
𝐼𝑆AKI ครับ
HAISAKI
HAISAKI
SHISAKI ไฮสเกอร์
คนนี้น่าจะมีเบิ้ลตัว J แน่นอนหรือเบิ้ลตัว A วะน่ากลัวเบิ้ลตัว A นะฮะAAJINOTZ แล้วกัน
ALJNBOTZ
ALJIBOTZ
LLG BOZ That's my teammate He's gonna be mad
SCAPPY ครับ
SAKKY
SCA PPY I think
SCAPPI Copy oh no it's copy
bye bye
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world respect. I follow with my soul connect. Hey, hey. In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I changed. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 𝐿𝑔𝐷𝑅𝑎GON. battleground.
สวัสดีครับฟอเรส
Hello, my name is Chibarit.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
Easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Erangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this task too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's power grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego fishing camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลันโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข้งนี้มีแบบเดียวอิรังเกลครับข้อ B
Oh, this was only in Erangel.
Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันทริกลอนโดครับลอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us, TE, at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami alter ego di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
บ๊ายบาย
Bye-bye.
Bye.
สวัสดีครับผมเยโนรินจากทีม𝐿𝐴rena ครับ
Hello everyone, I am 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 from X-Men.
Tại con mình đang thi đấu cho đội tuyển Aeon Legend.
CIMOY Y แล้วก็ I ครับ IW แล้วก็ Y ตัวหนึงครับ
C1MOYAIWL.
𝐶IMOYQIWA.
C1M0.
อ๋อคีวา ROSIITEDJR ครับ
ROSSITEDJR.
ROSSITEDJR.
ROHHISTRD and GUNION.
ดับเบิลเอสเหรอนิดนึงพี่มอไม่ว่านิดเดียว LAMBAOOUW ครับ
LAMBOOUWU
LABAOUWU
LAMBAOUU Ah, it's an A. No.
อ๋ออันนี้ง่ายเลยครับ NOURINZ ครับ
NOURINZ
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 ถ้าผิดไม่รู้พูดไง DUCKHJEUZ ครับ
DUCKJHUZ
DUCKIJLUIUC I think
DUCKSGEUZ Oh, I forgot the H.
This is too hard bro
HAISAKI ครับ
HAISAKI
HAISAKI
HAISAKI ไฮสเกอร์
คนนี้น่าจะมีเบิ้ลตัวเจแน่นอนหรือเบิ้ลตัวเอวะน่ากลัวเบิ้ลตัวเอนะฮะ AAJINOTZ แล้วกัน
ALJNBOTZ
ALJIBOTZ
LLG BOZ That's my teammate He's gonna be mad
SCAPPY ครับ
SAKKY
SCA PPY I think
SCAPPS Copy Oh no It's copy
Bye bye
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the 𝐵 Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Number 3 of the PAQ Phase 2 Finals, the road to PUBG United right here in Bangkok, Thailand, where PGC is going to be taking place. We're going to have PUBG Mobile in the same event for the first time. What a banger. Surely you guys aren't going to want to miss out, and the teams that we have playing this weekend are not going to want to miss out on the chance to participate. We've had half of our games already, Mr. Contra. One half left to go to decide who it's going to be who gets that slot.
That's right, and yesterday we've witnessed dominance coming in from the side of Full Sense, where they've been able to bag 3 chicken dinners where we did not expect it at all. I mean, overall, they've got a total of 4, and even on the games that they didn't secure those chicken dinners, they've been able to rack in massive points still. So they're the ones leading the pack right now, and we'll see if the rest of the teams will be able to catch up. And if you guys are just tuning in for the very first time, we've already completed the 3 days of play-in stages, and now we're only left with 2 days of action, including today. So we're about to witness history in the making to see who will be our representatives in the PGC, PGS 9, as well as 10.
PGS 9-10 in Malaysia will be the next stop on the cards for those who qualify successfully. But then that's all about stacking the points. There's also points available in this tournament as well to qualify to PGC directly. It's all going to be all to play for, all up for grabs, and we've got 2 more days yet to decide who it's going to be. We've been through the play-in stage, as you said. The 8-seeded teams who made it directly into the finals straight from their National League qualifiers, that's Thailand, Vietnam, and the PUBG Master Series, they've been putting up a good showing, but hey, those teams that didn't quite make it into the top 3 in their national leagues, they had to play in through the play-in stage, make it to the grand finals, they're still putting up a fight as well.
Yeah, and of course, there will be plenty of all these chances left for today, where, of course, we have been able to also merge both the seeded squads as well as those that qualified through the play-ins to be playing all these rounds all together, as we've got 6 matches back-to-back for each respective day, and that will tally up to a total of 18 matches over on playing stages. But the final stages, of course, we got a total of 24, so that's pretty much another 12 more to go for all the teams to be able to secure themselves that chance to fly into Malaysia to prove themselves worthy amongst the best in the world.
Yeah, it's going to be all to play for one more time. $80,000 on the line. The first place team taking home $25,000. Everyone who's qualified into the finals has guaranteed themselves at minimum $1,200, but it does stack up once you start getting up towards top 8 and beyond. So there's definitely still all to play for, and the individual prizes as well, which, you know, all the way back in the early phases of us coming in as the talent and the casters for this, we were asked for our predictions for some of those rewards, and yeah, so far not going great for me, but we'll keep track on that, see how it goes. We'll give some information on that, but of course, regular point system, super settings, no weirdness, no smash format, no winner chicken dinner, just straight up classic PUBG esports. 1 point per kill, 10 points for a winner chicken dinner, and descending points as far down as 8th place. In yesterday's matches, there was one team who didn't pick up a single placement point across all of the games. Bit rough. So hopefully Windy can start to pick things back up again a little bit and get themselves on the board.
Yeah, and we've seen them absolutely thrive during those play-in stages, and I hope that they can pick up the pieces, as these PGS points is going to be of utmost importance. The winner will guarantee themselves that 400 points that can instantly lock them in for the PGS 9 as well as 10. And currently sitting at the top, that's going to be Full Sense right now with the massive streak of chicken dinner. And like you mentioned, thankfully this isn't exactly Smash rules, so they don't really have to deal with that situation where, oh, we got this hot streaking FS that can absolutely close things out at any given moment. So that being said, though, we are here in the final stages with all the teams that's been playing through the play-ins to also shown great signs of momentum throughout the past 2 days. Of course, namely both FS as well as Sharper Esports, both sitting in the top 3 ratio.
Yeah, it's been a pretty insane set of games so far, particularly for Full Sense. Their day 2 was unheard of, just absolutely criminal activities going down. 95 points in 6 games in yesterday's matches, starting off with 3 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinners for Full Sense, and they were so damn close to a 4th as well. 2nd place in game number 4. From there on, the momentum did drop a little bit, but the job was done at that point. They absolutely dominated the entirety of the day. Well deserved to be up in 1st place, but keeping pace the entire way through was the Expendables, a very difficult team to get rid of. And they're still threatening that with half of the games left to go, there is still a chance that they could creep up and make it into the top 1 spot when all said and done.
True enough, and on top of what we've been able to catch a glimpse of, both the Expendables as well as Full Sense have this form of controlled aggression, and they've been able to really stick to that formula for the longest time, while Sharper Esports might have actually had a little bit of slump for the first couple of games, but they started to turn up once we move into Tego as well as Rondo, so they are still having a very good showing throughout the course of day 2, and it is just getting a little bit more intense because with only 12 more matches, this team will have to really push every single round, and a round with 0 points would be absolutely costly for those teams out there today.
eArena in particular, they've got the safety net of being a global partner. They know they're going to PGS, but their performance in this tournament so far has left a lot to be desired. Their day 1 was technically overall a little bit better than day 2, despite the fact they picked up the win towards the very end, and they've just got to really start stacking up some points, because if they're not getting in towards PGC with the PAQ points and doing well in this tournament and their regional leagues as well, then it's all going to rely on PGS 9 and 10, and that is extremely difficult to start stacking up to get into the top 8 for direct qualification spots through that, especially when you know teams like the Expendables are going to be there. They picked up the win in our final game of the day, getting the better of T5 in a straight-up 4 versus 4, thanks in no small part to Mr. Tanvu, who just walked forward and shot someone, and that was pretty much job done. But no surprise at all to see that the top 4 MVPs are all from our top 2 teams, particularly 𝐿𝑚oth. We talked about him a little yesterday. Since he became the team captain of Full Sense, took over the roles from old man Puchos after his retirement, he's really just turned into a completely different beast. He's looking absolutely crazy right now, and Full Sense, they've got the energy to match.
Yeah, I really do like this iteration of Full Sense overall, and you know, they're really carrying the banner all the way through. We take a look at the top 4 players overall on the field. I think we love all these results back from day 1. Push a Sharper Esports even further up the list. Hundreds as well as 𝐏𝐿𝐿 is being included, and most likely than not, you will see Tanfulos every single winner if he's gonna be the #1 guy across the list. So for number 3, and when we go of the most damage done, I believe it's still gonna be Tanfu. He's hitting every single match that's been played out, but Tanfulo still best him out in the form of grenades being thrown together alongside with Tigers. So FS, the perfect team right now.
Yeah, one APAC learned how to throw grenades. It was really tough for the other squads to try and deal with that. Everyone else just likes to get it done with barrels. But our survival time was one of the metrics that we were asked to predict in the early stages, and right now I think it's looking pretty rough for all of us. My prediction was 𝐶𝐿𝐴 from Alter Ego. He's doing pretty alright. He's probably like top 12 or something, despite the fact his team isn't really making it to the ultra late game all that often, so potential for a bit of a turnaround towards the later stages. But this was our other option, the Silent Thieves. Who's going to be stealing away all the kills? I went for 𝑟ossa𝑑𝑗r. I'm thinking, you know, IGLs, they like to flex out, control the space, look for kills. I had the right theory. There's 3 IGLs on this list that are flexing out, controlling the space. Just not the one I picked. Unfortunate. But Delwyn, 𝐿𝑚oth, Simon T, T-Doy, all on par right now with 5 kill steals apiece. 𝐿𝑚oth, interestingly, I checked this stat, has not had a kill stolen from him either. So, wow, he's really taking control of just about everything he can get his hands on.
Yeah, and if you look at the TWAR stats as well, it's 100% ratio as his name. He's getting the Stealer stats really maxed out overall. So it's rather impressive, but we've barely seen any other teams to be able to really hit anywhere close to what 𝐿𝑚oth has been able to accomplish. You know, I put a couple of picks over on members of eArena as well as Brave United. I guess they're not too far off, but eArena haven't really shown us convincing rounds throughout day 2. And who knows, maybe today eArena says, hey, we are still going to be heavy contenders in this form of matchup, despite being a partner team. When we take a look at the big names out there, you were showing me a list of possibilities of who will be able to get that PGC slot. And of course, that's all thanks to the Full-Sense performance coach that's been able to really analyze all this through. So Theerathon 5, I think they're somewhere sitting in the middle, and they are looking rather healthy into doing so long as they maintain the current order throughout the next 2 days. I mean, today and tomorrow.
Yeah, if you're over on Facebook, Rushy with 2 I's and an E at the end, that's the coach for Full-Sense. He's put together a little Google Drive document thingy. You can go and play around and check to see what the outcomes would be and what that would mean in terms of the PAQ points and what that would mean for all of the teams. Forest Natural Gaming is one of them who is keeping an extremely close watch on how the other teams are performing. They currently are the 2nd place team behind T5 in the PAQ standings coming into this event. The only team ahead of them was T5. They were only 10 points behind. That is 1 single placement behind T5. If they outplace them at all, they will overtake, because performance in this event is the tiebreaker. However, when there is a team like Sharper Esports was looking like they would do on day number 1, as the boys are chugging down their monsters, get the energy in, boys. And now, Full-Sense, even more scary. If they hold on to first place, maybe it doesn't really matter about Forest Natural and T5, whether or not they outplace one another, because that PGS direct spot straight to the grand finals, it's 140 points for first place. That is so difficult to try and overcome if you are any of the other Thai teams. So really got to keep an eye out. If they get an opportunity to put some damage into Full-Sense, everyone's going to have that in the back of their minds today, because they are hoarding all the points right now. Nope.
And of course, we'll get ourselves ready, as we are going to be right into our first matchup of the day as we move right into Miramar. I think yesterday's action have further convinced us that Full-Sense so far knows how to control the zones really well. So this time, I believe a lot of these adjustments have already made by a lot of all these teams who are on board. So we'll have to see, will they be able to really pick up from where they left off. So this time, we're starting off from the north, heading straight down south into Resort.
Wouldn't surprise anyone to find out that Full-Sense and the Expendables are the 2 teams with the best performance so far on Miramar, but it's a little bit maybe not telling the full story for Full-Sense with their 49 points across 4 games, considering the fact that in their first day, they didn't really do a whole lot on Miramar at all. But then day 2, they got 2 back-to-back wins. So 39 of those points came on day number 2. So they have had a poor performance on day 1's Miramar. I say poor, 5 points per game. Nothing really to write home about. But the momentum they picked up yesterday, they've had a bit of a chance to go back. Everyone's been able to go do some VOD review, reset, rest a little bit. But when a team is coming out swinging like that, they really have nothing to be afraid of. And they might get a little bit of assistance from some zones early on into the game. We were looking at Sharper Esports as a potential candidate for copping some 9 zones, but in the end, it was them who slipped down from first place, down currently in 3rd or 4th. And what do you know, Full-Sense directly in the center of phase number 1. 𝐶𝐿 will be roughly our area. Huge priority for them. They might just get another hot start here.
Also landing pretty much neck to neck up against the members of Alter Ego. We go close towards Armored Gaming to kick things off. They're going to be just by the edges. Shouldn't be all too much of a concern for them to get right. But it's all about finding that plays when you're starting off early to get a couple of catches if they could. And yeah, back to what you were mentioning. I mean, Sharper Esports, they have a fantastic run. But day 2, everyone was not really matching up to the pacing of the players of Sharper. It seems like Happie is looking for an ambitious opportunity to nab 1.
I think that's Riz from Buriram getting tapped down by CJ with the M16. Lost about half his health, but got out of there. Could do with keeping their players alive, because Buriram on Miramar so far have been pretty unimpressive, all things considered. Their total scoreline across the 4 games currently sitting at 13 points, one of the lowest across the entire of the competition. I also have to give one small quick apology. Earlier on, I said Windy Gaming was the team that got 0 placement points. My bad. That was TDT. They got 0 placement points. Windy got 1. One of their 5 points they got yesterday was a single placement point. So my bad, guys. Sorry. We make mistakes. But really, 5 points across 6 games in a day is just not really going to cut it. So they're going to have to really look to turn things around, get something going for them, because it's been blown out of the water a little bit on day number 2.
Yeah, and you were mentioning that Full Sense that stacked all the points possible with about a ratio of 90 over points, which is kind of crazy. Even if they started off 0, that was still in the top 3. So we'll see if they can achieve such a level of feat once again, but I'm pretty sure that if all the other teams to push even harder, it is much more difficult for any team to also accomplish that triple chicken dinner once again. First pick off coming in from Alter Ego. Mon striking down Thunders. Completely isolated, so this is going to be an instant securance from Mon. Dangerously low though, but at the very least, there's no other members of Shopper Esports around this vicinity.
Yeah, what a interesting position for that fight to have gone down. It was Alter Ego that looked like they were getting into a bit of a tangle with Full Sense, making their way over towards 𝐶humasera, but AE just seeing the zone popped on that sort of Dorito southwest of Picado, the church area. They've decided to spread themselves out very wide along the Monte Nuevo highway and just getting the catch off early on. Sharper Esports will be losing 1 member of their roster. Potential chance they might look to try and go and pick up the blue chip and go for a respawn later on if the opportunity presents itself, but right now it's not looking like that's going to be the case. We're going to see 𝐵𝑢house looking for an alternative approach, taking an E-pickup to see what they can find. Maybe going for the high ground on the southwestern side of Monte Nuevo. Only a 3-man by the looks of things. We will be missing one from 𝐵𝑢house, unfortunately, so we'll see what they're able to do.
Yeah, from the looks of it, I got a quick glance into 𝐶humasera. It seems like it's unoccupied, so if 𝐵𝑢house Esports want to take that city, they can absolutely do so. They gotta also be a little bit more wary of what really goes down into the streets, though. I mean, overall, that junction or even the highway from across Los Angeles to Monte Nuevo, this is gonna be absolutely with teams who have already got themselves planted there. Full Sense taking things nice and slow as there's members of TDT from right across the field. Evenly spread out though. TDT, they're pretty much in a very firm location as well. It's just that they gotta find a little bit more covers if they really want to hold it down to the late game. Still rather too soon to tell where exactly it will shift eventually, but Tondo so far on absolute precision. Very, very moves being displayed from the members of the Expendables at the very same time as they look to pick out
make it down to land. T17 picked off. There's a bit of an exchange of sprays between the Expendables, but it's long-range shots from anyone's legend that actually it's the final hit. Wasn't quite enough altitude to get the instant flush, so there's potential that this could be stolen away from them, but Tanador's looking for third parties to try and stem this push from the Expendables, lining up frag grenades. They're difficult to land in these barns. There's a whole lot of weird little stuff that can block your shrapnel, but Delwyn's looking to block the line of sights, using the smoke grenades to try and commit to this push with the rest of the squad.
Looking for the right opportunity right down Tanville with the mini M4. Great hold so far from the side of 𝐵𝑢house. But they gotta settle the scores really quickly because the last we checked, Anyone's Legends is around the corner, just eyeing up from afar. Only 2 members on the other location. It does not help that 𝐵𝑢house started off with only 3 members, so they were forced to play so defensively. Hopefully there's just about enough resources for the Expendables to really seek some avenues. And speaking of which, oh, the Panzer is out so early on. Delwyn finding the first knock.
Way to get it done. They did manage to grab the revive, but already coming in with a numbers disadvantage and like utility disadvantage as well. Dayan just about has enough to get himself a first aid off. Lurking in the smoke. No Panzer to try and answer back. Maybe a chance to try and catch T off guard with a grenade of his own. He's close, he's got the pan in his hand. Bug maybe. Glory's having none of it. Sits him down. And it is the freshly revived T17 with a 1 versus 4 to try and handle against the Expendables. He's going to try and disappear out, find someone behind. They're going to check every corner. They're going to flush him out. He does get the drop onto Tanvu, but it's quickly traded by Duck Juice. New house. Our first team eliminated.
Yeah, they execute that so cleanly with all the members really stacking from side to side. So that makes it pretty nice and swift. A new house. Probably they will have to wait for the next game to bring their 4th member on board for them to find any form of a push throughout the day. Now sitting at dead bottom with only 31 points. If they could get some good rounds in, they might find themselves in the middle of the pack. We'll have to wait and see. As we go back to full sense, they've been holding out this church area very, very well. All thanks to Tondal here. That's been puffer fishing over onto the rooftops for quite some time now. Force Natural Gaming on the other side, as they're not too far off from Theerathon 5, contesting for a little bit of that space across Brickyard. It's going to be Kiz that will be able to get by first and foremost. Perhaps he will be able to catch a good glimpse. He could just swerve the other way around to look for the angles, and he might be able to put a couple of bullets in the wheel. So we'll have to wait and see. While Team Flash and seeing another opportunity as he tries to spread apart Armor Gaming. Not quite enough bullets to do so. Brings out the Dragunov. Still.
Oh, what?
What?
No way. Long X. That's disgusting. Tagged him down a few times with the barrel. Tapped him out of the vehicle with the Dragunov. He ain't getting that flush. But okay. All right. Sharpshooter. I see it. Well, that makes the rotation a little bit more difficult now for Armory Gaming. They were already getting forced into a position they didn't really want to have to go. But that just means they're going to take a little bit more time out of their day to have to grab this revive as well. And now with the zone shift, they are on the eastern edge. Thankfully for them, there's no one really close enough to look for a potential rebreach. And they're not happy with this spot. They're going to keep on going. They have left a couple behind to get the revive before he does completely fall out of the equation.
I guess I'll never doubt him anymore from that maneuver onwards. Pretty sick on how he's been able to land that Dragunov shot straight to the dome. Meanwhile, Alter Ego also trying to do so up against Sharper, as they've been able to really put that station for the moment. Sherbert, so far, have shown some really great strides across the past couple of rounds that they've played out throughout those 2 days of Miramar. And hoping to once again put Alter Ego on the map. Oh, J-Die, very dangerous position to be at for the moment, and that's going to make it all too easy for Chibrit to knock him out. It's going to be tough because there's no other members from Sharper Esports to instantly go in for the revive, so they will have to send 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 to try to manage the situation.
Yeah, and AEs, they're instantly going for their vehicles. They want to send it over. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 got picked off as well. 𝐼𝐸𝐷 of Finhay CERBERUS caught him as he was trying to make an entry, not even into the same compound. Just sharply split a little bit too wide. It will be punished. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 has made his way over to where J-Die was knocked out, but it's the full crash of Alter Ego. They're looking to wipe out this squad. They started off earlier on. Trick doesn't matter if he's got 7 HP. He's got a Panzerfaust as well, so he's happy to trade 1 for 1. Just trust in the fact that his boys have got his back. Man, holding the angle. 𝐶𝐻𝐺 as well. So they only committed 2 towards this push. Just going to try and ensure that the revive can't come through. Can't make it into a 2 versus 2, but Molotovs to buy time. Gives 𝐿𝐿𝐿 some space to work with, but Alter Ego, they're lurking. They're hunting him down.
This is so proactive coming in from Alter Ego. A vast difference from what they've shown us, and here it comes. Flashes right through, and 𝐿𝐿𝐿 instantly being brought down. Sharper Esports, they just got picked apart. Oh boy. This is not going to help them on their run. They were starting off the day being tied with Finhay CERBERUS, and now Finhay gets themselves a great chance to form an overtake.
Insult to injury, he just repositions the vehicle, and that's how 𝐏𝐷𝐼 got himself killed off in the first place, was trying to park safely down by the side of the vehicle between there and the wall, and just hit the wall and just stopped full send in front of AE. Got himself killed off. That's unfortunate. Very unfortunate for Sharper. Again, they were off to a really fantastic start, but just picked off, and it wasn't just AE. It was Finhay CERBERUS as well. Long-range shots onto 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 as he was trying to find some sort of angle to provide cover so his team could get those revives. No roster changes today for Finhay CERBERUS, so any zesty fans, they're not gonna be getting any zest, unfortunately, which is weird because he actually did really well when they were playing in the Vietnam series, but he's sort of been moved into more of an analysis role for this tournament. Maybe a backup, maybe a sub. There has been a bit of a 5-man roster update. 𝐼𝐶𝐁 is in the game this time around. You may have noticed he got 1 knock earlier on, looking for third parties. And he just copped himself a nice feed on the Phase 3 shift as well with the rest of anyone's legend. 𝐻𝑜𝑢𝑑𝑎𝑡 hitting the bench today. 𝐼𝐶𝐁 is in play, and they've got themselves a solid zone just towards the southwest of Picado. Center of phase number 3. 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M is looking to make a send. Said they're a team. They've really got to try and turn their look around on Miramar. Start off by surviving this drive. Pretty good way to start.
Well, the tires are slowly getting punctured though. Such a dangerous rotation coming out of 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M United, and the moment I speak of it, Tanvu landing the shot over onto 𝐶𝐁, so that kind of sends them into this array where they really have to get more done. Thankfully, 𝐶𝐁 is pretty close to the compound, so there could be a huge potential for 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M to still go in for the rescue. Having a little bit more of that space to finally trace back, so it's down to Ruse as well as Dynasty to see if they could find any form of opportunity to at least suppress those members of 𝐿WIN, but 𝐿WIN is way too sharp today to be able to land that one over onto Ruse. The Martyrs also being sent flying in. It's just a little short to cover over onto the other dip that they're planning on.
This kind of crazy position for 𝐿WIN. He's flexed out across the far side of the road from the rest of the squad. If he drove over here in a vehicle, but he's not getting out of here. He's stuck in this little shack for the rest of the day, for the rest of this game at the very least. And if anyone else decides to 4-man crash, you better hope he's got a grenade, but I don't think he does. So he's kind of doomed. Can't really get much support from the rest of the squad, but they're going to use the position now while they have the opportunity just to try and farm some damage onto 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M. They've got a couple knocks, but for the time being, not really in a position to be able to confirm those flushes, and definitely can't push out. Anytime that 𝐿WIN makes a peek, he's being peppered by anyone's legend. It's tough.
Yeah, really do love the kind of position that anyone legends is currently forming. Now that they brought 𝐼𝐶𝐁 back in, definitely will supplement on their firepower. Just what they needed to climb the charts, sitting at 85 points right now. The race between the PVS teams to book a higher rank across the leaderboards will be rather interesting to watch throughout the course of this evening. While the Expendables allow them the rest of the field to have a little bit more of that breathing space, while Tigger gets a shot perfectly headed towards the direction of 𝐼𝐶𝐁 and anyone's legends. And now there's a little bit of a scramble. Thankfully, 𝐼𝐻 is just waiting around the corner, and since they got that huge warehouse, it shouldn't be too hard to do. And we get a little bit of an update. Where exactly does this shift towards?
Oh, look at the pre-drive from CERBERUS though. Ooh. They're just gonna go full send onto 𝐼𝐻. This knock on 𝐼𝐶𝐁 from Tigger from good distance as well. He also got a follow-up shot, so it was completely urgent. They had to get over there and get that revive. 𝐼𝐻 and 𝐼𝐻 in a potential 2 versus 4 as Finhay CERBERUS are sending it in. They were pre-driving on this zone. They're going to make landfall on the far side of the compound, get into the longhouse. Ranger X gets a pick though, as 𝐷𝐼𝐻 can't quite get into the window quickly enough. He will be safe from being flushed out, but 𝐼𝐻 gets the catch on Simon T. He can't quite make it to safety of the rest of the squad.
Yeah, all hands on deck coming in from the side of Anderson Legend, but there is that trade coming in from Solazzi as he burns down 𝐼𝐻. 𝐼𝑍 also got involved in a scramble as all these teams are right now taking each other apart. Team Flash comes up huge, takes out the Qs, while Hamas still looking to pry this case open. 𝐿ambao now managing to go in for the pickup to save 𝐷𝑒𝑘, and that's going to be a full reset. This is going to be pretty tough as Hamas, he might be finding himself in danger, but he's just hurt the ball through the window. This is a chance, but it is 𝐿ambao that surprised him instead.
Chaos. Absolute chaos. eArena are looking to get involved in this as well. 𝐿ambao's been taken down. TDT elsewhere has taken a scrap against 2 teams as well. Now 𝑠olozy, they made it into this compound. They had the 4 versus 2. They had the timing, but just getting picked off on entry. 1 from distance from C5, 1 from AL themselves has given them the chance to grab their revives, get involved in the fight, bring Tycon in with a fresh set of utility, and now 𝑠olozy, last man standing for Finhay CERBERUS, trying to lurk in the smoke, looking for any opportunity to get a chance to pick anyone off in this 1 versus 3.
That pre-drive didn't really pay dividendly. And it was Legend so far, almost a perfect run throughout these skirmishes, and Hisaki, he hasn't really checked the quarter, but with 3-man flush, this is entirely doable. He didn't check! There's a chance, and oh my goodness! Oh, a little concern right there, but they still get the job done. Meanwhile, Windy going up close and personal up against those members. More and more nades being tossed from the side of TDT as 𝐸𝑃OD is still holding it down. Dangerously low though. Well, then it tries to see if there's going to be any form of a cast that he could actually form up with this uphill battle that he's going up against, and 𝑠apao, he's forced to retreat, and he's calling in the cover as well. 777 slowly depletes the rest of his teammates, and 𝑠apao's really got nowhere else to go though.
I thought he was getting squashed by the triangles. That thing was rolling down the hill, real aggressive. I liked what 𝑠olozy did there. He tried to hold the trigger discipline and hope that AL would have just pushed straight through the hallway, and then maybe he could have shot them all in the back, but not quite. They did manage to pick him off before he could do any real damage, and TDT, Windy, that's a tough one to watch. The colors are really similar. It's a very chaotic fight, but 𝑠apao not getting the better of that scenario, and TDT really starting to find something on the very southeastern edge of this circle. They've got to get their way through 𝑠apao and find their way forwards once again, though, as the zone has continued to shift up towards the northeast. Anyone's Legend, see exactly why they were so interested in defending this compound when Finhay CERBERUS made their send in towards it. They regrouped their 2-2 split. They've been rewarded for doing so. Another central zone shift for them.
They find themselves in the middle of the highway, and that leaves them susceptible to the angles being held from the side of FULSENSE as well. Tags after tags, that's already 2 on the ground from the side of First National Gaming. And it's a daunting task to even think about those revives right now. They are forced to really deploy plenty of smokes, and this allows FULSENSE to actually go in for a breach. So this is just a fancy opportunity for FS to finally open up their account. TDT getting themselves into a little bit of mix-up again, but they did manage to put Windy Esports out of the game. Rue's next one to go down, so does Olympus, as Alter Ego also got themselves into a close area to take on those members of Forest Natural Gaming.
Tigger still finding impact as well with the M24. Got the knock onto Forest Natural. There was another one from angles elsewhere. Positions that you can really find in a zone like this, unless you're inside a compound or maybe like Delwyn inside a shack, but he's been picked off as well. The Expendables have been eliminated. Just not able to get support or cover from the rest of the squad. It's Team Flash looking to clear their eastern edge of the zone, but still pressure coming in from all angles. It's the exact same story on the far side. 𝑉𝑚 still holding on. Still with 3 members standing. They've got folded shields. They've got the shack to try and work with. 𝐾𝐼S just got himself blown up. I think that was a C4 sent down the road by AE. It flew 𝐾𝐼S's car over the top of him, splattered him, and now 𝑉𝑚 are under pressure as well.
Oh, barely hanging on. ED tries to see if they can get more of these members of FULSENSE. It's going to be some help coming from 𝐿. Team Flash kind of paves a little bit more of that space for them. Well, Theerathon 5. That's been it. All the ruckus, those far end of the west lane to be able to find one up against Drake. Also getting caught out. So far, Team Flash, they're in so much position from the high grounds.
And it's got some of the very few buildings that are playable from the high floors position. Later on in the game, Destroy will be able to get on the roof of that warehouse, but right now it's just too risky. Too many teams on the south and western side, but those teams are really picking each other apart right now. AG just got eliminated. 𝐿𝑆ense might be soon to follow as well. TDT committing to trying to make their push forwards. You can see in the background the dead body of AG as they tried to push forwards, but Jun getting a little bit too far ahead of the rest of his squad. Hwang was still committing to the revive. Couldn't really provide any support. Eddie still holding the line. They've been scrapping for so long in this game. Eddie with the most damage dealt in the server right now, but still no kills to show for it. Surely he gets this flush, unless any pressure can come from the rest of TDT. Enough to prevent him from finishing off the teammate. Eddie will get Bororam's first point of the game on the board. TDT have got to find a way to push through.
Yeah, they were forced into this turtle stances. There was that arrival coming in from 𝐿𝑆ense as well. They have to deal with 3 teams initially. Forest Natural Gaming was doing cutoffs, and I'm pretty surprised that they've been able to cover because they were down to 1 member for the moment with that flush coming in from the members of Alter Ego. But that gets sorted pretty quickly. And another big one. Tigger. How many answers did he find in this game? Well, Hwang now charging a grenade, but not quite enough to toss it up against Dynasty. Still building a fortress. Take down more members inside of TDT here. Out of this match. Not quite in the points just yet. And now we're headed to the top 8.
Yeah, I don't hate that from TDT. They knew that it was Eddie who was in that shack, so seeing the Panzerfaust and seeing him getting knocked in the kill feed, they know this is their time to make that push. 𝐿𝑆ense was getting mortar shots down onto the arena earlier on, but now they've closed the distance. He's just doing it with regular grenades. 3 taken down with grenades in a matter of seconds, finishing them off with Panzerfaust as well, and they've got the Panzer to try and finish the task onto the side. It's 𝐿𝑆ense. Nothing he can do. He does manage to actually get 2 down, though. Quick spray with the AUG and the pre-nade finding onto Ranger X. Is anyone there to re-breach on this? Try and punish T5? Doesn't look like there is. I think they're getting away with it.
Perfect timing on this push as well. And all they really have to do is just to wait for all the rest of the battles to subside. And they've already gotten a huge quarter of the zone right at this moment. And 𝐿𝑆ense Jr., absolute pop-off performance. Almost got taken down, but hey, he managed to clear it out. 5 points to his name so far. Theerathon 5 might be fancying their chances this round for a chicken dinner.
He's a greedy
but
boy.
They're still, and also Legends around the corner, so they still have more to be concerned about.
Yeah, 𝐿𝑆ense's a greedy boy. He had 2 teammates knocked over there. One was bleeding out real fast, but he's like, hold on, guys, I'll come in a minute. There's some kills over here. I can get these kills. So +1 for my prediction for 𝐿𝑆ense to be top stealer of the lobby. And now they get the zone shift as well in their favor. Aya taken down by a quick bombardment from Team Flash. T-Doi as well. 5 kills on the board to match with 𝐿𝑆ense JR. He's already done some heroics against anyone's Legends in yesterday's matchup, but this time he might not get the chance. Just third-partied grenades flying in from Happy Squad. Rodich taken out as well. Binek down to just 5 HP. Lurking in the smoke. Doesn't have much longer to last, I would imagine.
Yeah, this slow, steady approach coming from Happy Squad has been pretty convincing so far. Now they can actually look to secure a lot of that area inside the zone, but they're looking to claim a couple more points. But they still have to deal with Binek. Destroy is also assisting in that stance as well, as he's got himself over on top of the roof to get a quick glance upon the rest of the field. 10 Trip secures it with a grenade, so that pretty much is done and dusted. Now we're in for the top 3. A fair fight, so to speak. Theerathon 5 having a man advantage. And it was Legends so far. Adding Tycon to the list has been looking absolutely sublime throughout the entire course of this run.
They've definitely had some help from the zone shifts, especially phase of 2-3 onwards. After they regrouped, took out Finhay CERBERUS, holding on to this warehouse, and now that everyone has been cleared up from their south and western side of the zones, they can leave Tycon up on top of the roof. He can overwatch, while 𝐿𝑆ense and Destroy can push forwards, Try and get a little bit aggressive. Maybe look to use some grenades if they have any left. I'm not sure that they do, though. They have been scrapping in their compound pretty aggressively. So they're just going to have to try and find some angles and do so safely. 𝐷𝐼𝐶𝐁 has given up his rooftop spot. If he got knocked out there, he's just instantly going to give it up. So wisely decides to regroup with the rest of the squad, take it down to ground level. A battle on foot. 𝐼𝐶𝐁𝐆, 5 kills on the board, 600 damage. They've got the cover for now. They're happy to hunker down and wait to see what the zone decides.
Happie squad is slightly elevated though, so that leaves very little room for both Theerathon 5 as well as anyone's Legends to try to claim any space around the center. Hence why everyone's just proning on their bellies right now. Just utilizing train as cover, and 𝐷𝐼𝐶 so far, like you said, the greedy boy has been looking for more and more of these avenues, and at least gaining some intel up against what will be absolutely useful for them to see if they can plot something in return to close out this game. Algin bots so far points just yet, but the brings the 10 trip as he's still looking for 𝐼𝐶𝐁.
Gonna have to make a push slightly forwards into the zone. That might be an issue. They're gonna have to commit some of their smokes. Looks like there might be a slight ridge. There's the dirt road on the mini-map. They could maybe find some kind of plateau in that region for some cover, but the position of T5 is a big issue for Happie squad. T5 and anyone's Legend are showing no interest whatsoever in taking the fight to one another. They're just going to wait it out, wait for Happie squad to be forced to make their move. They do have some vehicles, so if they could get some walls of smoke going, they could try to make some kind of send. Maybe to the south side, look for drive-by kills onto anyone's Legend. It's sketchy, but it might be their only option. They're running out of time, 45 seconds until the zone has closed. They can't really survive much longer.
We'll probably see a bit of the trade between all these three teams. He's gotten out of time for push. Let it covering deployed as time definitely get into royally well angle, and should be able to at least find some damage to be done up against those members of Happie's back and forth trade. Quite here just yet. On the opposite end, Theerathon also formed in for some covers of their own. He's been holding.
He's got another one. He's got another one. Dial it in. He's not going to find any avenues. He was looking to try and go for the long-range shot to blow up the vehicle that T5 was moving forward in, but actually they've moved themselves into a position where they can get some grenades, put some pressure onto anyone's Legend. This might help out Happie squad. They've actually managed to get a couple of members further forward with the smokes that they've deployed onto that dirt road. The circle is now encroaching. They're having to move with it. Molotovs. It's going to alert 𝐼𝐶𝐁 to the push, but he's heard one Panzerfaust. Surely he can't expect a second.
Oh my. Very situation for 𝐼𝐶𝐁. It's not by a little bit more time. Thankfully, that was drawn towards anyone's Legends for a quick moment. That allows Happie squad to really push right through. Advancing their chances now. More and more of these smokes now. You're on the side. Alive, inching closer and closer to the AL. There's Molotov as well, and this might just be huge. Scrambling base, they tagged up.
Panzer didn't find anything. Sent it off. No knocks conceded. Oh, but it does blow up the vehicle. 𝐿𝑜𝐻𝑘𝐿 was a little bit too close. He's going to be the first one to fall to his knees. I don't think there's really time to get revives in a zone like this. 𝐷𝐼𝐶𝐁 now pops up from around the side. It's knocks in all directions. 𝐿𝑜𝐻𝑘𝐿 over the side with his trademark 2x. Gets the first around the side. A quick peek from Destroy. Gets one, gets two. And T5 down to just a solo. Pattenpong's trying to revive, but he's out in the blue zone.
And just swinging around the corner.
Where's she gone?
Trip! Down to this 1v1. Incredible work coming in from CJ18. But he could not afford to even heal himself up as the blue zone pulls in. Happie squad lands the first one. All the way for the Philippines.
10 trip, my friend. You can't be running with flashbangs out through smokes at that position in the game. That was super risky, but thankfully the blue zone was advanced enough that Pattenpong could not get the better of him. His teammate that stood standing at the end in the 1v1, but that was intense. A three-way battle from Anyone's Legend, Happy Squad, and T5. All teams getting knocked on one another. Destroy standing strong, preventing that push from T5 from wiping them out and being able to turn their attention to Happy Squad. 2 big knocks. Pattenpong committed to grabbing the revive. Technically gets the denial on the kill point as well by bringing 𝐶𝐿𝐾 back up, who instantly falls to the blue zone. Pattenpong got the deny as well. Maybe those extra 2 kill points could mean a lot when all is said and done at the end of tomorrow's matches, but it's Happy Squad. They do get it over the line. And to be fair, they were the team who was in by far the least likely position to win that game, so coming out with a win regardless is still a very solid result for them. But please, no more running through smokes with flashbangs in hand. That was sketchy.
A little sketchy, but they got very creative as well on the way that they handled the final zone. With how many hands of fouls that we've managed to catch a glimpse of coming from Alton bots. And then we saw, you know, a lot of all these early pushes coming from Finhay to pre-send it, and that did not pay off. So they got flipped out by the rest of Anyone's Legends, which end up in the top 3 so far. That definitely pushes them on the leaderboards into perhaps a top 3 position for this evening.
We certainly could. 5 more games to go though, so early doors, but we are well beyond the halfway point now. So we can sort of estimate where teams will be ending up unless there's big turnarounds in the performance. This was a big turnaround from T5 though, especially 𝐴𝑚. We mentioned yesterday, it took him until game number 5 of day number 1 to get his first kill. And this time around, he picks up 5 kills early on into the game, gets a couple of knocks in the late game scenarios with that 2x that he loves to use for some reason, and then gets absolutely bodied by Destroy. But 10 trip around the backside and wiping them out. It was a good play from Happy Squad, very patient. They bought as much time as they needed to, and eventually do get the win and get across the line for their first win.
Yeah, I really do love the utility usage coming in from Happy Squad. I mean, they all really full send it. They make sure that they check every single corner before they actually go in for the eruption. And the moment that they have the other 2 teams to take on each other, they saw that as a perfect opportunity. They saw eventually they went dispersing onto 8 corners, and that closure coming in from N-Trip to be able to convert a couple of knots was pivotal in that exchange. And it went down to that 1v1. I mean, that trade definitely caught me at the edge of my seat. So what a way to actually start out day 3 with this chicken dinner, as much as it may not really shift all too much on the position of the top standings for the moment. But this is still very vital for Happy Squad to find a way to perhaps give a firm challenge to those who are in the midfield for the moment.
Yeah, it's also a big game for Anyone's Legend. Yes, they didn't get the chicken dinner, but they were the team that was really in the mix. I mean, Sharper Esports, Finhay, CERBERUS, Team Flash were all sitting around between 91 to 89 points, so getting themselves a little bit of a leg up over them, even without getting the win. It's not a massively dominating lead that they're going to be able to have built with that game, but it's still a little bit of separation, and we've said so many times that 1 or 2 points can be the difference maker, so giving themselves maybe a 5, 6, 7 point lead over the top of that competition at this stage might not mean too much when all is said and done, but it's something to build upon, a little bit of a safety blanket maybe. And Anyone's Legend now with Tycon back in the mix, their first game that he's going to be playing through the PAQ finals for phase 2 right here. They almost get themselves the win, but just ran over a little bit at the end, caught off on the flank from Happy Squad, couldn't hold the push from both teams at the same time. It's tough. It is a tough zone to try and play, but overall a very successful first match for him and the squad.
Yeah, I think like they're definitely feeling great about this progress that they're getting here, especially now with only about 11 more games to go. So if they could just keep this up, who knows? They might be able to also get themselves challenging the rest of Full Sends for today. So we'll have to wait and see, because Full Sends, I think they've also got quite a couple of all these points to still keep themselves afloat so far. And they had a pretty healthy lead when we started off the day with, probably about 15 to close to 20 points. So still a lot of work to be done for the rest of the squad. While I'm even more concerned for Finhay Cerberus because that approach that they did was rather risky. And we saw throughout the PGC point list, I mean, they got the name somewhere around, I think like top 5 or so, somewhere along the lines, and they're just by the border. Now that they're dropping out so early on, this might actually hurt them a whole lot if they commit mistakes like that.
Yeah, they're, again, one of those teams who's right on the precipice, the border of their qualification spots to PGS 910. Honestly, I don't hate the play that they were going for. They were pre-driving. They saw the phase 4 shift. They knew it was going to move away from the mountains, so they wanted to try and find timing on something a little more central. And actually, the timing they found was really good. There was the knock that came through onto 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐷 from Tigger, and Tigger hit a follow-up shot with the M24 as well. They had to get that revive. They had no choice, so it was the right time to do it. Just a little bit too much third-party action for them to really come out ahead. But coming out ahead is exactly what Happy Squad was able to do, thanks in no small part to Tentrip and his 5 kills, 734 damage picked up. Even if he almost threw it all at the end by throwing a flashbang, you could see the panic when he tried to throw. He hit mouse 1, he saw where Patapong was, but that was not a gun that he had in his hand. But fortunately, he did have a teammate there to pick up the pieces, get the win, and still contribute 46% of the squad's points in this match as well. Very solid stuff from Tentrip. And it's good to see. Happy Squad, I mean, they were second place in the PMS this time around, and they're still waiting to have some PMS representation at the global stage for a while. It's nice. It's nice to see a bit of a comeback.
Yeah, and definitely the fans from the Philippines have a lot of hope for them to be able to, you know, put more wins on the board as well. And of course, the rest of the PMS fans will also be backing them up at the same time. We'll take a look at the results for not only Happy Squad, Theerathon 5 have been able to really gain plentiful points with their assault. We saw how 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐷 JR has been able to really shut down players after players, and it's just great to see. Well, Unknown's Legends, they took firm hold for the center ground, but did not manage to convert it by the tail end of that run. But hey, it was a big 50-50 ratio of fight between all these teams where it was just too much to handle in the heat of the moment. But hey, that's still 8 points of kills that they managed to rack, while Team Flash have also made a surge into the top 4 with a total of 11.
Very solid stuff. A total of 11 points is enough. I mean, that's all it really needs to be when you start off with about a 2-point deficit, but it's still intensely close as well. That top 4 currently is the cutoff position, with the Expendables being already in the top 3 with the GPT, as well as the addition of eArena. They're already going to be going to PGS 9 and 10 in Malaysia, but it's a big game as well for T5. They've really not had a great start so far in the first half of this tournament, but coming out with a very solid second place, about 15 points in total with the 9 kills that they picked up. It's a good way to get themselves back into the top half of the table, and not a million miles away from making a push in towards the top 4 as well. About 20 or so points to go, and there's plenty of opportunities for them to grab those points. Still 11 games yet to be played, including 5 more today. The next map, we're going back to Miramar for match number 2 of the day.
And looking into the map where I think like these teams kind of know what exactly needs to be done, where you've expected plenty of these teams to really book this center spot. And you saw those teams who are looking to really farm those points, they usually come by the edges. And that so far has paid out for names like Full Sense, as well as the Expendables for the past couple of days. But even when we saw that happening, I mean, there were certain situations, like even for Buram United, who got themselves a space, but they were kind of forced to find themselves into a defending stance instead, with plenty of teams pushing towards that corner. And it took so long for them to really find a couple more of that points. All thanks to 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐷 to really hold down the line. And for the past round now, feeling a lot better after receiving a win, and they absolutely love playing in the dark. I don't think it's too late in the Philippines right now. Like, they're like, what? It's just like 7, 8 p.m.
Yeah, it
right now.
can't be that late because you can see some of 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 room. Like normally he is a pitch black gamer with absolutely no light allowed apart from when he gets flashbanged, and then we can actually see his face on the camera. But hey, whatever works, whatever makes you comfortable, it's enough to get themselves the win. They're overtaking a few squads as well to get up into 9th position on 64 points with 5 more games left to go. Another Miramar up next. We're going to be getting into it very, very shortly.
Yeah, you can see a really a huge tension upon the shoulders on the members of TDT. You've mentioned that the rounds of Miramar hasn't exactly been their strong suit for the run from yesterday's evening. And even back in day one, I think at the very least they've been able to show that they are an absolute fighter when it comes down to close quarter combat. And hopefully this could be another opportunity for TDT to find their way out of the gutter. First, with about 11 more matches, it could still be anyone's game.
Another Vietnamese roster swap. Noticed that one on the cameras. No Van Nghi today. We swapped him out for ZU1. So TDT will see whether or not that can change anything about their fortune. Yesterday's matches, they were the team who did not get a single placement point. They got 15 kills across the day. That was all that they were able to pick up. But it could be worse because Windy got 5 points in total. So not ideal stuff for them. Definitely not what you want to see. But we'll see whether or not they're able to get anything going for them this time around. A lot of pink teams hopping out of the plane early on around Puerto Paraíso, Los Leones, Impala. Surely no early fights between any of those, so that doesn't get confusing to look at on the minimap. But we've been seeing a lot of this similar kind of flight path, vaguely to the east, very vertical, leaves a lot of options open. The only real exception was the zone that was maybe looking like it was going to be an El Pozo finish, perhaps, but not quite going to be the urban ending that we were hoping for, or well, hoping perhaps, depends whether or not you're playing the game. But we'll see what we've got in store for game number 2.
Yeah, and you know, it's always been that form of steady pacing where we don't really see those early contention whatsoever. Meanwhile, as much as I mentioned that, I believe there was attack happening over onto those corners of Graveyard where Duck Juice is just kind of side by side upon those members of Team Flash. Usually what they do is they grab a couple of vehicles and then they get to where they need to be. So I believe BNEC should be able to regroup with the rest of Team Flash, who's got a great round so far in the past game. Now back towards the side of Alter Ego, the other PMS team that is hoping to clinch bigger results, but now it seems like they've only been able to accomplish, you know, good placement points when it comes down to rounds like Tego as well as Rondo. Miramar, they were very dependent on Chibrit to really find those pickoff avenues, but other than that, it hasn't been that big of a result for the Indonesian squad.
It sure hasn't, and well, I said surely no early engagement between any of the pink teams, but 6789 has other ideas. He's grabbed a Vector. He saw the parachute of Jacob, and he's going to try and catch him off guard. If he gets up close and gets the chance to catch Jacob unawares, he should start hearing footsteps pretty soon because Jacob has no idea. 6789 just shuffling forwards. But he doesn't have the extended mag, so he has to make these shots count. From this kind of range, maybe there will be a little bit of travel time. Not enough to make it difficult to hit, though. And Jacob picked off in the early stages of the game. Windy gets one on the board.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. They're wondering whether if they could find more members of eArena as well when they now to really exchange that Vector into a better weaponry. Got scopes all attached to it, so he definitely have to thank Jacob for it, for making, you know, his early loop pretty much shortened up. So now they get to take firm control from Impala to the southern portion of the map. I really do wonder what is the zone appearing, though. Gotta take a quick glimpse, then a little bit far off. So a long journey for them to move into areas like La Cabrera or even the likes of San to be playable.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of options. We could also just go fully north, see what happens. That would always be fun. And the northern side of La Cabrera, ever since e-pickups came into the game, there's one big, massive tabletop mountain up there that you can get up on top of that thing, and it's really hard to get you down, even with things like mortars. But we'll see. Decides to go, and Baron decides to go back to lobby, turning the engine off on the motorbike. Not enough to keep him safe and silent, as 𝐿𝐿𝐺 was just there, ready and waiting. Didn't really have to even worry too much about aiming for that one. He was just going in a straight line directly at him. 𝐿𝐿𝐺 picks one off early on, and gets a quick little upgrade on the weapons as well. Nice.
Yeah, feels like early game sometimes be a horror movie. Out these players just over and not quite so for full sense as Tigger gets the catch over onto Ross here. That's one member down from the side of Theerathon 5. And they're looking for a little bit of a back and forth trade. Tigger should be able to seal the deal. And that's pretty much and well, quite side of Theerathon 5.
Yeah.
Couldn't really go in for it safe either way, so they just got to let that one slide.
It was 𝐿𝐿𝐺 driving. I think he sort of got forced up the hill a little bit by the shots that were coming out. I think it was 𝐿𝐿𝐺 that was putting shots in towards him. Sent him directly into the path of 𝐿𝐺, but a little bit of a drive-by plus some assistance long range with a horrible, nasty weapon like the SKS. It's enough for Tigger to just about keep his IGL alive and take down the IGL of T5. That's a big shame, because 𝐿𝐺 was a big part of the reason why T5 was able to pick up such a good game in match number 1 of the day. 5 of his kill points in the early stages and then contributing, but he is infecting the rest of his squad with his 2x 𝐷𝐷 shenanigans, which I'm not sure about it. I mean, 3x was a big thing like a few years ago, and then everyone just got really good just using red dots for the spray from 200 meters, but a 2x? I don't know. It sometimes works for him. He absolutely ripped him-ass's head off on day number 2, so that was cool. But yeah, it's an unpopular choice, but personal preference, I suppose.
Yeah, it's still pretty effective, especially for these players that's been practicing day in, day out. And sometimes you were left with no other options. You were looting around and it's like, okay, I only see 2x's around, so might as well go in for the pickup, right? So
at least it's not a hollow sight. I'd rather use iron sights than a hollow.
Yeah. Really do wonder if there's any players that actually use a hollow, though. Haven't seen that around for ages.
Since they updated it so you can switch the reticle, it's not the worst thing in the world anymore, but it's still just big and bulky and blocks way too much of your screen. So red dot boys for life. Tycon on the move on a convoy to the western side of the zone.
Ooh.
All the way on a wide wrap there on the road just slightly to the east of Alcantara. Unlikely to make contact with any enemies for a while. So keeping themselves nice and safe, not going for a direct dive straight down the middle through the crater fields. That area would be really treacherous to just try and blindly send into, so wisely going for the wrap. 𝐿𝐵 potentially with another of 𝐭REST in his line of sight as well.
Yeah, I really do like the timing coming from N1's Legends, though, because if they hung around a little longer around Alcantara, they have that possibility of being punished by Sharper Esports, who's about to arrive into the city. And from the far western plains, it seems like the rest of TDT is also opting to rotate around these corners, but Sharper Esports allow them to pass. It's going to be a very big setup, as that's just the first vehicle of the convoy. 𝐿𝐵 might be looking for this quick tackle. Debated with the glider. Like that, the rest of TDT, they're thinking whether or not do they want a stop for 𝐿𝐵. Attacks as he's on that moving bike, but he will just quickly regroup with the rest of the squad, perhaps, but moves deeper into the stations.
I'm not even sure that he will. 𝐿𝐵 has been on just solo missions the entirety of this server, this tournament so far. And he's subbing in through the finals. He's just off doing weird stuff, catching people off guard. He had his bike hidden effectively. TDT was not ready for him to be lurking in that position. The convoy a little bit too separated maybe, so he had the opportunity to catch out 𝐻𝑜𝑖𝑛𝐺. The rest of the squad did enough to put the pressure on, prevent them from losing him in the engagement. They do manage to exfil, get him to safety, but they're not going to be able to have the glider, and that's, in a zone like this, a pretty important thing to lose. There's a lot of information to be had, a lot of verticality in this part of the map. That high ground, you could even land on top of a mountain if he really felt like it. So that's a big loss for them. Hopefully keep him alive, though. Team Flash still putting the pressure down onto Windy down below, as they're looking to make their way into the zone over towards the east.
Right, yeah. And the timely sandstorm came in pretty handy for Theo and for the rescue as well. Whereas that has Tate unleash the M9. Swings the other way around as 𝐸𝐴rena does not want to do with United at this point in time. Whereas now having his vehicle pretty much peppered. At the meantime, gets himself a catch. I believe that to be the members of anyone's Legends. Some personal as he takes the drop over onto high mass, and that pushes the rest of AL away from this high ground. Great work showing the Finhay Cerberus, and there's just no place for him to hide right now.
Haisaki made his way a little bit further to the east and looking to chase down Destroy. I think they know that anyone's Legend is very split. There's no support for Destroy over here, so 𝐿amb𝑎o is just chasing after him, but he's now put himself in a risky spot as well. He's very separated from the rest of his squad, and he's going to try and regroup through the middle of TDT's convoy. Very much potential for a drive-by from either side, but just a quick exchange of a couple of shots, and everyone's going to get out of there relatively scratch-free. Maybe just a bandage or two required for 𝐿amb𝑎o, but calling him back, not getting overly aggressive. He was chasing down Destroy all by himself. They're going to prioritize keeping their numbers high, keeping their position, and defensive capabilities strong. Similar story for T5 as well. They've got the chance to do so with the zone they've been given. Still unfortunate that they lost Rossitid early on, but as a three-man from this position, you can still hold a decent defense.
Yeah, with the areas of the valley for them to really pick apart whichever players that they really want. Should be able to have this very long time there, smack dab in the center. With a potential for this to perhaps shift further up north into Oasis. I've been waiting for this kind of games, but I'm not quite sure if we're ever going to be getting that Oasis ending. And well, Happy Squad, they found a clearance across the far eastern corner and finally making their arrival with not too much of a population around them, so they'll be not quite the same for members of New Home as Brian hits an instant tap straight to the dome once again.
Another one for Belmoth, another steal. What's that, 6 now for him? It looks like TDT did send Finhay back to pick up that glider, and he's just lurking over the top, just corralling anyone's Legend, directing the rest of the squad to start putting shots in. I think it's 777 actually who got into the glider. He's using that now for a little bit more information for the rest of the squad. Not really putting shots down, just circling. Pressure as a UAV. And immediately shredded as he just rocks up into a compound that was occupied by the Expendables. And 𝐿𝑗𝑢 says, thank you very much. Another point for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a very close chase between the top 2 seeds right at this moment. Shags, though, gets an instant catch over onto 𝑠apao. Windy was for where caught in the mix between Armory Gaming as well as Theerathon 5 that's been overwatching from the top side of the hill. And seems like he has got no space whatsoever to work with other than that member that's being planted inside the warehouse. Meanwhile, 𝐾𝑠 getting a tackle over onto 𝐿𝑗𝑢. Armory Gaming regrouping once more, with one member trying to make a little bit more of that space to push up against the 3 members of Theerathon 5. It's going to be a tough one to crack, though. So perhaps they're going to, of course, consider holding back for the moment, as we will get ourselves into phase 3 and still pretty much in the dead center for the moment.
ePod of Windy Gaming did have a flare gun in his back pocket, so we could maybe get to see a BRDM in play in the late game this time around, but I'm not sure that this is really the kind of zone to do it. It's a lot of verticality, a lot of weird little hills. Driving up and down in those things is going to be really tough. Going to make you a prime target from all angles. So who knows? Maybe they'll just opt to take the weapon instead. Or maybe they just use it in the super late game and just go for the standstill and nobody can shoot you unless they have a Panzerfaust strategy. Maybe. We'll see. But they've got to make it to that point first. Ranger X is still looking down on towards AG. They know this team is here. They've been putting pressure down towards them for the longest of times. That's the benefit of having the high ground. Quite difficult to get any of the actual flushes from this position, but you can really force teams to go wide around you. Keep your position safe, healthy, unbreached, and windy. They've gone straight for a shack, so honestly, even a BRDM that's not going to be very easy to drive is going to be better than this. 𝐏𝐿𝐴𝐵 has perfect line of sight onto the doorway. A headshot onto 𝐸Pod. He's taken down. I don't think anyone can quite get into grenade range safely for the time being. Never mind, I take it back. Dynasty, where did he even come from? I don't even see him on the map, but he just rocked up. I think it's from the compound below. Did he launch that nade up the hill and it went in through the window? They got the flush on 𝐸Pod as well. That is huge.
I think so. I mean, judging from his position, he's been able to make a small little climb and he just tosses it right in. And he's looking for more up against the rest of Team Flash as well. Uter this time also wants to land himself a big bang. He does actually catch on to June. Letting that one more member from the side of TDT. 1 point so far for the side of Buram United, but they did manage to really convert those knocks from Windy into something bigger. I mean, Windy really took a big risk there to really full send it into the shack. Not that they have much options, because if they were to hang around where Theerathon 5 was, they're also gonna get plenty of all those bullets being sent towards them. No sense this time. Gets a glimpse onto the entire squad of Finhay Cerberus. This could be a very, very big fight that happens between the two of them.
It really could be. It could be a lot of implications. Really, any of the squads in the top 8 at this point getting into a big engagement could cause severe repercussions for everyone else in that position, especially Full Sense. But they're keeping their position locked down for now. This zone shift will be an interesting one. They've got rid of all of the unplayable mountains to the southern side of Oasis, so not really any bias yet to be found on this zone. It will go directly onto the heads of Buram and Windy in their little shack, so maybe more grenades sent in their direction later on if anyone can get within range, but that's going to be tough. BRDM or not, Windy, they've got themselves a position where they can maybe sneak into the top 8, get some placement points, but it won't be much more than that. Surrounded on all sides by high ground. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 was looking for an opportunity to find something onto Full Sense. He's going to try and go back, try one more time. Maybe using the fact that the vehicle sounds are driving in the opposite direction for 𝐿𝐴𝐵, maybe thinking that Full Sense might peek up over and put some shots in, and that's exactly what they do. Tigger gets caught out. Was not ready for 𝐿𝐴𝐵 to remain lurking, and he had the line of sight as well. Spots the second. Got to be aware of the grenades. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 gets caught out, though. He was trying to wrap around, maybe find an angle to secure the flush onto Tigger, but Flash prevents him from doing so.
Love the way that they've been able to form a little bit of a decoy to get the initial knock. And now they open up a bigger count as they drop the big nades across. Tano also responds in kind to knock down 𝐿𝐵. Avoiding that blue zone nade. So he will be prioritizing the pickup first and foremost. He can afford to do so. Not quite so for the rest of Full Sense as they manage to eventually find that spray down. This Tano has his back turned against him. 8 HP left, and he will be able to secure it. Finhay Cerberus so far on a rampage, but it's down to duck line. Needs to recover his health while Flash has been able to deplete the rest of the fallen members of Finhay Cerberus down to a 1v1.
And there's potential third-party activity as well as Newhouse. They've seen all of this. They've heard all of this. They want to sweep in. They want to be the heroes. They want to get in the good books for a lot of the teams who need these teams all to fall early on. Flash, thankfully, can fall back to the vehicle that he took 𝐿𝐴𝐵 out of earlier on. Maybe grab himself a couple of extra meds and then fade off into the distance. But Newhouse wasn't able to find anything. Look at how difficult it is to drive across that area, especially in that kind of vehicle, heavy and slow. 10 trip up towards the northern side. Flash just got ran over. I don't know how that happened, but alright. That works. 10 trip. Looking to try and find angles. Sharper Esport. He spotted out the last one as CJ gets the knock onto 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 from distance, and they know 𝘍𝘭𝘓𝘳 is over. Out in the blue zone on the eastern side, close to 𝐿GENBots and CJ. They're just got to watch their back line. They should be able to clean up all of this squad.
Meanwhile, while all this is happening, ED somehow lands a beautiful mortar from across to get a touchdown onto the members of the Expendables. It's just so unfortunate for the Sharper Esports. They took too long hanging out in the Oasis, and it ain't no paradise. Happy Squad will be able to take claim. So far, they're on an absolute roll. 5 points already to their name. And this could be a back-to-back chicken dinner if they play it right. While ZhZhU, upon substituting into this matchup, destroys the entirety of it and it was Legends.
He's lurking out in the blue zone. A long while. He's probably going to go down. That might be his last contribution to the game, but it's a contribution that a lot of people are not going to be too upset with. Seeing anyone's legend, the team currently holding the position of 3rd spot. They're going to fall back down. 𝐷 somehow found an angle. Is that the mortar through the window? Where did that damage come from onto 𝐿𝑊? That was a lot. Big chunk. Can still pushing forwards. 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M United not feeling any pressure from Flash on that eastern side of the hill, which is interesting. They're going to get up into grenade range. Marcus taken down. It was actually the DMR of 𝑁𝑠 that got the opening knock, and now they've turned their attention over to 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M. They're going to fall back to their warehouse. They got their 1 point. They're happy with that. Clearing Windy out from their shack. They're looking unlikely to make it into the top 8 now with just a solo remaining. Still 13 teams alive in this game at 20 minutes played.
Yeah, BRU, they are still holding out the entirety of the zone. Whereas Theerathon 5 needs to go in for a reposition over on the south side. There is members of New Home to be pushing towards that direction, so that might just be another engagement that will be taking place. And speaking of which, it's happening now. 𝐷 finds Ranger X. Quickly secured by Brian at the very same time. Happy Squad. Expecting more teams to be pushing up over the hill, and it's the Alter Ego to challenge them over onto these corners, while the rest of New House Esports have been able to puncture out many of these vehicles out of Theerathon 5, and they got no other option but to hide in the shack. There's only Fuki left for Theerathon 5.
Yeah, Shank's taken down as well. As New House were maybe going to be feeling a little bit of pressure. They've felt enough pressure that they've had to leave Brian behind, in fact. And Diane isn't going to make it down the hill. Flucky, he lost his teammate as New House was picking them off from up above, and just full sent it straight down. He's so low HP. Flucky doesn't even need to go for the grenade. He sees the knock in the kill feed. He wants that point. He's going to get it as well. Oh dear. This is falling apart quick for New House.
Yeah, you gotta thank 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑒𝑘 for helping him out in this situation. So, he's gonna be A-okay. Now, New Home has got to think twice on what exactly to be done, but it seems like...
Flucky again?
Oh, wow. He's been really stealing a lot of all these points away from all these teams. Beautiful work. While up north, take a look at that. 4 teams, maybe even 5 perhaps. 𝐷ZhZhU tries to make his way into the zone, but it's almost impossible with the presence of 4 members of the Expendables lying in wait. And now, here comes the rest of the 𝐴𝑟ENA as they finally arrive from the far end to take out 1 more member. And 𝐷ZhZhU, he could not make the cut in, so we will only live with 9 more teams remaining.
Oh, 𝐿𝑟𝑒𝑘𝑠 just hitting those headshots with the MK. 𝐿ONGX trying to find an angle to peek around the side of the shack, and twice 𝐿𝑟𝑒𝑘𝑠 just domes him. And that's the long-range angle cover. That's the one player who's really preventing 𝐴𝑟ENA from peeking down over the top of his teammates. A couple of ridges there that are going to make it difficult, and if 𝐵𝑢𝑟𝑎M hears all of this shooting, they're going to turn their attention this way as well. They're feeling absolutely zero pressure from their north or their west, thanks to the layout of the terrain. Team Flash with some defensive duties. One quick headshot onto Opons with the AK. That thing does a lot of damage. It's going to force him back for now. The zone is starting to move in. 𝐴𝑟ENA doesn't really have the utility to burn to send down towards them. Flashbangs maybe. There's nothing really more that they can use to dislodge them, even if they know the positions.
Yeah, they're just making sure that they can secure that 1 point, but they haven't found that beautiful toss just yet. Blue Zone needs to also zone out Opons for the moment. And Team Flash so far doing such a great job to really hold them out of the line. And this is just getting more and more troublesome for them to even find that space. And they're only running out of it. Well, the last end does not fall true. And Team Flash, they get the full clear.
Yeah, well, 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑒𝑘 had a Panzerfaust, so I don't think they were quite ready for that. He got one, instantly switches to the M4, gets a second as well. So good defensive hold for Team Flash on their low ground. Does mean they lose out on long X, but it does mean that they're creeping their way into the top 4, at least temporarily, as it looks like 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M might be in prime position to try and get the claim of the chicken dinner for this game. Unless maybe a team like HAPPIE Squad can do something about it, coming down from the north, relatively unscathed. 𝐴𝑖𝑎 needs to get a heal off, but HAPPIE Squad will keep 4 members alive and claim the long barn compound. In range to toss some grenades out towards the Expendables and AE as they commit to that fight. 𝑒ntryiff actually landed that grenade onto 𝐾𝐻𝑔𝐿𝐴. He has to get back up close to the ridgeline. There's too much pressure potentially coming from the opposite side of the road, but 𝐿WiN cleaned up 𝐿𝐿𝐴. 𝐿Tentryiff, he might think about pushing this.
Yeah,
no, he's going to fall back.
Falls back.
Okay, fair.
𝐿𝐿𝐴 getting caught out as well. The Expendables very vulnerable from the other side of the direction, but 𝐷𝐿𝐴 pretty much occupied at the very same time. 𝐷𝐿𝐴, meanwhile, finally flushed out 𝐿𝐿𝐴, who's been inside of the shack for the longest time. Should be able to actually make a little bit of a dash towards the southern end. The Juice spots out the 2 members of Team Flash. 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M United, they just have to sit still. They don't really have to do too much, but they've been pressuring HAPPIE Squad on the far corner. The rest of the Expendables managing to find recovery. Just hiding on the back end of this hill. So they should still be able to have a say on that final zone. Might be able to eventually go for some trades up against both HAPPIE Squad as well as 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M United. So you just have to burn through another 30 seconds. While Flash, I don't know what they could possibly do because that's a long way in. Well, 𝐿𝐴LGBOTS gets attacked. And now it's going to be a full commitment from HAPPIE and the Expendables.
Well, they'll take that fight. 𝐿𝐴LGBOTS is getting the better of them on these peaks. And 𝐴𝑖𝑎's still got grenades. He's dashing forwards. 2 tossed out quickly. Gets the flush, gets another knock as well, and almost takes down 𝐼𝑛𝑉 lurking around the side. 𝐾𝐻𝑔𝐿𝑎's from the high ground with 1 angle, but it's quickly traded. And 𝐴𝑖𝑎, oh, he's doing this, is he? MK Mutant. Well, that's not going to work against 𝐼𝑛𝑉. That's 3 down quickly for him. And this has fallen apart. They've managed to get a whole bunch of their kills, but it's stolen away. 𝐷𝑒 with the Dragunov finishing off the last remaining player of HAPPIE Squad, and 𝐼𝑛𝑉 holding the line as 𝐏𝐷𝐿𝐴 decides to sprint at him with an MK Mutant on burst fire. 𝐷𝑒 will more than happily push out along with the rest of 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M and clean up. And now all they've got to do is not fall victim to the trap of stepping on the solo in the shack and somehow don't get 2v4'd by Team Flash like anyone's legend was able to do yesterday.
𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M was waiting for the entire time for that timely push. And now they're looking to settle the scores, very likely to land the chicken dinner. So down to the 1 versus 1 on the far corner. Team Flash still has to, perhaps they could find some big miracle play up against 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M United, but they're running out of space. 𝐷𝐿𝐴 knows where exactly they're hiding, so he is confidently pushing through. See if he can get the glimpse. He does. He'll secure it up against 𝐷𝐿𝐴. And the zone will actually claim it, but there's still time that they can actually secure it. There we go. Looking for a denial, but I don't think that's going to be a part of the equation as 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M United lands a big fat chicken dinner.
I love that from Eddie. He does not care at all if he goes down to the blue zone. He sprints out the side, gets that extra kill point. Did not quite get the last bullet on the last player, but got 1 additional kill point as they attempted the deny. And that could make all the difference. 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M United was in that sort of top 5 position. And we said there's a good chance they win this game, and it was temporary maybe that a team like Team Flash or CERBERUS would get into those top 3 positions. 𝑏𝑢𝑟𝑎M United, every single point counts, and they've crept themselves right up towards the top of the standings with that first win they've been able to pick up on Miramar. Starting off way back when Windy's 6789 was creeping around with a Vector, caught off Jacob from eArena, who just simply cannot catch a break so far in this entire event.
they might actually find themselves in the top 3 position, because last we saw Emerald Legends as well as Finhay Cerberus kind of bow out early, despite them maybe finding 1 or 2 takeoffs throughout the span of the run. I don't think it was quite enough to, of course, hold onto their positions, where we saw this big fight between Full Sense as well as these players to be going back and forth, and Newhouse have been able to arrive to eventually go in for the big cleanup. So Full Sense this time gets denied very early on, so that streak is not going to be pretty clear for them to, of course, repeat those multiple wins once more. So Theerathon 5, 𝐿𝑜okey did an amazing job stealing points after points to make it into a top 5 run.
Yeah, he did a great job of salvaging some points from what looked like a really rough game for T5. How did Finhay hit that? I think he just hit Norins with the Panzerfaust. That was disgusting. But no, good stuff again from 𝐿𝑜okey. Looking in the shack, he lost all of his teammates. Tanvu putting up one hell of a defense against the push from HAPPIE squad. They were 4 versus 1 essentially at that point, and he just shut down 3 of them. Respectfully, pick up a real gun. Maybe you stand a chance against Tanvu. He got absolutely dominated, trying to flex on him with the MK Mutant burst fire, but it's a big win for Buram United. They got a lot of assistance from good zones and good zone positioning. Just rode that out to get their victory, and now that's going to push them up right into contention in those PGS slots with, what, about 10 games remaining left to play. So it's remaining just as tight as it has ever been for these PGS qualification slots here in PUBG APAC Qualifiers Phase 2.
Yeah, lovely to see it. I mean, overall, BRU, from the playing stages, they've been showing us some really healthy signs with those 2 chicken dinners that they did manage to acquire throughout the span of the couple of days. And now also getting, you know, one of the chicken dinners back on day 1 to continuously put in those consistent points. So they're definitely fighting for that spot to hit right into PGS 9. So we'll have to see if, you know, the rest of Finhay Cerberus or N1 Legends answers back in these upcoming rounds. So far, I think like they're finding a very good rhythm, and they are showing that they have been able to play super well defensively. Even back in game 1, they've been able to hold out, what, 3 teams pushing towards the direction? And this time, with nobody contesting them, they're feeling absolutely ecstatic about it.
Sometimes that's all it's got to be. It's just got to be hold down your defensive positions and use the third-party opportunities that other teams will have, and use that to your advantage. Especially, you know, if you're a team like Buram, where in their position that they were holding down, they're surrounded on all sides by high ground. There's 2 teams out towards their east that are shooting down over the top of them, and they even found timings to push out of their compound and get aggressive and wipe out players from 𝑊indy who were lurking in shacks nearby, and then escape back to the safety of their compound before pressure could come through from 𝐴𝐸𝐸𝑟𝑒𝑛A. Just really nicely played, measured once again, controlled, no one overstepping their boundaries and getting a little bit too crazy for the most part, apart from 𝐿𝐵s. But realistically, just really solid gameplay, a bit of an awkward zone. Again, we still haven't seen the BRDMs have anywhere near the level of impact that they've had. Game day number 1, even in the play-ins, BRDMs were really getting used very effectively. I wonder maybe if that's partly because of it was a lot of the Australian teams that were using the BRDMs to their maximum effectiveness. JFT in particular, suspect in the Erangel game out in the field. He got himself a top 2 from pretty much an impossible position with that thing, and maybe that's just a Western influence, a Western style of gameplay. Maybe American teams like to use the BRDMs in that way. Not so much out here in APAC. They try. They certainly try and sit in them, but then everyone just finds Panzerfausts, and sometimes 2 Panzers, and just blows everybody up. So not really seeing the impact from them, but that's good news for teams like Buram, because they can get the impact with the wins just off positioning anyway.
Yeah, and we also talked about, you know, the kind of terrains up north, which doesn't really allow a good safety net for them to safely traverse across. So it is understandably so that maybe these teams were second guessing should they actually call for either BRDM or, you know, might as well you deck yourself out with P90s or even better equipments, which we saw some of the players of Buram has been able to put that to good use. I believe it was Khan that was holding on to the P90, and he was basically pushing through some members of the side of 𝑊indy. 𝐴𝐸𝑟𝑒, having ED to also get those kind of info was absolutely helpful. And overall, just lovely plays coming across. Tanvu with that clutch just shows that nobody gets to mess with the rest of the Expendables all too easy. But of course, we gotta bring the limelight back to our dear winners, as Ruse so far has been able to show up in these occasions.
Yeah, he's been doing a really solid job since being picked up by Buram and Dynasty as well. Those two were playing together last year for Armory Gaming, made an appearance at PGS 4 and 5 in Shanghai, where they were 24th and 23rd out of 24 teams, but partly just because they were hot dropping every single game stubbornly and somewhat unwisely perhaps, but hey, I mean, give it a go, why not? You only get to fight against the teams like New Happy every now and then. But now they might get another chance to do exactly that. As Buram United, they've pushed themselves up in towards that top 3, those qualifying spots with this win. 17 points on the game with 7 kills, decent damage as well, and actually pretty decent looking distance traveled as well. One of the highest of these top 4 teams, despite the fact that the majority of that game they were kind of just sitting in the warehouse. It took them a while to get into that position before they got the chance to get 9-zoned. A team like Newhouse and Team Flash traveled less distance, but a little bit less of a reward. Still 7 kills apiece for all of the top 3, and Happy squad with 9. Maybe could have been a little bit more for them if they didn't just get absolutely tanvued.
Oh yeah, love that. That becomes a term right now, getting tanvued. I think we'll get to see a lot more of those kind of situations, so we'll have to see. TE, they did manage to also acquire 7 eliminations as well, so this top heavy ratio sees Buram United adding 17 points in total, while the rest of the field has been able to really find a certain form of upkeeping of the points. And with this chicken dinner, it immediately sends Buram United Esports into the top 3, like we've mentioned before. Since Analyst Legends, they went out with 0 points in this round.
Yeah, and not the only team that went out with 0 points. Another 0-point game for Sharper Esports. They've fallen so far just off today's games. It's the teams that were in that sort of top 7, the contention now for the top 4, which has now breached the triple-digit mark on 104 points being the cutoff for PGS qualification at this current moment, just over halfway through the tournament. So maybe that means we're going to be looking around 200 points will be the requirement to get in, and we've got 10 games left, maybe a little bit less, maybe close to 180, 175, something in that range. But that's tough for Sharper Esports, who looked so good on day number 1, came in day number 2, a little bit of a slowdown, and starting off the day with 2 back-to-back 0-point games. They've let their hold on that first place position slip. They've got to try and find something to get back into the rhythm of things.
Yeah, and we're really seeing a big step up coming in from all these teams hailing from PVS, where right now they're occupying like a couple of all these spots already within the top 6. So we'll probably see this shift in between if Sharper Esports can actually find a better run so far. I think they are definitely happy that, you know, Miramar is pretty much done and dusted. Moving into Tego, though, I think like Sharper has done decently in the past, but I'm hoping that, you know, they would be able to really get those big rounds in. And, you know, I was just staring at the portrait of our dear winners earlier, and I kind of am tempted to get the brand new Buram United jersey. I don't know, that design was pretty unique with the lace on top.
Yeah, I can't lie, Buram's got some fire merchandise. It comes when you are owned by the single best football team in the Thai league. I mean, sometimes you just have really cool shirts. I've got a pink Buram United jersey from the football team, signed by the owner of Theerathon 5, who is also a player for Buram United football team. Fun fact, Theerathon Bunmatan, who wears number 5. What a coincidence. Also good to see that Eddie has got his Riz back after he shaved his hair not too long ago, part of a religious ceremony. So entirely fair, but I gotta say he looked good. He looked good with the hair before, and now it's coming back. So I'm very happy to see it. Yeah, it comes back. I'm happy to see it. And along with that Riz, he's evidently brought back the aura, because now they're pushing into the top 4 positions. They're holding on to the top 3 spot right now. I think it was Team Flash on 104 points. So looking good. See whether or not they can hold on to that position. And Team Flash getting an appearance at Global as well would be really cool to see after them picking up the victory in PBS Spring just about 5 or 6 months ago, before all of the EWC, all of the Nations Cup, that whole middle of the year section. It's been a big gap for some of those teams that weren't qualifying to those events or weren't picked to perform at Nations Cup. So it's good to see everyone back in action, and they still looking like they can compete, not just at a regional level and national level, but here, international as well, against some of the best teams in APAC. A young team like Team Flash bringing the heat.
Yeah, it's always great to see that these teams have been able to put so much effort to really get into their prime shape for the most important tournament of the year, starting with this PAQ. And Sharper Esports, we haven't seen too much of them from, the past year, and finally this is their golden moment. And with a couple of games now, seeing them sliding down the list, there's still a little bit more of a chance for them to really find themselves more and more of these opportunities. While the coach comes in with a couple of few words, I really do wonder what needs to be said to whip them back into shape.
Coach Sid comes in and says, "Guys, 0 is not the right number. We gotta add some digits to that. Maybe 0. If there's a digit in front of 0, it's okay. We can do 20. 20's fine, but 0, not good enough, boys. Come on, lock in." The Expendables as well. I mean, the things we expect from this team. Outrageous scenes. Tanvu has already been putting on a bit of a clinic. He was one of the top fraggers so far coming into this tournament. Maybe at this point might have overtaken, doing some naughty things onto Happy Squad. But yeah, just a team that really came up end of maybe last year and just really took the world by surprise. They went into PGC. No one really even considered them as a contender to win the title. Then they go and win the group stage, and everyone still underestimates them going into the grand finals. Nobody is doing that anymore. No one underestimates these teams, particularly the likes of the Expendables, Cerberus, anyone's legend out of Vietnam. They know just how dangerous these boys are, and there will be a lot of teams looking at PGS 9, PGS 10, maybe crossing their fingers and hoping, hey, maybe we hope that anyone's legend doesn't qualify so we don't have to play against Himas. That would be easier. That would make it a lot easier.
No matter the case, they still need to see if they get Tanfoot or not. I mean, we'll definitely get to have more of the showing coming from the Expendables. Like you said, that miracle run out of nowhere. I still remember it as clear as day, where they had to play through the play-in stages. They barely make the cut, and on the very last couple of games, they managed to get those back-to-back wins in order to achieve it. It was just the best storyline possible for them to secure the PGS title once they finally get into the global stages. So perhaps they will be able to make a repeat happen. Now, I really do wonder, where did he actually get the acid Akatsuki chair? Well, I've got to figure out later on online. Every team does actually have, preferences of what they utilize in their form of gears, and of course, some of them have got great sponsorship, such as eArena so far. Always decked out, as they do have one of the sickest gaming houses in Thailand.
I gotta say, they had their reveal and release, that's the word, of their in-game character skins, the little jacket, and then they got them made for real in real life. I saw a whole bunch of influencers out in Thailand with the eArena jackets, stuff that looked so cool.
So
it was like
cool.
a throwback to 2023 PGC, where Sonics rocks up on the stage with their jackets, looking fresh, looking fire. But right now, they're not looking like the hottest team on the server. They've got a little bit of catching up left to do to perform as well as they look. Let's see whether Tego will be the playground that gets them back into fragging gear. Match number 15 for the play, not the play-in stage. This is the finals. Production, fix, please fix. But we're going into Tego, terminal velocity or not. If there's going to be a terminal in the future very soon for some of these teams as they book their tickets to get the flights over to Malaysia for PGS 9 and 10. But who exactly will be having their names printed on those tickets? One more day to find out.
One more day. But of course, right now, they just got to deliver their absolute best. And it's going to be an early jump off of the plane as the rest of eArena looking to go on split patterns. And one member is dangerously close to the rest of Brum United. There were times where Brum liked to secure themselves a couple of members into Hosan prison, so perhaps it's just going to be a little bit of a further stretch for them to claim those vehicles, to play around the further western plains. And over up north, it's going to be Team Flash so far, having a stellar run in Miramar as they start off from Army Base. So we got an even spread for these teams to quickly go in for the setup. Speaking of terminal, I mean, we've always seen the boys of the Expendables to be occupying that space. Team Flash, if they're going to be cheeky, they might be looking to maybe nab a few of their members away.
Interesting zone shift. It's another one of those where this should go south. Should. But what if? But what if we went back?
What
north?
if?
Actually, it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Definitely not compared to the potential Eastern Military Island that we had yesterday. We did end up going back onto the mainland on Erangel, north side of Milta. Pretty classic for a zone that starts off in that area. For this one, it's a shorter river. It's potentially swimmable. You can send your vehicles in there and find alternative ways across. There's plenty of bridges on Tego. You can make wide wraps around. But still, if a lot of teams are setting up, particularly towards the southern side of the mainland, it's going to be a wide wrap out into the blue zone. They're going to have to play very slowly. And there's always potential that this could bounce back and forth over the river a few times. Maybe it looks like it's shifting north and then back towards the south. And a lot of teams could really be baited by that. This river is not quite as wide as the one on Erangel. So it doesn't have as much of a definitive impact when we get into those land ratio shifts on Phase 4 and Phase 8. But Brum United are not going to be really having to worry about that for the time being. They're going all the way out west towards HAPPIE. They've got the double bridge all to themselves. Might even look to wait to see if anyone's considering making some kind of rotation over the bridge. See if they can catch anybody out.
Yeah, and they don't really have to worry about anyone cutting across from HAPPIE, though. I mean, they start off the edges, so they just have to ensure that they be a little bit more proactive to find a couple of catches around the fishing camp, or even, like you said, the bridges. And the ones susceptible to that is going to be windy from right across. But perhaps there's also going to be those kind of avenues where teams are looking for e-pickups to try to find territories around the southern terrains or even closer to the center grounds. But it is relatively risky, though, because the area of the zone right now, majority of it has pretty low ratios of all these high grounds for them to actually play from. As for Theerathon 5, they won't be all too concerned. I mean, they start things off inside of Godok. They don't really have to rush it. They could still spend some time over on the northern islands before they actually get by.
They've really got a choice to make. Do you commit to going over the river and potentially give up space if this does shift back to the north? It's definitely a lower percentage chance that this will shift back towards Palace and the surrounding areas, but it's not an impossibility. I wonder how many teams are going to play those odds and take the lower percentage play and maybe take the risk for a big reward later on. Anyone's Legend not really going to have to make much of a choice because they were dead center of the zone regardless. They've pushed out a little bit from where they started. Himas actually hit that shot. That's kind of crazy. Fires 2 bullets. See his damage counter going up a little. Oh, hitting more of them as well. Actually, hold on a minute. He's getting extremely low. A couple more tags. 1 headshot. Not sure whether they'd be able to get the flush through all of the trees, but still, just even being able to get those tags is really impressive.
Yeah, they gotta get it sorted out pretty quickly, though. Oh, this might just be a chance. Oh, heavy tags across the corner. 𝐿𝐴rena definitely looking a little bit more concerned. The raid zone is here, so I don't think that he's gonna spend too much time being spent over on the rooftop. So you just gotta hold it out for just a couple of seconds and then continue to pepper the rest of 𝐿𝐴rena. So far, looking pretty good for the rest of anyone's Legends. They don't really have to move too far off. Dead center is the zone. But we'll see whether if more and more teams come into the challenge. Big hands are now straight sent into that shack. And 𝐿𝐴rena stood no chance at all.
Wonder if we unmuted the game chat right now, if there would be any choice words shared between these squads as 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 just hops in the window, gives 𝐻𝐽𝑔𝐻 absolutely no chance to do anything. He tried to play a bit of a cheeky off angle, tried to cut down the footsteps, do all he could to catch 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 off guard. Made no difference at all. Panzerfaust just eradicates him from the game. And 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 will get 1 additional point for Alter Ego. 57 for them, so still a long way to go, but we are relatively close to the halfway mark. They are a little bit above halfway in towards the PGS qualification positions now. It's a long road to try and regain that, as there will be a long road for 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 as he just does a quick circle around the compound of 𝑙ongX and heads back over towards the rest of the squad, where safety lies over this little bridge.
Sharper Esports gets a pass. And the rest of Sharper is still a little far off from the zone. It's not going to be easy for them to really fully commit up against those members of Team Flash who started off exactly in the same spot. And instead, they're thinking about just slowly trailing right behind them. This could just be just about good enough for passage for them to cut right through terminal to get right into the zone. As the rest of the Expendables have already left that vicinity, Theerathon 5 finally makes that decision to take that bridge to move closer into 𝐿𝐴𝐻, and the rest of Buram United did not decide to set up a camp over on the corner, so the coast is clear for Theerathon 5. Thankfully for them, else this will be so much harder for them to really make their way across.
Actually, they have spotted out Buram. They were trying to be at least cautious of people making across over some of the bridges, setting up their vehicles. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 did get one little bit of a tag and got the information that there is a team at least showing some presence on the far side of the river to be aware of for the rest of the squad, so 𝘆𝑒𝑚 can actually stay alive for more than 5 minutes in one of the games. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻, more Panzerfausts, hearing the vehicles swinging by the compound. They're just trying to duck down, keep their heads out of line of sight for now. Just look at how tentative teams have to be now when they're looking to drive up in towards the compound. Well, now, oh, the cat's out of the bag. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 fired the shots, but 𝐴𝐻, this time using a real gun, gets the headshot, and 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 taken out. That's the Panzerfaust removed as well. 𝐴MQD just has to fall back. No real support available from 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻. He's looking over down by the river, and 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 has a Panzerfaust of his own. They're going to try and clear out this area, claim control of the warehouse by the Yongchon Bridge. It's a very powerful position to hold, especially on a zone like this where it could flip-flop back and forth over the river a little bit. And you might just have vehicles flying full of 4-man squads over the bridge, and if you can hold on to that Panzerfaust, we've seen it in this exact spot before. One click, 4 kills.
And HAPPIE Squad so far has been playing immaculate games for the past 3 rounds. Ever since they secured that chicken dinner, I really feel like they feel so much more confident to really take on teams, even though on this early span of the round. So 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻 still zooming in towards the direction though. Plotting something in return to avenge 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻, who got taken down instantaneously. 𝐷𝐼𝐻, to put in the pressure, he tosses in a Molotov, so they could not afford to step up for the moment. But the rest of HAPPIE Squad has already made a little bit of wide wrap, sending 𝐴𝐻 over onto 𝐿𝐷𝐻 for a 1 versus 1. I don't think he quite knows that he's planted here. So Finhay CERBERUS still go for that lurk. And he decides to find an isolated target and will be able to pin him down. Not quite secure yet though, as there's more members coming for HAPPIE Squad to try to suppress him, but 𝐿𝐷𝐻 still landed upon Tantrip.
Yeah, it's good reactions from 𝐴𝐻. Lands a headshot swiftly, but 𝐿𝐷𝐻 just in this off-angle position, getting damage done, gets the knockdown onto Tantrip, but there's still presence from HAPPIE Squad. 𝐿𝐷𝐻 nowhere to be found, still looking out in Yongchon. Zone will shift to the south side of the river, so this position really doesn't become valuable at all to be fighting over. And now getting out from this spot through the smoke, 𝐿𝐷𝐻 gets caught out. CJ just spamming in on the side of the rock, lands the headshot. You know 𝐿𝐷𝐻 is over there somewhere, can't really do anything to prevent his teammates getting taken down. But Sharper just watching from the other side of the river. If Thunders can stay undetected, maybe HAPPIE Squad will try and hop in vehicles and get over the river, make their rotation straight south and fall into a trap of their own.
Thunder's with a great chance. I mean, all he has to do is to wait for this battle to subside, and he's just dancing.
He's definitely talking. There's some words being said in the in-game chat over there. That's 𝐏𝐷𝐷. He's saying something. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether we could repeat it, but he's saying something to 𝐿𝐿𝐷𝐷. But Sharper, oh no. What happened to 𝐿𝐿𝐷𝐷? He's been knocked out. We didn't even see that in the kill feed because he's more than a kilometer away from his teammate again. And so they're just going to have to back off and regroup to wherever that has occurred. Maybe they can get a hold on 𝐿𝐿𝐷𝐷, get him back in play if it was from distance.
Yeah, too much of that solo play coming in from 𝐿𝐿𝐷𝐷. Got himself in hot waters this time around. Might want to consider sticking with the squad on the upcoming rounds though. From United so far, steady pacing. They've been able to find the clearance to book closer to the center stage of where fights could potentially take place later on. 𝐿𝐷𝐢, back in the first game, he definitely had some significant impact to bring a few more points towards TDT. But still, the struggle continues. Despite, you know, having a couple of improvements coming into the round, they're sitting at 12 plays. Force Natural Gaming hasn't really had that kind of search for the past couple of games, so they do have that kind of reprieve. Well, we got 𝐶𝐲 Trick to quickly get the catch over onto Diane, and seems like this whole area is absolutely densely populated inside of Losan.
There's a risky run to have to try and make, but thankfully there's cover from 𝐸𝑎𝑙 as 6789 tosses out some flashbangs that don't blind Belmoth enough. He probably should have had that knock, but just a little bit too much pressure from distance. Didn't want to concede anything for himself and risk potentially being flushed away from the northern side of the river. Tigger is watching to check if anyone is in a position to put third-party shots. Doesn't spot anything though. And it looks like it will just be a disengage for Full Sense, taking the ridge line on the western edge of the zone now. Fishing camp will be the safe haven for Windy for the time being, but again, it's surrounded by hills, so Full Sense might just find a position to try and set up shop and prevent them from exiting later on into the game. Armory Gaming have themselves a bit of a split across a couple of decently positioned compounds towards the south of the zone, just on the eastern side of that Tego swamp outside of the Hosan prison. But Hosan itself is where the majority of the action is going down. 3 teams have already committed into Hosan itself, and there's a whole bunch of airdrop crates in there as well that Forest might be able to get their hands on. It might just be a little bit more of a hotspot if the zone shifts anywhere towards the east.
And it will. So great prediction coming in for those squads who have got a great head start. Whereas there will definitely be those big scramble over on North Point. Windy tries to make their cut into the zone, as that gets quickly spotted out by Lyrics. But I mean, that is also holding over onto the other side of the point, so it's not really an easy task while the Expendables get sprayed down. 𝐴𝑚𝑣 soaking the brunt of it, and Bruise has been taking charge. While Full Sense kind of got themselves a little bit of a pass because of the back and forth exchange as they drop their way to the city, and that's going to be 𝐶𝐲 trying to trade out up against Flash, but NHE brought down Trick at the very same time. A little bit of a big scramble from both sides as 𝐶𝐲 tosses those big defibrillates into the compound. That might be putting some members out of Full Sense off the equation, but not quite finding it so far. 𝐶𝐲 might need to put his body on the line for it.
Trick is out of the equation. It's another couple of teams going for those aggressive pre-drives, ready for the zone shift, knowing that all the way on the edge of zone, they're very unlikely to still keep their position, keep any sort of zone control, so they just try to go early, outpace the teams behind them, and maybe catch someone off guard. Trick was definitely caught off guard. Full Sense make their entry. It will be a bit of a one-for-one trade, though, as Hosan is extremely occupied. TDT on the other side of the road up towards the north as well. Brian playing the rooftops is a little bit risky, but if they really want to get crazy, they could get on top of the cinema roof. It's a bit tough to really spot much from up there, and getting down is going to be an issue, but it keeps them very safe, apart from mortars, so maybe not. But there's just so many teams now in Hosan. Big city, plenty of space for teams to rock up, and those urban fights, that's where things like shotguns, Panzerfausts, all of those come into play. Maybe even the SMGs again. We saw a little bit of those in our quasi-urban ending of Milta yesterday. But we've also got fights up on the hillside. 𝐿𝑜NGX and 𝐸𝑑𝑜y combined earlier on to take down 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 once more. They did get the revive earlier on from 𝐻𝑎𝑝𝑝𝑒, but straight back into action. 𝐿𝑜NGX will be forced back. Takes a big chunk of damage from a quick little burst from the 𝐷 and has to fall back.
Yeah, they also lost a vehicle in the process as well.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of attack coming from 𝐾𝑠. Force Natural Gaming wants to be involved. Thankfully, not quite enough to take down the members of Team Flash, as Sharper knows that this is going to be a lost cause if they were taking too much of their time to try to take out the rest of Team Flash. Perhaps the other way around, as they still will be within the line of sight of Buriram United. So they gotta be really careful about this, but somehow 𝐿1 found a grenade, and that latches on to that member of Windy Esports. The zone now closes deeper into the fields, and it benefits Windy at the moment.
Although, not sure how much of a benefit there will be, as they did get mortared out by Buriram, and they're sending more out in the direction, knowing that there's the Expendables in grenade range as well. Windy's position is looking a little bit precarious, but 𝐁 does tap down 𝐾𝐗. It's a second knock now conceded for Buriram. Dynasty can't really get on the revives for now. He's trying to put pressure on 𝐿𝑒arena, maybe dissuade them from making a breach onto their position, but they know that it's 2 down. They know they can't grab these revives. Windy's still under pressure though. 𝑠𝑝𝑎𝑢 goes down. Marcus trades 1, trades 2, and 𝐿𝑜RY's taken out as well. Long range 𝐷𝐼𝐂on. It's just 𝐿1. He's got 4 hit points left. He's got 1 grenade. He's just going to toss it out and see what happens. What will happen is he's eliminated. The rest of the squad gets wiped out on the send, and Windy hold just barely for now, but Marcus, oh boy, he's got to dance. His hit points are so low, so many teams shooting at him, and 𝑠𝑝𝑎𝑢 gets taken out as well, flushed away by 𝐷𝐼𝐂on.
How is he still alive is a big question right now. You see, they were barely hanging on. Even TE was really forced to really do whatever they could to try to find anything at all. And that wide open space, it's almost unplayable. More teams to be joining into the fray later on. But 𝐿𝑒arena now forming the push. Buriram United got no option but to hide inside the take fog. Here comes Jacob holding on to the MP5. This might offer plentiful of damage. He's Eddie running around the corner. Brings him down low. He's not quite enough to actually take him out just yet. Ruse lands out of the hand, bringing Jacob down to 14. 𝐿𝑜NGX Jr. on the other side eliminates majority of these members of the Happy Squad.
If it's a coincidence that Jacob gets killed off by a Vector and then starts using the MP5. 𝐿𝑒arena do manage to just overrun Buriram. A little bit of assistance from Sharper Esports. Long range shots as well. Third partying towards them. 𝐿𝑜NGX catching one. This Happy Squad trying to make their move in on the south. 𝐿𝑜NGX potentially revivable. Maybe they can get him into the vehicle and bring him back in to safety from the blue zone. Using a couple of smokes to do so. There's a whole lot of deaths going on in the kill feed as well. Team Flash fighting a war on 2 fronts between Sharper Esports and Full Sense. They've tried to sort of make their way out on the northern edge around Hosan as Forest have crossed the road, and Sharper simply cannot get out of there. 𝐷𝐼𝐂on getting it done with the DMR once again.
We're looking at the rest of Force Natural Gaming to be guarding the outpost of the city. And by doing so, they've been able to spot out majority of all these members of Sharper Esports. So another early exit for Sharper this time around. Could not run off of the crosshairs of Team Flash and the rest of the citizens of Hosan. Full Sense, though, still have a few more members planted inside the city. So we might actually see those scrap happen as teams are running out of space, needing to find that exit. 𝐾𝑠 now lops a couple of nades. Not fully connecting onto that member or TDT, and he's just trying to make a big decision. Does he run out right now? And even when he does, there's honestly nowhere that he could go that's going to be safe from the hands of 𝐾𝑠. So there's going to be a push coming into effect. 𝑦uho now looking for somebody to return. 𝐿𝑒arena all alone, isolated. Doesn't really have too much of utility other than those 3 frags. So perhaps they could still find a way to hold out.
Does also have the pump emo. If they do commit to a push on the staircase, he could just about get it done. Thankfully for him, he has the jammer pack as well, so he can survive the combination of the blue zone plus the frag grenade to follow up. Normally that would have been a lethal combination, but the jammer pack keeps him safe for now. Not very safe, all things considered, when the zone is really just going to force them into a wall of players. Full Sense and Forest, full control on the far western edge of Hosan, and 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 has panzered himself. That's the easiest flush Tigger has ever received. Just tried to swing around the corner, hit the side of the vehicle. I guess that's the second time that's happened. 𝘏𝑁trib did the same thing as well earlier on in yesterday's matches. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷 trying to take the cheeky little peeks in the 1 versus 1, but now Tigger getting third party. Full Sense have to reconsider their positioning as they try to clean up this last remaining member of 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷.
It could be a very costly blunder for those members of Alter Ego. I mean, it was so trigger happy on that Panzer. And the rest of AG right now are also starting to push right through. So they gotta settle the course real quick. Here comes the swing. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷. He does it all the time. And finally, they nail down Alter Ego. Respectable 12. Alter Ego walks away with 3. SERBERUS, if he did manage to align that, perhaps they will be in a better spot. But hey, there's just too much going on from the outpost of Hosan. And right now, the rest of the teams that's been able to find avenues over onto those open space over south side should be able to have decent contests with those long-range trades. AL, though, trying to see if they could actually close into the compound. Climax slowly looks right through. Try to find a pickoff up against 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷.
It looks like 𝐏𝐻𝐻 is going to be the one picked off, though. Tagged down by 𝘁𝑟𝑒𝑛s from distance. Out in the field, he got some smokes up. And then another headshot as well. So those rapid-fire tags. Anyone's Legend just trying to get a little bit more control over the area. Not just happy with the compound. They've got the high ground, and it might cost them. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 gets the steal away. He's been doing great work, salvaging points as a solo. Steals one away from 𝘁𝑟𝑒𝑛s. Almost take down 𝐴𝐼𝐼𝐼 as well. That's a 30 hit points out in the field. Maybe a little bit prematurely, but the zone has started to force Anyone's Legend out from their play. Baron now with the Panzerfaust that he picked up from the body, loaded it into the vehicle, ready to make this push. It was a good play earlier on from 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷, waiting for the sound of the grenade before he pushed in through the window, but this time the sound of the grenade means that it's maybe game over for them. But Baron has just ran straight past him in the smoke twice. Keeping the noise levels to a minimum, not giving away any indication that Tanadol is lurking in those smokes, and they've placed the smoke as well. He's crawling forwards. He can hear their steps.
And there's 2 right in front of him. Tanadol, is he going to be able to find it, though? Ultra members now spotted out, and here comes the push! Not quite enough. As he sets foot out of that fog, instantly into the face of Olympus that gets the job done so easily. Now Forest having the better run so far with a total of 6. They're the ones dominating the outskirts of Hosan. And to my surprise, 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 is still alive. Majority of these Finhay 𝐶ERBERUS members were lost in that battle up against HAPPIE squad so early on, and he squeezed into the city. We'll see whether he can actually do more and maybe cause a dent towards Forest Natural Gaming.
eArena is causing a whole lot of dents for Anyone's Legend now. They just made that move out into the field. 𝘁𝑟𝑒𝑛s gets another knock, this time onto 𝐴𝐼𝐼𝐼. Anyone's Legend have started to regroup, but now they've put themselves into grenade range, and 𝐾𝑠 has taken one down. 𝐼𝑠aki's grenade. Oh, he dropped that. He was going to throw the grenade himself, but he got dropped by the nade of 𝐾𝑠. And it's 𝐼𝑠aki's grenade that kills off the last remaining player. Destroy of Anyone's Legend. They're now eliminated, and eArena are more than happy to backfill, take full control of the entire north and western side of the field. A 2-2 split. Xiaoyu cleaned up as he tried to make the exit out of Hosan. eArena might have a 2 versus 2 to try and contend with, as Forest have committed to a push up towards the northern side. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 dealt with. All of the solos now cleaned up. This 2-2 split of eArena might look a little bit sketchy, because Olympus with a spray through the grass like that. Headshot onto 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷, dodging out of the grenades. Forest have an opening here.
Oh, he's getting tagged from 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 instead. Armory, they found a little bit more of the angles to also chime right in. Big send here from Molotov. Just a little bit short. Jacob, happy that that one didn't land perfectly. But Olympus, that was a nice play, just making full use of the cover.
Not much cover left in this zone, which might be good news for Forest, because Olympus still is holding on to that AWM. 𝐏𝐼 just staring down to make sure Jacob doesn't pop up and backstab his teammate. But this 2-2 split being punished by 𝐴rena. Lawrence can't even really afford to focus over to look over to help his teammate. There's a big tree in the way regardless. That's a 4-man Armory Gaming that has some position in the zone. 𝐴rena is trying to dislodge. Opun's creeping up towards them as well. Doesn't have lethals, but he's got a Molotov. If he can get that close to the shack, maybe this could do enough damage for them. He spots out the first. A quick little spray. 𝐴𝐷𝐾 taken down, but it's a quick trade. UNQ lurking behind the pony coop. He was not ready for that whatsoever. And now EA. Just a widest of 2-2 splits on either side of this field. Their control looking like it's fallen apart. Norins might just have to fall back. They're going to get their revive as well. Armory Gaming going to be 4 strong.
And these 3 teams of Thailand, they've been looking for this redemption arc. Securing this chicken dinner can really put themselves in a healthier position. 𝐴rena, they slide down the pecking order. They were positioned at 10 last I checked. And now they might be able to form something in return. He's got Olympus pretty much cornered up, and he's thrown down to 7 HP, but he did manage to land a blow towards Norins.
There's a good nade though from 𝐾𝐻 to pick off Olympus before he can get the heal. And a vehicle explosion almost takes him out. A follow-up nade from 𝐾𝐻 secures that point as well. So it's AG with a 4-man squad and 2 solos. One of them, Jacob, who's all the way over there, still has the MP5 in hand as well, so can't even really get into a spray battle. Doesn't get the chance anyway, because 𝐼 picks up Forest's 10th kill of the game with the long-range tags before he himself will be cleaned up for Armory Gaming's first victory of the final stage. 10 kills for them on Tego, a big 20-point swing. They needed those points. They needed to make that push up back in towards the top 8, potentially get themselves in range, and they've done exactly that.
This vital chicken dinner might actually give them just about enough healthy points to contest with the midfield. So the old Kings, Armory Gaming, now with this brand new look, have finally been rewarded after working so hard days after days. And you can see the glee, the joy on their faces as they've been able to surgically play out this round of Tego so cleanly.
Still a little bit of distance away from the midfield, but it gets them away from the bottom, and that's a good start. Alter Ego, in this game, one of the first teams to make their commitment into Hosan, and there was commitment left, right, and center all across. I don't even think the zone is the main reason for it, but you have a zone on phase 1 that has the river separating, especially on a map like Tego. The bridges are, and there's quite a few of them, but they are still limited, and they're all choke points. And there was a lot of action in the early phases of the game, and then it was a wide open field. There was nowhere really for anyone to play. No BRDMs again. Would have really been pretty useful in that late stage of the game, but mortars were flying down, grenades, long range tags with AWMs. We had Chibarit, Panzerfausting himself. This game had it all.
Yeah, and you know, to my surprise as well, Marcus, we saw him really going for the last and managing to deplete some of the members of the Expendables with some help from other teams as well. And somehow Windy did manage to land a top 4 finish, so first kudos to Marcus, where he's been able to really hold it all the way down to the top 4 position. Even Simon T, who has got the rest of his teammates down and out, all thanks to, you know, those kind of fights that they took early on up against Happy Squad. He did manage to draw it close to a top 5 or top 6, but I don't think that they do have enough of those elimination points, whereas the ones that have been benefiting in this round when it comes down to those scrappy fights was Forest Natural Gaming. They took so much on those occasions.
And they were the team that was on the eastern side of Hosan. They just wrapped around onto the west and held the line effectively. They found Panzerfaust on the corpses. They put them to good use, and just a disgusting little spray onto the head earlier on of I think it was 𝐿𝑟𝑖𝑥, just got completely shredded through the grass as well on that final spray. Got them enough security to secure themselves second place on the board. 10 kills as well. 𝐼 with the last kill that Team Forest was able to pick up, but it's Armory Gaming getting their first win on the board. It was much needed for them. They've moved up all the way to the mighty 13th position after that game. They have boosted their placement points across all 15 of the games coming into this game from 4 to 14. Huge jump, but it at least gets them away from the bottom end of the standings. Decent position for Armory Gaming and building a little bit of momentum for a potential comeback. Similar scenes as well for Forest Natural and eArena, making it all the way to the end game. But does that mean that they're in for a bit of a comeback in the later stages of the day? Only one way to find out. Come back after a quick break. We've got 3 more games to go.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is Chibarit.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
Easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Irangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อนี่เป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's power grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego fishing camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข่งนี้มีแบบเดียวอิรังเกลครับข้อ B
This was only in Irango.
Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอคิดว่ามิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
เฮ้ยอันนี้มันทริกลอนโดครับลอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us, TE, at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับ แล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans,
Midway point of the day here on day 3 at the PAQ Phase 2 finals stage, where there are 3 slots up for grabs at PGS 9 and 10, plus a regional direct qualifier wildcard for PGC finals for PGC, which will be held here in Bangkok. One of the Thai teams competing in the tournament will be going directly to finals. That means they skip the group stage. That means they skip the play-in stage. They know they're guaranteed directly to the finals. That was gotta feel so darn comfortable. But who's it gonna be? There's only one way to find out. We've got the games on deck for the rest of the day. 3 more to go, but the first 3, we had a couple of new champions so far for the final stage, including the previous game, Armory Gaming, their first win of the final stage, 10 kills, as well as the winner chicken dinner on Tego. Solid stuff, and really good to see from them.
Yeah, they've been holding around that area for such a long time, and they've been able to really find a lot of all these picks as more and more teams try to make their exit out of Hosan. And the one really having a say throughout all these skirmishes was 𝐏𝐷𝐿 to also lead a couple of all these instances. She's dropped plenty of all these nades up against those unfortunate victims and had pretty much 27% of the point contribution back to the team to outlast up against the rest of the field. And for most of these other squads like Forest, EA, as well as Windy, they were having those struggles trying to trade back and forth, and AG, they just sat comfortably from the south side to eventually close it out.
Yeah, AG was one of the squads that did not make the entry into Hosan, which played out in their favor when all things were considered. Everyone else was really struggling to go through essentially just a team deathmatch. It took about 20 minutes in Hosan City, and then eventually the zone shifts away from there. They've got to find a way out. Forest was lurking on the outskirts, so they were able to get out of there. It looked maybe a little bit sketchy at some points when they made the push into full sense. 𝘶𝑠𝑛𝐷𝑒𝑙 was lurking in smokes, could have maybe caught them out and done some serious damage, but did manage to keep themselves together enough to get 16 points on the board. That's going to do good things for their positioning in the leaderboard, especially considering that Forest came into this tournament in 2nd place on the PAQ point rankings, so they need to make sure that they're outpacing at least Theerathon 5, 23 points behind them currently in 11th place. Theerathon 5 up into the top 8, which now only has 1 point differential between Sharper Esports, who started off day 2 in 1st place, but they have been sliding drastically as this tournament has progressed. 1 single point across the 3 games today. They've been caught up and taken over by so many teams, none less so than Full Sense, still holding on to 1st place despite today not being anywhere close to the levels that they were showing us in yesterday's games, where this screen would just say Full Sense 3 times at this time yesterday. This time around a little bit more varied, but still a lot of representation for Thailand.
Yeah, and it's really great to see that these teams understand the repercussion of missing out on the PGS, so they're just going on that full push. Sharper Esports, I think there is an interesting case study as well as to how they played out back in day 1, where they love to push from the edges to get themselves enrolled into fights after fights, despite, you know, them receiving information. You saw J-Dye was spotting out, oh, there was a fight between 10 Trip and the rest of Happy Squad up against CERBERUS Esports. They didn't really want to commit to those third-party action, and when they tried to drive right in, they got themselves bunched up against Team Flash, which kind of did a number on them, and more these teams have been able to spot their location. So it was kind of rough for them to really find a way out over North Point. So Sharper Esports, back in day 1, they consistently done this kind of sweeps, but this time not really finding those kind of avenues, and that seemed like it's been costing them as they slide from, 2nd place all the way down to 7 right now, 6. So it is looking rather concerning.
Yeah, it's got to be a big turnaround now on Rondo for Sharper Esports, as well as a couple of others. There are some front runners so far in our Rondo performances. Finhay CERBERUS, 29 points across the 2 Rondo matches that we played so far today. That's about 1/3 of their overall points at the time of the end of yesterday's matches. Similar story for eArena as well, although their actual total is a little lower, 18 points across the 2 Rondos that have been played, still about 1/3 of their points by the midway point of the finals. So a potential point of success for a lot of those teams, but in equal measure, one where teams have struggled. Forest Natural Gaming, just 1 point across the Rondos of day 1 and day number 2. So they've got to make sure that this sort of momentum and this play that they had coming in towards the end of Tego, getting a good result there, that has to convert over now. They can't really afford to be having another bad showing on any of these wildcard maps, or Erangel later in the day for that matter. They've got to make every single game count if they're playing catch up from this point onwards.
Yeah, they really have to do that. Well, we're getting a quick glimpse onto the current venue that they're playing from. I believe Finhay CERBERUS has got a gaming house being set up.
Oh yeah, I've been there. It's
pretty fresh though. Well, it's a big room for the 4 of them.
Yeah. And if you go upstairs, that's where the cat lives.
Oh yeah, I forgot you've been there before.
Very cute. Yeah, it's cool stuff. A lot of these teams out in APAC do have the team houses. Even some of the teams who maybe you wouldn't expect. I mean, Team Flash had the team house. It's kind of just they rent a big condo and then shovel their PCs in there and call it a day. But it works out. Just being able to live with your teammates, interact with them on a day-to-day basis, build that synergy, definitely works in their favor. The teams that have the opportunity to do so, and crucially those who have the supporting staff as well, I expect to see them really progress quickly and be able to get the advantage over some of the other teams. eArena, one of those, in their boot camp, and they've got to get boots on the ground, start moving, get those points stacking up for eArena. Otherwise, they're going to leave themselves with a lot of work to do at PGS 9 and 10. And it's going to be really, really difficult for them if they're looking at PGC qualification at the end of the year.
Yeah, when we started the tournament, I didn't really expect eArena as well as Forest Natural Gaming to be in such a position. But once you see the action take place, I mean, it's understandably so. I mean, full sense, the Expendables so far, they've just got pretty much great steady pacing throughout the entire course of the tournament thus far, and they seemingly won't be dropping too far off even if they had bad games. Whereas we also see this kind of late surge coming out of the PMS players, especially Happy Squad has been on an absolute roll. Plenty of all these huge elimination points being gathered for the past couple rounds, and with that chicken dinner to also supplement, sees them putting themselves into a fancy position to also make a deep run to perhaps squeeze into a top 5 if they can continue to do so. Now we move right into Rondo, where teams are going to be having a very big scramble in the biggest possible map for them to play things out.
Final stage, match 16, and Happy Squad so far are the top performers of the day across the 3 matches that we have played. 32 points on the board for them in Friday's, or Saturday rather, matches alone. Just behind them, Theerathon 5 on 29, and both of those teams are making a bit of a push up towards the upper end of the standings, where the likes of Full Sense nowhere near their level of success that they had yesterday. 13 points on the day in the first 3 matches for Full Sense. But it could be worse. They could be sharper Esports. 1 singular point across all of the 3 games that we've played so far. And they've slipped all the way down from first place at the end of day number 1 down to 8th currently in the standings. So big turnaround required for them. They've really got to find some way to get things back on track. Test track, perhaps, would be one way to do it if we get the zone over there.
Yeah, and of course, the rest of the Expendables will be laughing their way to the bank. It's like, okay, we get a free chicken dinner. They could actually hold it down. But I say free, they definitely have to fight their way to the nail for it. Finhay CERBERUS.
Delwyn might be fighting. Delwyn might be fighting right now. What is this? What is he doing? What is he doing? Delwyn and Tigger just jousting, going face first into each other, racing to see who could get over here. That's a super aggressive move from Delwyn, maybe wanting to punish 𝐿_SENSE, who send one splitting out a little bit, getting an early position for rotation. That might be a read from 𝐍𝑜𝘓𝑟𝑒view that 𝐿𝑤𝑖𝑛 wants to take that away from them. He's just so fearless, full sending, face first, ramming straight into Tigger. And now he's going to be really annoying for 𝐿_SENSE because they have to rotate in that direction. The zone has gone up towards the northern side. He's just blocking them completely.
Yeah, so I guess like the rest of 𝐿_SENSE will try to find a different way to wrap around in order to make the cut. And 𝐿𝑤𝑖𝑛, all he has to do, maybe regroup with the team, and it's like, okay, got my job done, already secured the vehicle. Just maybe if he could basically be a little bit more cheeky, he will be extending it a little bit more to see if they could actually land a strike onto FS members. Sharper Esports, like you said, only 1 point for today. It's just them being so out of shape. I'm not too sure if the pressure is starting to get into them because, you know, back in day one, it was pretty much a breeze for them that they're securing points left, right, center. They've been that one team out of the many who loves to actually take the fights from the outskirts. And back in day one, Finhay CERBERUS, they've led many of their points by being in the dead center, and more teams are making this approach much harder to do. So we'll have to see if perhaps they could actually break this kind of cold streak for the moment from both ends. 𝐿𝑡ER𝑒GO though got a little bit of attention, and from some of the past tournaments, 𝐿TEREGO, they usually do play very well when the zone goes around Stadium Bamboo. They love to set up all these kind of big camps in between those creases, but this time, with them needing to shift over on North Point, they're not going to be wasting too much time, as they are just going to be making sure that they will be able to get a good spot, than to really go for those usual huge setups in the midst of the field.
Guess maybe you can make the argument for Sharper, one of the teams that had to play through the play-in, so they had the additional practice, you know, of coming in, having played 3 games of competition before, so they were maybe a little bit more confident, having worked on their team play, things going well for them in the weekend prior to this weekend's games, and then coming up against a lot of teams that really haven't played a competitive match of this standard since the Vietnam series, since the Thailand series, those that directly qualified to the finals. Maybe coming in, starting off a little bit cold, but I mean, the caliber of team that gets added in, you expect that won't last all too long, so maybe that's just what the problem is for Sharper. It's just that the competition has locked in a little bit more and got stiffer, but still, 1 single point on the day, it's not a good look, and they've got to find a way to turn that around. Jadina City over here for HAPPIE squad, and everyone keeps picking up M16s. I don't know. There's a lot of times where you're running through buildings and M16s are the only weapon you see. You see about 9 of them sometimes. They just spawn together. So let's hope Tentrip can get himself an actual gun, because we don't want to see any more burst fire issues like 𝐿𝐷's had earlier on. Well, they've got a long rotation to make, but thankfully just straight up the eastern edge of the map should be a viable option for them. eArena already starting to make their move as well. Got quite a long way to go. They're a little bit over towards the southwestern side of the map. So maybe they're going directly for a diagonal. What would really benefit them? Perhaps a glider, maybe an E-pickup if they had one. Gliders are hard spawns on this map, so if they can get hold of that, definitely give them a lot of scouting opportunities to check forward. And Jacob has an MP5 again, so maybe he's just about that life.
Yeah, he just really likes to go up close and personal, perhaps. And so far, one of the players that's impressed me from Theerathon 5 has been 𝐿𝑘𝐁. I mean, firepower-wise, he's been able to match, but it's more on his survivability. For most of the occasions where Theerathon 5 find themselves struggling, 𝐿𝑘𝐁 will always be the final member to really bring those points back to the team. So it's great that T5 has Mr. Reliable here to be able to put them into closer top 5 ratios for many of all these maps played out for this evening. And Theerathon 5, they just need just about, 5 points to overtake Finhay at this moment.
Yeah, he's salvaged a lot of points for the squad from positions where he's been left behind as a solo. He's been doing some good work, keeping his team in contention in the top 8 and not too far away. Just over 10 points to get into PGS qualification slots right now. It's Buriram United who holds onto the cutoff point with 106. Team Flash slightly ahead of them on 107. The Expendables, Delwyn got into an early tangle with Tigger, and now he's moving extremely slowly. That's not going to work. Sapao lurking, had the vehicle hidden, held his nerve, didn't overcommit to the peak. Delwyn's taken out immediately. Sapao, there's no follow-up from the Expendables. There's one that might just have an angle. The rest are in vehicles. If he drops the smoke and maybe tries to go for loot this body, then the rest of the Expendables could just get aggressive and try and answer back. He might just try and fade off into the distance using the smokes for cover.
A couple of attacks have already been sent his way. Of all the spots out there, I think he's a POW. Definitely have known that this is one of the cheekiest space to be. Most often than not, nobody suspects this tiny little gap in the bridge to be one where anyone would set up a camp. Then the Expendables loses a valuable player, usually when it comes down to the final couple of zones. When you have Delwyn as well as Tanvu, who are still alive, they usually have a very firm chance to really close up those fights. Now, you gotta put a little bit more of the weight onto the shoulders of Tanvu this time around. Buriram United have always been able to get those hard spawn gliders, like you mentioned. And it's always Khan that will lead the way, giving them directions on where exactly to go. And they decide 𝐿𝐿𝐿 is going to be a great place for them to camp out.
𝐿𝐿𝐿 got picked off earlier on by Armory Gaming, and 𝐿𝐿𝐿 was looking to try and find a response, find some sort of answer. Gets a decent chunk of damage, but nothing more. Jacob in the kill feed with the MP5, putting some damage in towards HAPPIE squad. He's now lost one as well. So several players getting picked off in the early phases of the game. So 𝐿𝐿𝐿 nearly flips. Manages to recover. That could have been a tricky situation for him, but he gets out of there cleanly. Clean enough. Back in through the test track, but 𝐿𝐿𝐿 losing his life. Man just got shot one time. You just heard the bullet impact. That's a tough shot to hit. But 𝐿𝐿𝐿 going up over the top. All the way, by the looks of things, over the river towards the northeastern side of the zone. Might be able to find some unoccupied space, or maybe just try and hold on as long as they can. There's 30 seconds until the zone shifts, but you pick up a little bit too early to be able to hold on any longer. Try and wait for the zone shift before making a decision on where they're going to descend. But they spotted vehicles, so that's good enough.
They're going to be going all the way hard north, so they just want to ensure that there's just about enough space for them to really play this one out.
Well, there it is. There's one.
Last we checked, in 𝐿𝐿𝐿, there's like a couple of members of Buriram United to be close by, so if they could actually spot some of these parachute, they would be, of course, fixated onto finding opportunities up against Alter Ego. And now with the zone actually closing in between the riverbank, it might actually allow Team Flash to get those big funnel as they're planted firmly at the top of the mountain.
This hill is one of the worst places to try and drive on in the map, full of these little small valleys, gullies that are just a death trap. You're just bouncing over them like this, for example. Brian managing to keep it more or less together. We did see Anyone's Legend already driving around with the BRDM, and driving that thing up the hill is going to be painful. So thankfully they've already got themselves a position down below. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 and the rest of TE have set themselves up in some of those dips, and using the opportunity to take shots at anyone looking for rotations. The cars have to go slowly. They're going over this bumpy terrain, and Tanvu, so an even more bumpy ride with one headshot, one bullet fired, and Flash, he's got a headache now. But they managed to make it past relative safety just to the northeast of where the Expendables are currently bunkered down.
These players are absolutely getting a little car sick with all that porpoising. And at the very least, they're finding just about enough creases for them to take cover from, or else the numbers will be dealt upon them. New home now. Heard all these engines passing by. Would definitely know that full sense is going to be around these corners, but they don't really have any firm chance to overpeak the hillside. Team Flash decide to just double down on the defense, hole over onto those compounds instead. Well, 𝐿𝑒RIX, if you could see a good chance to really pave a path, 𝐿𝑒Arena should be able to get a good journey through from the edges. But right now, there's a member of HAPPIE squad also around the corner.
He crashed his glider. Oh, no. I don't know if he got shot down early or if he was trying to land, but he just slammed that thing into the wall and Jacob cleaned him up happily. And 𝐿𝑒RIX with the glider was providing that information exactly where he was pulling up for the rest of the squad. There's another glider off in the distance as well. So they might have their next target lined up. They're already putting shots over towards, I think it's Man from 𝐿𝑒Arena. Not 𝐿𝑒Arena. Ah, they got me. AE, not EA. Man flying around in the sky, and that's 𝐿𝑒Arena's bullets flying towards them. 𝐿𝐿𝑒RIX going to try and answer back in kind. We might see a bit of a dogfight. Plane-to-plane engagement, maybe.
Would love to see it, though. For now, definitely plenty of attention being drawn to the skies for a little moment. There's a couple of players who are taking a little bit of parachute into the fields at the very same time. 𝐿𝐿eRIX this time gets caught out. 𝐿𝐒Arena adding one more to the list. No help whatsoever for 𝐿𝐿eRIX. A little too dangerous for the rest of Alter Ego to try to even consider running out in the open. Quick setup with the smokes as well, just to ensure that he will still have his wheels intact for now. 𝐿𝑒RIX will be able to finish the job for him, as the rest of Force Natural Gaming just around 𝑚uhopan should be able to really take a great hold over onto the entirety of the eastern area, but the rest of 𝐿𝑒Arena is also closing true. So we were asking for a dogfight. We're probably getting one between the two Thai teams that needs it most.
We're going directly central, straight on top of that hilltop. That is just tough terrain to hide and drive, but it does mean that playing on foot is a little bit easier. You've got a whole lot of places where you can prone. If you have any sort of defensive utility like the deployable cover or those emergency triangles, then yeah, you can actually set yourself up in pretty tolerable position to try and play from on this hilltop. So there's teams that are already positioned up there going to have to hope to do so, because there is a lot of potential at later stages of the game. They're getting pushed from multiple angles at once. They've got to make sure they have all their angles covered. Sharper Esports being one of them. Just making sure their high ground position is safe for now. They're not going to be feeling too much pressure from their north, but they are going to have to move over towards the eastern side. That's where the likes of Armory Gaming are waiting for them.
Yeah, they managed to spot all these movements, but they're still in the member being inside the zone, so they have yet to actually figure out where exactly UNQ is currently placed at. They don't really want to take the brunt of the damage as the rest of Armory goes back onto wheels to go deeper over onto the northern plains instead. Some portions of it still being covered by the upcoming zone, where T5 going up close and personal as the rest of Team Flash has been able to really spot out those movements. Armory Gaming now, they bombarded as 777 gets a catch over onto 𝑠apao, but UNQ finds himself absolutely isolated, sandwiched in between members of T5, and eventually Sharper is gonna also swing right across this corner.
D and TDT, a vicious engagement, back and forth. John is gonna secure another flush as Marcus has no support, no cover from the squad. Thunder's pushing forwards now with Sharper as UNQ has been left behind, but this is what I mean about this area. He's got himself a little valley that he can just prone in, and maybe Sharper might just completely bypass him for the time being. Not great news for Armory Gaming regardless to still have a player locked down like that. Can't really contribute, just has to try and hope that they miss him and that he can survive. Sharper are taking the shots over the top. They seem to have no idea that he's in this position. And taking shots over towards T5 down below.
Absolutely, we're actually hoping to get a glimpse over onto UNQ, and it just so happened that the glider went into the other side of the corner, so they draw the attention towards the side of Theerathon 5 for the moment, while Thunders are also looking to pick apart anyone's legends. Little attacks connecting for the meantime, and It's just such a difficult spot to play out. Now it further confirms that it's going to be over on the hillside. So we'll have to see whether 𝐿sense can actually take a great stance to keep the rest of the teams at bay. And Armor Gaming, they're taking another U-turn back towards the direction of Sharper Esports, and they're definitely ready to take them on. Well, there's 2 members on the far side for Sharper Esports to eventually look to reconvene to really form up against those members of Armory. Kurt's going to be cooking up a mortar, though. Now, where's this one's going to be sent?
It's going towards
Is it going to
T5.
be towards T5?
Yeah. T5 already took a knock from a mortar from another team, and now they've lost another one as well. Kurt dials it in effectively. Ranger X taken down. Now look at the amount of spam bullets that are being fired from all angles. 𝐿𝑠ense looking for the angle. One more bullet, and that's going to be Ranger X gone. Don't get fooled on this zone shift, by the way. That bridge on the northeast is not real. It's a one-way bridge. You can only go from the southwest to the northeast on that bridge. And so options are limited for the teams that were out on the northeast. 𝐴𝐴rena, one of them. They immediately started driving off towards the west. And now Armory Gaming, they've started to make the push forwards. They might just get an opportunity to regroup with 𝐿𝑠ense, and they might even get the kill on 𝐿𝑗𝑑ai as well. He's lurking behind the vehicle for now. 𝐿𝑠ense sprung the trap. He's taking down 𝐿𝑠ense. 𝐴𝐴kong headshots 𝐿𝑗𝑑ai. Helmet gets popped off. And Thunders, he's fighting a completely different team. He's ran into TDT. They were not ready for this aggression to come out from Armory Gaming.
Not at all, and 𝐿𝑠ense has been feeding all that form of info for the longest time. Having to also contribute in this scuffle, bring 2 members down from the side of Sharper Esports. Now looking for that recovery. They're just all limping right across, and 𝐴𝐴rena finding a catch. Still 1 point away, and that's going to be 1 member down from the side of Buriram United, while 𝐴𝑚𝑣 also gets a little bit of over that steal. Big nades now sent right in. A dangerous position for the rest of Sharper is Shanks. Tossing that Molotov. Oh, down to 9 HP left. The pressure is on for both sides. Armory Gaming cannot afford to push through, and they were absolutely suppressed from those bullets coming from right across the field.
The cover didn't come down in time. Shanks has been finished off. So Armory Gaming will lose 1, but they're picking up almost all the points onto Sharper. 𝐿𝑠ense just proning in one of those little dips for now. Maybe might be able to get a hand on for a revive if the blue zone doesn't close in quickly enough to finish off Thunders, but he's got a headshot from distance as well. 𝐴𝑘ong takes a bullet too, so he has to back away. Looks like it might be game over for everyone on the western side of this zone, but Sharper might just fall first. Armory Gaming could maybe find a way to escape, and the zone has shifted back towards the west, interestingly enough. Pretty much the entire western side of this zone is low ground. There's no one who wants to play down there. It's just going to get picked apart from everyone towards the eastern hilltop. And it already looks rough up here on the higher ground for Sharper and Armory. Not able to get in there to grab that revive. Destroy still holding on to the BRDM, but mortars are flying forwards looking for it. Can't find it just yet, though.
Yeah, this could be a good situation for them to just bunker down inside of the BRDM. Meanwhile, TDT, they don't really have much of an option but to really push forward. Finally hard up against Tycon and the rest of N1's Legends as they are already making a journey into the zone. Now being left pretty vulnerable since Sharper Esports had to push over onto this side of the hill. Unable to find that breach in the zone just yet. There's 𝐴𝑝OLY now pinning them down one after another, forcing him to prone on the belly. Can he actually go in for the rescue? It's going to be a big question right now. I think the moment that he even goes in for a crouch, he will be instantly popped by 𝐴𝑚𝑣. There we go. A couple more shots will be able to do the trick, and he's trying to track him through the smoke. Such a difficult area for the rest of TDT to even try to make their way out.
It's going to be difficult for Sharper as well. He has to fall back. He's got a couple of smokes to work with, but that vehicle's got no tires left. 𝐿𝑠ense's just on the bandages, and they've got a long way to go to get into this zone. 𝐿𝑠ense's not going to make it. Doesn't even get the chance to throw out the smokes. So Sharper just getting 1 more point before they go down from this game. Might just be the only point that they get as well if 𝐿𝑠ense can't find something. You can kind of see the reluctance earlier on. TDT were watching anyone's legends just mount up in the BRDM and just slowly crawl their way towards the zone, but it's just too much of an investment to be the team that's putting all your bullets into the BRDM, and then the moment you start taking shots towards it, you're exposing yourself. 𝘱𝐻𝐻𝐿 gets the double headshot. They lose a player for it. It's just too much of an investment to take out the BRDM right now, so everyone's more than happy just to ignore anyone's legend. 𝘓𝐿𝐾 though, another headshot. 𝐿𝑆𝐾𝐿 is taken down. Another kill on the board for T5. And anyone's legend, they gotta slow down. They gotta wait for the boys to get in the BRDM before you drive off. Okay. And the timing might just be pretty perfect because Simon T was lurking out in the blue zone.
Yeah, they're being held back by the Expendables. Both sides playing inside of the blue zone. And 𝐿𝐻𝐻 Esports so far got involved to also stack a point out of TDT. Hailing bullets from right across the north point. 𝐿𝐴rena now has to push up against Olympus, who's all alone trying to fight up against the members of Full Sense. He's sandwiched in the middle. 𝐿𝐴rena makes quick work out of him. And now the rest of 𝐿𝐴rena needs to find that space. It's going to be hard to do up against the rest of Team Flash, but at least they're currently being occupied by Full Sense that's been sending a couple bullets to also hold down the line. So 𝐿𝐴rena, they might be considering to wrap over onto the other sector. Perhaps they will be able to find a little bit more cover from the riverside.
It's going to be a struggle though. 𝐿𝐻𝐻 making their push up towards the east. Armory have gone back towards the low ground. You can see just how much of a problem that is for them. T5 with angles. Team Flash from angles from slightly further to the north, and then 𝐿𝐴rena up there too. I don't think Armory Gaming are going to get much further into this game. They've made it into the placement points. Just one single player standing. Brian, though, has spotted out one player for Full Sense. That's 𝘐𝑁𝐷𝑒𝑙. He's got the Panzerfaust in the back pocket as well. So if they can maybe creep a little bit closer without being spotted, they could dislodge him and take away that high ground position. As Full Sense still need to get the rest of the squad up this hilltop. If 𝘐𝑁𝐷𝑒𝑙 loses his hold on this position, it becomes a problem, but he's heard something. He's heard the footsteps. He's aware. He's not giving that up easily.
Not at all. They're just barely holding on to the rim of the zone. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝐴rena is going on that push. Fully sending it up against the rest of T5. Nate's now tossed around the corner while Long X finally gets a tack over onto those members of Armory Gaming. All with the rest of T5 needing to also retaliate. They're just playing in a very defensive position. They know that they cannot afford to peek over on the low ground just yet. But 𝘓𝐿𝐾, if he can actually find a potential flank, this might just be a huge conversion that they could actually get out of those members of 𝐿𝐴rena. But it's rather risky. They also have to consider that Full Sense is not too far away to be involved in this potential big fight.
I don't know what you're supposed to do against this. Anyone's legend just shuffling forwards in the BRDM. They just hop out. When your back is turned, they get one free kill. They hop back in again. No one can really find an answer, a counter to this. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 pushing forwards, getting up to the rock. Does not have a grenade though. Panzerfaust could definitely come in handy for 𝐿𝐻𝐻. 𝘱𝐴 being taken down though. Panzerfaust sent out, gets no impact, no effect. Dodging out from the Molotovs for now, but too many bullets being sent in their direction. It's destroyed from the low ground. It cleans up Brian. And anyone's legend looking like they're going to take full control of the southeast.
Yeah, they've been doing so excellently with all these form of advancements, and now they should be able to clean up the rest of the remains of new home for the moment. Zone does shift towards the favor of T5 once again, but it's been a gridlock situation. But as much as we've mentioned about the flight, 𝐿𝐴rena, worse for wear, they're the ones being punished. Instead, 𝐷𝐻𝐻 1 HP left, and he still gets the rest of NHE. Oh, ridiculous, I tell you that. Jacob now on the MP5, trying to spray down the rest of Theerathon 5, and those nades are falling in. 5 HP left for the side of Jacob. He runs straight for the cover of the smoke. Opans, he needs to find this player inside of the other corner, and this is just not gonna cut it. He's running out of space. He's also being blinded out, and Team Flash see if he can actually get the job done. 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑖𝑒 gets taken down. Oh, 𝐿Pawns, he claws his way for 𝐼RENA to emerge in the top 4.
Jacob just ran by, dropped him a first aid kit. Because Pons was playing a risky game. Only had bandages. At one point, he was so blinded he thought he was prone, but he just fully stood up. There was an opportunity for him to get taken out, but a little double headshot with those red dot sprays we talked about earlier. Very clean, but full sense. They have the high ground. They can look down. They can control what 𝐼RENA can do from this point, but they've already done well. Top 4, they've got 11 kills on the board. Can't take that away from them. It has been a very solid game, regardless of the outcome from this point onwards. It's going to be tough for them to find anything more from this spot, but it's once again 3 Thai teams making their way forward. The first appearance for Full Sense in the top 4 today, after what could have been 4 in a row in yesterday's matches. And this time they're going to bide their time. They're going to wait. They're not going to get over aggressive. They're going to wait once again for the opportunities to come and present themselves to them. That's what they did yesterday, and it worked so effectively. Just going to keep themselves safe. Make sure that no one's getting picked off earlier on. And that's good news because 𝐼RENA is starting to lurk up on their eastern side.
Everyone's Legends so far having a very solid game, plowing through every other opponent's over on the south side, and now find themselves bunched up over on the spine of the hill. The moment that they need to cut across, they should be met with some flurry of bullets coming out of T5. Speaking of which, it's already happening, and this one's coming out of 𝐿Muff on the 1v1 challenge up against 𝐼RENA. A little wide on that toss. Is going to go in for the flash, and perhaps this might just be an opportunity. It's kind of inching closer towards the blue zone, though, and this is rather risky of a play for them to fully commit.
Molotov just a couple of meters short. If it had landed, 𝐼RENA might have just completely gone down. 𝐿Muff can wait and call the support in from the rest of the squad. 𝐼RENA doesn't really have that luxury. A bit more difficult for the rest of the team to regroup with him, so he's just dropped to smoke and fallen back. Full Sense on defensive duties now, aware of the presence of another team up on the high ground. They're not going to focus their attention down onto potential free points down below. They're going to deal with the threat first. That threat is 𝐼RENA and T5 down below. Jacob still lurking with the MP5, and he's going to have to take sprays from this kind of range with that. Maybe not ideal for an SMG. I guess the other problem that he's going to have with that is he doesn't have the ammo synergy. So he's going to run pretty low on bullets for his close range weapon if he's not too careful. He only had about a mag and a half left in reserve last time we checked. There's still plenty of enemies left to chew through some of those bullets. That thing fires quickly.
It does. And this is such a technical battle, and every single team right now is just creeping by the edges. And once phase 9 comes in close, we're going to see a very huge altercation between all 4 of these squads. 𝐼RENA, at least they're happy enough to really hold over on the lower ground, so you might be able to at least have a little bit more wiggle room of a space for them to either sort of either north or even the south, but they're trying to find something up against the rest of Theerathon 5, who's got themselves bunched up. Got plenty of covers to work with. 𝐿Pawns now just swinging by the edges, and perhaps this might just be at least a player for him to pick off. Like, such a dangerous game. It doesn't seem like any of these members of Theerathon 5 is moving an inch. There we go.
MP5 doesn't win from that range. Maybe this is a good range for a 2x actually. 𝘆𝑒𝑚 gets the better of him with the AUG. And 𝐿Pawns' position is revealed as he tries to put some shots in. T5 again, just biding their time, playing defensively. Their utility sucks right now. They've got nothing to throw. So they're just going to lurk, keep their head down, keep their eyes open for AL on the hilltop above. But 𝐿Muff finds a line of sight onto 𝐼RENA first. And he's getting aggressive. He's pushing on towards this. He wants to wipe them out, take full control of the hilltop. 𝐼RENA through the little bush though. Does get the better of him, but the blue zone should take him out just about. Yes, it will. Tego gets 2 with the blue zone.
And now is the entirety of Full Sense taking over. Tinker as well as 𝐿Muff being knocked down. Theerathon 5 getting involved, but the Panzer does not connect. Tando at least knows his location. bit of a back and forth swing, and Tado once again lands a beautiful catch. There's barely any HP left for 𝐿𝑘𝐁, and once more he's the last man standing for Theerathon 5. Unable to even go in for a save, Tado is going to make sure that he does not get to play the game. 30 over HP left as he sends a couple of tags. Meanwhile, AL gets depleted. 𝐿𝑘𝐁 does actually get a limited turn, but there's just no more plays that he could run or hide. And 𝐿𝑘𝐁 once more gains himself a chicken dinner, at least one per day. And my, who could stop these guys from holding that #1 spot?
Making up for their lack of winner chicken dinner on Rondo yesterday's matches, they got the second place after getting 3 in a row in our first 3 matches of the day. This time they do not make any mistakes. They wait, they bide their time, they get the opportunity to wipe out anyone's legend and then use the high ground to their advantage. That is exactly what they do. 𝐿𝑘𝐁, the lead dwindled somewhat today. It's been a much slower day today than it was in all of yesterday's matches. But now they've managed to get themselves a little bit of momentum back. Maybe extend that lead again a little more, because the Expendables didn't really have a whole lot of presence in this match. They were the team that's really been doing the best at keeping pace with 𝐿𝑘𝐁 the entire time. They finally get an opportunity to pull a little bit ahead, and they've jumped on it, taking it with both hands.
Yeah, they absolutely capitalized that situation where all of the 4 teams involved were having worries of their own, hugging by the corners, and since they forgot that high ground terrain to really play around with, Theerathon 5, they weren't really moving too much, and like you said, they ran out of resources in the form of throwables, and hence why they were trying to take that turtle stance. It was just a very difficult uphill battle for most of these teams, especially for Sharper Esports that got themselves bunched up against Armory Gaming and eventually ran into members of TDT. And it was T5 that eventually sent them out of the match. And once more, they only walk away with like, what, 1 or 2 points in this match? Not looking good at all for Sharper Esports.
It really isn't. The day has been a long one, and a lot of it has been spent waiting for the next lobby to start. So hopefully we get onto Erangel for our final 2 games and they can do a little bit of something. Everyone is starting to pull ahead, get into the top 8, and the competition for those spots in the top 3 or top 4 right now, as it currently stands, is extremely fierce. An end game between 3 of the teams that are in those positions is exactly what we want to see. 𝐿𝑘𝐁 getting the better of their competition though, so they will maintain their hold on first place likely until the end of today, but it's definitely not as dominant of a hold as what they had in towards the end of yesterday. It was about 15 points between themselves and the Expendables in second, and 40 points between themselves and anyone in third place. That's the gap that has closed. That's where the threat lies for them. So getting a win now, definitely good enough to maintain their hold on first place.
Yeah, and I believe that with another top 3 finish for the side of Anyone's Legends, they should be able to at least get that priority right now to hold into the top 3 spot potentially, since Rum United, they also crashed out in this round. So that big finish with them really racking points from all the teams that were struggling over the south side, they managed to catch out players coming from TDT, the Expendables, and found themselves in a nice spot despite them not being able to close out. I think this was a really good steady pacing that they've been able to really upkeep themselves. So Anyone's Legends might actually book their tickets to Malaysia if they can just continue to do so.
Yeah, but they've got to continue to do so for 8 more games, including 2 more at the end of today. So there's still anyone's game, really. There's still a whole lot of chances for teams to pick up winner chicken dinners, and if anyone could somehow replicate what 𝐿𝑘𝐁 did on day 2, then we can't count anyone out. Even those who are at the bottom end of the standings still technically have a mathematical possibility of getting into those positions. But there's definitely the teams that we're going to be looking at as favorites right now, and we saw a lot of them making an entry in towards the top 4 at the end of that game. 𝐿𝑘𝐁 Anyone's Legend, T5. T5 definitely today, one of the best performers that we've had. It was between themselves and Happy Squad earlier on for the top performers so far on the day. And now with one additional game where they get themselves right up to the top end, a second place, they are now clear as the top performers of the day with 40 points in total on day number 3. A big turnaround from what they had in some of the earlier days, and still 2 games left to play for them to add on to that total.
Wow, and I think that this is definitely going to be tough for those who are in the middle of the pack. And of course, we've already mentioned the Sharper Esports to be in that list. So they will find themselves on this difficult position to also best teams like eArena as well as Force Natural Gaming, which today sees them really clinching bigger rounds as well in comparison to Sharper Esports. I think like they definitely have tried to find avenues where they could actually play a little bit more aggressively, but that terrain was just so hard for them to really hold out. So maybe moving into Wrangle, they will feel a little bit more comfortable moving forward. While Finhay CERBERUS also start off the day somewhere along the top 5, and they're not exactly in the clear as well. So they're pretty much in the same state as compared to Sharper Esports.
I mean, it's a tough circle to have to play. Any sort of hilltop, especially on Rondo, they're all very open and exposed, as is the entirety of the map realistically. But that one in particular makes driving rotations extremely difficult. We saw a few times that players were struggling to make any sort of drive to get up or even around the hilltop, and it was the teams that held onto that position, managed to make their way up to the high ground in the late game, that got the results, including Full Sense with their 5th winner chicken dinner of the final stage in match 16. 5 wins is crazy margins. 11 kills on the game as well. Tanadol now up to 5 in that game with 400 damage. He's going to be your man of the match. 35% of the team's points contribution. And it was a long game for a Rondo. It's pretty rare that we see them get up over 30.5 minutes. But this one went almost all the way to the end of Phase 9. 32 minutes just shy thereof. Pretty crazy to see that on a Rondo.
Yeah, and this is by far the longest game that we have throughout the grand finals as well, if I'm correct on my statement. So, of course, we go for that fact check later on. But it's been some big results coming from eArena. Despite them having some signs of struggle, they were left with only those 2 players to try to form something in return. And those Legends did manage to survive till that 3rd spot, but hey, they were having a little bit of a lesser form to actually form up.
What do you mean, 50,000 meters? What are you talking about? That's so far. eArena was driving the entire game and still somehow comes out with a top 4 placement and 11 kills. 50,000 is insane. I don't think I've ever seen a number that high on this. I don't know, man. It's a big map, though. I mean, the entire 8x8 is occupied. They were making wraps up the eastern side, and then they had to go around the west. So, hey, maybe it's accurate. Maybe they were all driving 12 kilometers in that game, but my goodness, they had to work for it, that's for sure. 100 kills on the board now for Full Sense, as they will reclaim a decent lead above the rest of the pack on 164, re-extending that lead that they built up over day number 2. It's now a 30-point lead above TE in second and a 50-point lead above Anyone's Legend in 3rd place. But their lead, Anyone's Legend's lead, is slim. Very slim indeed. About 20 points between themselves and Sharper in 8th place. So could easily slip themselves out of the PGS qualification slots unless they can really come out on a wrangle and get the first victory for Vietnam. We are still yet to see one in today's matches. We've seen a lot of them making appearances in the late stages of the game, but just can't quite get it over the line. It's been all Thailand ever since game number 1, where Happy Squad picked up the first victory.
Yeah, and when we look into, the trial ratios for certain individuals as well, Tango isn't exactly in the same form that they've shown us coming into yesterday. So I think Full Sense, if they're really looking to back those extra cash, I think Belmoth so far alongside with Tanadol has been getting a lot of all these MVP titles. Of course, perhaps they would be looking to close it out with not only maximizing those points, but of course, money in the bank at the very same time. Even more to play for when they get into PGS. So So long as Full Sense does not really drop, 3-4 rounds in a row, I think it should be a-okay for them to secure that direct slot for them to be playing on top of course, being the best team to hail from Thailand. Perhaps this actually pushes down a seat for a potential of Theerathon 5 to also make the cut.
Well, just speaking about the MVP and the trophies, I just quickly checked. It is going to still be a 3-way tie for the stolen kills reward, but it's 𝘉𝘂𝘓 who's had 6 kills stolen away from him. And maybe that's part of the reason why 𝐷𝐷𝐷 just can't seem to get any points today. Still not being able to find anything after 4 games yet to be played. They've got to find a way to get something rolling for them to get back in the conversation. They're still only about 20 points shy of the PGS 9 and 10 qualification slots, so it's not like a massive marathon that they have to try and compete, but right now they're starting from a standing start, absolute crawl in today's games. They've really got to get something going. Haven't seen much from HAPPIE squad realistically either ever since they picked up their first win at the start of the day. For a while they were one of the top performers in the lobby. It has kind of slowed down somewhat as well. So maybe get back into the equation. Now 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐷 is in his element. Now the room is completely dark. Nighttime has come. Maybe it's time for him to be locked in.
So, and I think like HAPPIE squad last round, they were having some struggles when it comes down to that zone shifting towards the hillside because they were playing from the north point and eventually 𝐴rena kind of caught on to them. So I think that they're still within contention if they can get one more big round, and that means that they're looking to push out down Sharper Esports and maybe race up against Theerathon 5. After all, it really feels like a marathon. I mean, with 𝐴rena also securing plenty of full points, so this race is far from over as we finally get our way into our first map of Wrangle for tonight.
First of 2, and then 2 more tomorrow, and that is it for Wrangle and the final stage as a whole. We are 17 out of 24 games played, and there's a whole lot on the line that is still yet to be decided, and a whole lot that can still change. Some of these teams could easily turn their fortunes around or get back to the level of play that they were showing at the start of this tournament, at the end of day number 1. There was a few teams that were up in contention, and we said, are they going to be able to hold on to this spot? Looks like the answer so far has been no, but that does not mean they can't make a comeback and look to reclaim their positions in that top 3 or top 4 right now, as it currently stands, with the Expendables inside the PGS qualification slots, pushing it down to the top 4. Another very vertical flight path and another suspiciously large amount of Sosnovka Island through the flight path. Maybe today's the day.
Perhaps so. I think back in day 1, we kicked things off immediately, sending all these teams into the island, and that definitely put certain teams out of their element. And thankfully 𝐶𝐼MON didn't manage to be ramped over, so he's gonna be fine for maybe a couple more seconds.
Oh, they're coming back.
Well, they're bringing more friends on board, so yeah, he's pretty stuck.
He might be able to get an exfil. None of them have brought a gun with them. He hops into the vehicle, but now it's just a case of just try and spin them out. Wait for a teammate to get over here with a gun. That's 2 free kills. They don't have helmets. They don't have guns. He can spin them out. He's got the pit maneuver, but they're still going. Oh no, he corrected their course. Now Thunders might be in danger. Uh-oh. Oh, this has gone from bad to worse real quick. But 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷, they sense a chance to get some points. They're going for it. And they've got him. 𝐿𝐴𝐿 picks up the ace, gets in play. And FCE, they're going to be losing 2 early on. lambbao could have made that real sketchy if he could have got a headshot onto Thunders. But 𝐿𝐴𝐿 with the bike and the ace gets over. And finally, doubles the amount of points that Sharper Esports have had across the entire day in the first 2 minutes of game number 5.
It just looks so dicey on how things kicked off. But perhaps this was what was necessary coming from Sharper Esports. You don't really want to play it all too slowly, waiting for opportunities. Instead, they want to create some. And that was just one being delivered from the side of members of Finhay CERBERUS. 𝐶𝐼MON was also contesting for those vehicles, just maybe a little too late for these members to really come in for the backup. So they will kick things nicely off of these school compounds. And this being closer towards the center grounds, it shouldn't be too much of a concern for them to eventually find a spacing into wherever they need to be. We haven't really seen where exactly this closes out. Well, of course, quick update. It's going to be situated somewhere around either Georgia Pole or there's a chance of it swinging up all the way to shooting range. Ruins is still very playable, and that's where Armory Gaming is going to be at.
Around the boatyard area. A relatively new addition, and actually it's pretty popular hot drop location on a lot of games. A whole lot of loot in this area, big warehouses as well, and you can get some pretty decent long range or close range fights, which UNQ seems to be hoping for. Was once again, he has become a 9mm warlord. They're expanding. There's so many of them as the MP5 is really starting to build some prominence right here in this final stage, and makes you wonder when we get to PGS 910 just how many teams are going to be picking those up and making use of them at the international stage, and just how well will that go. We'll have to wait about a month to find out the answer to that question. Fluky though, he's been doing well. He's been probably one of the top performers so far. Right now he is leading the stats for the longest time survived on average, which makes sense when we've looked at the way that he's been today. As you said, last player standing in almost all of T5's games and salvaging a whole lot of points. So he's been really putting on a solid performance.
Yeah. If the sort is, of course, 𝘆𝑒𝑡 Jr. that's been playing super aggressively, he is the shield of the team. You can always count on him to really pull out some of these late massive clutches. And even the last round, I mean, they had majority of their members surviving. It's just that they ran out of that utils to form up a trade up against Full Sense, who absolutely aggress to really take a chunk of these area, leaving it pretty hard for them to even fight back. The Expendables, though, I think we've seen a couple of rounds that they did struggle, even in Miramar, where Happy Squad almost bested them until Tampa shows up. And speaking of which, Delwyn also wants to send his regards to the members of Top 5, who's looking to also cut across this area. We're close to the center, as the Expendables are hoping to at least secure some more grounds from North to South George.
I'm wondering if the Expendables kind of counted the amount of vehicles that T5 had sent over the bridge, and when they knew it would be the last one, that's when they decided to spring, or whether it was just really unfortunate timing that almost cost one member of T5 their life. But they do manage to get over there, over to the cube compound without too much hassle from the Expendables, force them to take a bit of a wider rotation as well. Happy all the way over from Military Island. They're going on the longest E pickup trip that you could just about have on this map. And it's going to take them maybe about another minute or so to get over towards the mainland, up towards the north. Might be able to find somewhere decent for them to get the drop, called home, maybe find some vehicles up towards the northern coast, as teams are still on their way making their rotation. But it looks like Sharper, well, they might have to pay for their crimes earlier on, as 𝐾an has landed a headshot on towards Thunders. It's from decent distance though, and there is a big wall in the way, so they should be able to grab that revive. But it's just a reminder of their incessant mortality that has been on complete display today, as Sharper have done not much apart from get killed. And they did manage to get 2 kills today, but now Buriram just reminding them to stay humble and say that, no, remember, you can bleed, we can still kill you back.
And you can see that the rest of Buriram is already taking form, finding the formation to, once again, take down those members of Sharper Esports. Instead, 𝐾an moves directly into the skill compounds, so they will just call off the fight for the meantime, allowing Sharper Esports to now have a little bit of that recovery. But realistically, where exactly does Sharper Esports go from here? Because if they move deeper into 𝑒𝑚, there's already Finhay servers holding inside of the city. Perhaps the only chance for them to really get by is to get to the closest bridge and then fight up against 𝑒Arena, who's already found themselves over on the hillside. So still not an easy task for Sharper Esports. So 𝐽𝑑ai is being sent on a mission to scour ahead. And he's just going to be finding maybe a little bit more of that cover on the riverside. If he could get deeper into these areas, he might find the entire team to be able to get that access into boatyard. So Finhay Cerberus ready and loaded up. 𝘞𝘠𝘢 needs to hold down the fort. Quickly, 𝐿𝑔𝐻𝑇𝑖 settles the score. A little bit more than 1-for-1. The nades are falling right closely. And now down to 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 to see if he can catch one more with the grenades.
Actually, he's done a decent job of fighting back before he got taken down. That martyrdom grenade from 𝘞𝘠𝘢 did manage to take down 𝐿𝐷𝑖 and buy lamb𝑏𝑎𝑜 a little bit of time before they got completely swarmed, but it won't prevent the revive from coming through and 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐇𝐖 from securing the flush. I was considering maybe that Finhay CERBERUS might consider going back and looking to grab those blue chips, maybe take the revive on the 𝘍𝑜𝘢𝘋 water tower hill if 𝐻𝐻𝑝𝑎 had left them alone, but no, 𝐻𝐻𝑝𝑎 came looking for them, and now lamb𝑏𝑎𝑜 has slipped away. He can disappear back into 𝘍𝑜𝘢𝘋 and try to play survival, or he could try and find somewhere where he can just go prone, hold down mouse 1, and get some revenge for his fallen teammates.
He's got to hold back for the meantime, though. But he does have those plans. Of course, like you said, always carrying that M249. And the arrival of Miramar United could be a little problematic for him, since 𝘍𝑜𝘢𝘋 has all kinds of terrains for them to also wiggle around. So that M249 might only be good for one, while 𝐼RENA tries to strike one from a distance as they spotted out the glider from afar. New home so far have been able to at least get a clear idea of some of the areas that's being occupied. They've been able to at least secure some grounds over on the crash site for the meantime. And I don't think that they really have to move too far off than where they need to be at the moment.
𝘬𝑑𝑜y or 𝘐𝑑irt. Still just scouting forwards for Newhouse. Over the top of the shooting range. The crashed airplane below. Maybe a bit of a hint of what his fate might be if he keeps taking shots. And that's the kind of shift that really throws a game out of proportion because it's shifted back down directly towards the river, and now it maybe even favors the south side of the river. So teams like HAPPIE, who took the E-pick up all the way to the far northern side, are going to be fuming with that one. But it's good news for lamb𝑏𝑎𝑜. Dead center in around 𝘍𝑜𝘢𝘋. If he can just find a house to lurk in, he has a chance maybe of surviving into the later stages of the game. Doesn't mean it's going to be pretty much impossible for him to grab any blue chips and get revives now, as teams are going to look to have that hill as one of the priority positions in this zone. And now Team Flash backfilling into the school as well will claim that spot for themselves.
Yeah, so far they've been super consistent for the course of the evening. Team Flash, they've been able to also win out a lot of their close quarter combat trades. And so far, looking pretty poised for them to be playing deep into Phase 5 onwards, so long as they could just hold down the entire area of school. Back towards Miramar United, they've been able to secure the water tank areas. So that kind of denies any form of attempt for lamb𝑏𝑎𝑜 to get those recalls true, as he's barely moving an inch inside the city of 𝘍𝑜𝘢𝘋. The rest of TDT have also found a passage right across Pochinki, and that's where the rest of the arena now looking to strike out Shanks, but he, those bullets making sure that 𝐼RENA sits back for the meantime. But they still have Jacob to be able to eye out, though. So there's going to be a lot of back and forth going on while Kiz dangerously low. And he is going to be holding out for the meantime with TDT. Just finding some really clean angles to really put them back over onto the defensive stance.
Yeah, Kiss playing with fire a little bit there, putting some shots down onto the far side. Almost got taken down. There's TDT just further along the ridgeline. Doesn't surprise me at all to see that Buriram has opted not to try and play the high ground, but they've made an entry into the southern side of 𝘍𝑜𝘢𝘋, considering that 2 of them are carrying MP5s. So they really want that sort of close range supremacy in case anyone wants to try and take the fight to them. They'll have the advantage there. And 𝘬𝑑𝑜y now eventually has to come down from the glider directly in front of 𝐿𝑔𝐻𝑇𝑖. Picked off one free kill for 𝑎lter_ego, and then they can just go back about their business.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of a clearer area to work with. But if they could try to go anywhere deeper into 𝘍𝑜𝘢𝘋, they will be met with the rest of 𝐿𝐶ENSE, who's been waiting around the forest area. The rest of Armory Gaming can afford to really take things a little bit slower. Meanwhile, Shanks, he found a couple of avenues earlier with those exchanges up against the members of eArena. And so far, they're very close to the center. They don't really have to push through the direction of Sharper Esports for the meantime. Well, Windy, just by the outpost of Ruins, might be looking to breach into the boatyard. So we might actually see that scrap falling into place for them to contest for that area for them to hold out. And Forest is already making a beeline into the direct center of the zone. So I'm hoping that they will be able to find maybe some ridges for them to work with, because there's just no buildings for them to take cover of for the meantime. Well, Delwyn goes up in the air. A little dangerous for the meantime, as all these teams are looking for the hard shift into the zone.
He's up there looking for information so he can direct the squad into which of the dips are free. He's just witnessed Forest take the sand across the field, and I'm not sure he would have seen the damage that Baron was taking, but it was significant. He almost got taken down, single digit at most. Scappy has spotted out Delwyn, but he's just floating down diligently. He's got the rest of the Expendables on the move as well. Team Flash still holding down the school for now. There's a wide open area on the field they can look to play out later on, maybe get up underneath the respawn tower hill, just to the south side of 𝑟osHawk, but it's these dips. They're going to be playing a significant factor in the later stages of this game. Forest expecting to stay here for a long time. They've already sent down their emergency deployable cover for a little bit of extra safety from their eastern side. Folded shields are up as well. And Baron just preparing a Panzerfaust just in case any more teams get any ideas. Delwyn caught out before he can touch down, as 6, 7, 8, 9 just too close to the landing zone.
Yeah, well, this is just a little bit worrisome for some of these guys who are hanging around the boatyard. Plenty of teams across each area.
Where's this guy?
Kurt now setting up shop. He's going to be looking to land maybe a big shot out of that mortar. And now just upon arrival, Happy Squad. They trying to make some deep attempts to draw a little bit more of that space, but Tanvu has already been able to hold out. The entry into Ruins is going to be super difficult. Well, Happy Squad just really have to find a little bit more of that cover through the compounds. Out in bots, managing to survive the brunt of the damage from the wrath of TDT. Now, 𝐿𝐿𝐹 did manage to land the final tap onto CJ to confirm it. So that's 2 members off of Happy Squad.
Take that 3. 10 Trip just sent it directly through the compound and a little bit too far into the waiting arms of anyone's legend. They're going to claim that kill point for free. And Algenbot's just lurking now as the last man standing for Happy Squad. They're so close to the top 8, but they're not going to make it. UNQ, you saw him setting it up earlier on. Oh boy, lined it up perfectly. 𝐿𝐶ENSE playing in the little bowl under the western edge of the 𝑟osHawk to boatyard ridge, and they just immediately lose to the mortar. Lands perfectly, and there's follow-ups as well, but they're not seeming to be aimed towards 𝐿𝐶ENSE, or at least not accurately enough, but they're going to try and follow it up, get into range to use these grenades and the MP5s, which once again, these Thai teams really favoring that weapon today.
Yeah, it's been looking great for Theerathon 5, and this time they just blow out those members of the Expendables. UNQ looking to see if we could just get deeper into the field to take on the rest of FS. But they're already looking to really look for a different spot to camp out. 𝐿𝐿𝐹 now retreats into a different bowl. Perhaps this will be much safer for them to play out, while Sharper Esports finding more conversion, finally taking out Finhay CERBERUS. 𝐿𝐿𝐹's just got nowhere else to go.
They finally found him. Cleaned him up. Eventually get the full squad wipe, but it's a costly one. Buriram United did a whole lot of damage onto Sharper. And now that's the Pataloy. That is the last man standing. I think that play from UNQ was maybe a little bit premature. And that was a bit unfair. Norins just sprints around the corner. Shanks couldn't get off the roof quickly enough and just gets kaboomed. And not ideal. eArena have claimed the space, but I think that was a problem for Armory Gaming. They tried to push forward, get aggressive onto full sense. They were still getting shot in the back by 𝐴𝐸RENA the whole time. Just didn't clear their backline before making that aggressive play, and it cost them. 𝐴𝐸RENA took the opportunity while they were split to move forwards, put some pressure down. Now 𝐵𝑢RAM still looking to hold down this backline, still with the 2 MP5s, waiting for 𝑁𝑒𝑊𝑆 to be forced to make the move onto their side of the road. And notice they're not even taking the fight across the road, because that doesn't favor them. They're waiting on this side of the road until 𝑁𝑒𝑊𝑆 make the cross, and they can get the close range angle where these SMGs are going to shine. It's interesting. Maybe 𝐵𝑢RAM is going to be the team that really embraces the SMG meta that we're going to likely be seeing after all of these updates and changes.
Yeah, I'm starting to grow into it as well, seeing the way that they've been able to really make a climb for today into the top 5, winning out so many duels, and also thinking up ahead to also zone out the rest of New Home. When they now getting involved, finding 2 members of 𝐴𝐸RENA rotating across the corner, it'll be safe for now. Whereas Windy needs to find a spot into the zone as well. Could this be an opportunity for Windy to consider to just take the fight upon the rest of 𝐴𝐸RENA? Certainly they will have a consideration for it. While 𝐸𝐸RENA, we saw those big, massive mortars this time. You gotta put it up close and personal. Big shots now fired back. And this one's coming from the direction of Rum United, it seems.
Yeah, they have line of sight as 𝐴𝐸RENA is still using this ridgeline to block the angles from their west. They're a little exposed out to their east. Pattenpong is a little exposed too. So is Ranger X as they try to put down a million smokes to get up over this hill, but it just does not matter. They can't make any more forward progress into the zone. They're just spamming into the smokes, and they're pretty damn accurate. 𝐻𝑜𝑠𝑔, please, no.
Hwang?
Please don't. 𝐻𝑜𝑠𝑔, for what reason?
Come on!
Surely not. Not even close, buddy. Okay, I hope you got another one. Because if anyone else rocks up with a Panzer, you're going to regret that choice. 777 looking to try and get forward. I don't think a grenade is going to reach from here either, but hey, I respect the attempt.
Yeah. 84 effort, while 𝐴𝐸RENA scrambling, trying to find any form of cover, but the push is effective coming from the side of Army, but not quite just yet. 𝐿𝑎RIX will be able to take them all out. Desperate play from Armory Gaming. They were also getting peppered from the other side of the hill. Now TDT zooming right on top of those members of Theerathon 5 as they did significant damage to those members of Windy as Marcus trades back. 𝐷𝑠ayu now gets a little bit more of that opening to just run across the fields. Seymour now with those nades to challenge up ahead against the rest of anyone's legends. There's still 𝐻𝑖Saki in targeted position. He does not want anything to do with those members of Alter Ego. And now they will just leave them to dry out by the blue zone.
There's that same man again for T5 out on the west. 𝐹𝑙𝑢𝑘𝑦, last man standing for his team, but fighting for his gosh darn life. Getting some big damage onto Windy, and now their game is looking a little bit doomed. Same thing for Alter Ego. I almost did it again. I almost called them EA. AE. They're going to struggle to get over this road unless Trick can start poking holes in skulls with the AWM. They'll be pretty big holes if he can land the shots, but he's going to need to. There's Panzerfausts in defensive positions for AL on the opposite side of the road. They're going to need to find some kind of opening if they want any chance to get over this road, but for now, they're okay where they are. Likely the zone shift that's occurring in about 40 seconds time is going to change that fact, so gonna have to formulate some kind of plan to bait AL into peeking the AWM or maybe a wall of smoke, something to get a little bit of forward momentum into the zone. 𝐴𝐸RENA have managed to get the full reset. They were down to just one man standing in their fight up against AG, but 𝐵𝑢RAM wasn't able to push out and try and punish onto this because 𝑁𝑒𝑊𝑆 still had presence behind them. They couldn't really commit to flexing that position and weakening their hold in the town itself. So 𝐴𝐸RENA allowed to get back to full strength.
Yeah, there's also plenty of all that space being cleared up now that Windy is only having one member right across the far end of Boatyard. Go back to his side of full sense. Oh, beautiful catch coming from 𝐿𝑚A. Can he actually find even more? That's going to be 2 for the trade. They walk straight into that grenade being set up by Ruse. So that will deplete him. And the other one being depleted is going to be 𝐿𝑚A Esports. Not much left to really fend for. With full sense now on that lower ground, tries to push over. United really has done quite the number on them. That one comes in pretty closely up against Khan. Rose now caught up by eArena. So they gotta find a different area to play things out, since eArena can get great visuals from right across.
I don't know what the situation was for vehicles for Buriram, but maybe there are some regrets for not pushing out, getting more aggressive when eArena were down to just a solo earlier on in the pieces. Now it's them getting picked away from distance as they try to disengage out from FL. They're using this high ground so effectively, putting damage in all angles. 𝐶𝐵 taken out. We're into the top 8. There's a few teams where I don't think that's going to last all too much longer. 𝐿𝑜NG_X lands another beautiful grenade up over the top, just using the engine sounds of the vehicle to aim. 𝐿𝑜NG_X taken out too. 𝐿ONG_X around the side, his third of the game with a quick spray, and Trick removed. AE is no more.
Got them all pretty much lined up with a big collateral out there to finish the job. And for Natural Gaming, despite them being in the zone, there's just an open field for them to just try to find any space for cover, so that US could have easily been blown up. They can't afford to even take a drive for the moment. eArena so far, perfect defensive goal, all thanks to the reset coming through from inside of Lyrics, and now they get to fight tooth and nail, having the fold shields up. So still going for those trades, but they've been pretty much concerned about the potential arrival of Buriram United now that the dust has settled inside Roadhog. And now back into the fray we go. And those Legends in the take fog. Hamas now trying to blind a couple of members of Forest Natural Gaming. 𝐾𝐆 now trying to take them all down. And they did manage to find another one in the bag. It's all thanks to Olympus, and now they get to take charge. And those Legends, can they still find a way to find an opening? I think it's too difficult. Into the L bar, but this is gonna be a last stand. 𝐾𝐆 almost being pummeled down, but thankful enough, he'll be able to stand tall and stand firm to take out the entirety of AL.
Just about. Blue zone helping him out a little bit, keeping him standing. Should have been revived regardless, as Destroy was taken out by the blue zone. Not really any further pressure onto him, but TDT's been feeling a whole lot of pressure. Tanadol's been absolutely pounding them with mortars. He's got one knock, one confirm, and then another knock to follow. But now, Full Sense is the only team with a position within the Phase 7 zone shift. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good one. Oh no, what happened there? Hwang_F gets run over. I think that was by a vehicle explosion. Or maybe it was. Maybe one of their cars exploded, knocked him over. Not too sure exactly what happened, but they should be able to pick up the pieces. It's just going to delay them a little, force them to use a little bit more of their healing. And 𝐿ONG_X is still on the run. What? Look at this. Down potentially up to 5 kills now if you can confirm this flush. Team Flash just bowling over everyone on the east and south of this zone.
Yeah, they've done a number on to those members of Alter Ego, and they're going to do exactly the same up against the rest of Force Natural Gaming. But the pressure is also mounting as there's members from across the field to try to pinch them down. That's going to be a knock. Secured with Olympus trading back with that grenade. Both sides being blinded with all these smokes. There's still 𝑍𝑭𝘓𝘓 have to save. And now that it subsides, 𝐿ONG_X once more goes for the trade. Olympus is down now. All that's left is for 𝐿SCAPy to try to run the course. Looking for a big clutch moment, but 𝐿ONG_X so far locked and loaded. 6 points, potentially 7. Blue Zone's also kicking in at the very same time. It's gonna just plow right through. There's not much room left for that member of Force Natural Gaming, but here comes Edie to put the rest of Team Flash to sleep.
And Eddie does get taken down by the blue zone. A huge flank for Buriram United, sent all the way around. Eddie's on his 5th of the game as well. And Forest does still just about have one member standing. Eddie will be confirmed. Lead out after the blue zone, not able to pick up the pieces. Full Sense trying to make a move after TDT. Really just forced down to 777, forced to keep his head down, but he pops up for a moment. Catches out �սկAPy on the far side of the zone, but that might just about be his last contribution to this game, as eArena now have full control of the entire ridge line. You don't want to be hopping there. 777 nearly caught him out. There's Jacob. He's a skinny boy, but he's still fat-fingered spacebar there.
Can't blame him though, he had to dance right across those open terrain, so there was honestly no way that he could actually make a big play possible. So he just basically took a chance, and now I got with slow ground 𝐴𝐴rena in full control, and there's still Talonal from Full Sense hiding in the middle. So I don't know how long can he actually hold out for. He's thankful that right now the attention span of 𝐴𝐴rena is towards BRUM United, and I don't think that I see a way out for BRU to be able to make the run across.
If only that vehicle over there was a BRDM, then it might actually be difficult for 𝐴𝐴rena to just blow it up. What they've really got to do is just put some bullets in towards them. And again, MP5, not the ideal scenario to have to take the fight from this sort of range, but they've got the DMRs for backup, but utility is looking slim. No smokes available for Buriram, so once this one is gone, that's really all they've got. They've got to try and find some kind of play. Dynasty takes a risk, jogs over towards the rock and gets there just about in one piece. Can in the vehicle, but it's moving so painfully slow. Has to hop back out. Too much pressure from the hilltop of 𝐴𝐴rena. No way they're going to lose the game from this position. It's just going to be a matter of, can anyone pick them off? At least make it a little bit more difficult to them. Any knock that they get is going to take 2 out of the fight if they look to go for the revive. They might not even bother.
Not at all. 𝐿𝑟𝑖𝑐S now blows out that vehicle. Lesser cover for them to work with, and finally they get the dab onto Can. Dynasty, last man standing, and it doesn't seem like he could actually find too much of a cover from him. That grenade does actually connect and takes a big chunk of his health bar. I'm not too quite sure if he will be able to dodge the second one, but somehow it lobs a little further wide, and Talonal got sniffed out. So it is going to be a top 2 finish at the very least for BRUM United. Dynasty now, last stand. Zone closing in as well, 30 HP left. Out of resources, and 𝐴𝐴rena finally lands their hands on the chicken dinner.
A little bit of jammer pack action for Norins just to get enough width to get that final kill for their 13th of the game. 23 points for 𝐴𝐴rena, and it's another big win for them. Love to see it. We've been asking to see that team turn things around for so long in this grand final stage, and they've finally been able to do it. This is their 3rd top 4 in a row, and this time they managed to convert, get it over the line with 13 kills to boot. 23 points is going to do wonders for them, and their hopes of sneaking their way back up in towards the top 8 and maybe beyond. This is what we want to see. This is a team we know will be competing at PGS 9 and 10, so starting to see them pull it together with the new addition of Opons to their squad. Really good to see.
Yeah, and this time around they secure it with all 4 stack still remaining pack. There was that one Harry situation that required 𝐿𝑟𝑖𝑐S to really form a clutch, and by him doing so, they were able to actually make that full recovery, and by then onwards, they've got pretty much the North Point under control for most part. The Expendables did manage to back quite a number of all these significant captures in the early spam match, but it was all about the battle across roads as well as the boatyard that sees plenty of casualties fall true.
There's plenty of casualties to be found in the late stages of the game as well. Wide open fields, just not providing any cover. There was mortars going down onto a lot of teams as well. Team Flash was almost as impactful of a mortar with his pushes down towards the south onto Alter Ego and then onto Forest later on as well. He did crazy things, individual performance, picking up a whole lot of points for Team Flash, but in the end, not enough to prevent him from getting backstabbed by Eddie to get Buriram United finally getting some points on the board after their positioning, really, on the southern side of 𝑟𝑜𝑠�Հawk was solid for the entirety of the game. It's enough to get them up into a 2nd place once again. Top 3 teams, all Thailand, still not seeing it from Vietnam yet.
Not at all, and to me this is actually surprising. As much as they've really put some significant effort to try to be more involved in those fights, sure, they've won a couple few, but it really puts them into a rougher spot where they lose out a lot of all these zone control in that sense. So perhaps today their motive is mainly to maximize on all these elimination sprees. So even despite that, I don't really see either one of all these parties from the PBS to be consistently getting themselves those big double digits Even a team like the Expendables have definitely seen like they've been having some struggles from the past couple of rounds. Meanwhile, I mean, all these teams coming in from TTS, they're happily bagging wins after wins. Now that we are getting one for the partner teams of eArena, it further convinces, the fans who's been concerned about whether if they will be having, all these points to, upkeep that kind of threshold for them to still be a partner team next year. Well, we have to wait and see. I mean, it's far from over while we take a look at, Full Sense consistently getting into the top 4, just making it pretty impossible for anyone to take that top spot home. So it is definitely understandable why these teams from Thailand is working on double duty to ensure that they put that name on the list.
Yeah, and it's a good performance as well from eArena, considering that they were the only team in the lobby to only have single-digit points across the 4 previous Erangel games. They had 7 across the previous games, and this game they have boosted that total up to 30, which looks way more respectable for 5 Erangel games. So it's a good turnaround. It's where they needed to see it as well. It was their worst performing map so far throughout the final stage. So finally starting to see them be able to put it together. And it was maybe a little bit with some slight not necessarily misplays, but mistimings on the plays perhaps from Armory Gaming. They saw a good opportunity. They had the mortars. They saw a chance to go and wipe out Full Sense, but they didn't clear their backline early enough, so UNQ goes over there. He's getting headshot in the back by the likes of Norins, and then they just re-breach onto the backline when Armory Gaming are a little bit too split. They claim that position, and then 1 or 2 decent zone shifts for them. They can take full control of the ridgeline, and the game practically wins itself from that position. But they played patiently enough, and again, it's just the constant theme, waiting for those opportunities to prevent themselves, wait for other people's to make mistakes, because there's been quite a few of those, just missed timings on decisions from some of the other teams, and this time around eArena is able to punish.
Yeah, and it was wonderfully done on their execution as well. So eArena, they're looking more and more cohesive as a team in general, where if we display, the contribution, it should be an even spread, because we've seen them really holding around that region to be able to also put some pressure onto Brum United, who was making that entry from the water tanks of the Tower of Rozhok. So Brum United understood that, hey, if we were to try to maintain this area of the hill, easily eArena could just take the fight up against them with clear angles, which is why they were also being pushed over onto the outer sector, which is also pretty much doomed for them to really close out the round. And first, all in all, like we mentioned it beforehand, Opon's definitely done the number, but it was Lyrics to be the savior of the moment for them to be able to achieve this result.
Yeah, but it's Norins with man of the match. He got the 5 kills and 462 damage, 3 knocks as well, and very solid survival time. There is definitely some kind of issue with the survival time on these team graphics, because Jacob was not alive for 7 minutes. He was still there at the end, because he nearly got himself killed by just hopping on top of the cliff in front of 777, but survived until the end as well to see his team pick up a 13 kill victory with exactly 2100 damage. That's cool. And this time around, it's a lot of the Thai teams making it in towards the top 4, but with the kill points picked up from TDT, despite their slightly earlier exit, they were sort of in the top 4. A lot of them were getting picked off earlier on. They're still doing enough to keep themselves into the top 4 in terms of points gathered from this game overall, with 9 points overall. Team Flash, though, 8 kills, so many of them from Long X, another one of those little academy prospects, someone that was dropped by Cerberus Esports a couple of years back, and he's found himself a new home, and he's really thriving.
Yeah, and you saw how aggressively he really plays it out up against Alter Ego, Happy Squad, and eventually they were looking for the avenue to really close in those numbers up against Force Natural, but Forest, they were saved by the bell, since Brum United has been able to capitalize on that very moment that they got occupied. And Team Flash, they still found themselves into the top 3. Full Sense still uncontested as they're looking to inch closer to the 200-pointer mark. Brum United, with this performance, they now find themselves pushing AL out of the top 4.
Yeah, they're holding on to that spot right now, but what's also interesting is that Finhay CERBERUS have now been pushed out of the top 8 as well. That was a big win from eArena. That's pushed them up into 7th place, above 100 points. So Sharper Esports and Finhay CERBERUS just haven't really been able to stack up the points today in the same way that they had on previous days. They are still lacking outside of the 100 point mark. So they've got a little bit of catching up to do. It's still not a massive jump by any means, 25 points or so for both Sharper and Finhay CERBERUS onto Buriram United, currently holding 4th place. But the fact that Team Flash is being so consistent in holding on to their current position, which is a PGS qualification slot, is still really impressive. This is still a very young team that had definitely nowhere near as much international experience as the likes of Anyone's Legend or Theerathon 5. They've still a PVS champion though, so definitely a very capable team, and it's really good to see that they're still able to bring it. They're currently the 2nd top fragging team in the entire lobby with 87 behind only Full Sense. So they're doing a really good job and trying to hold on the best that they can. They've still got 1 more game to go today and then 6 more tomorrow before they lock in their qualification to PGS 9 and 10 if they are capable of doing so. But there are many teams knocking on the door. eArena, one of them, with a big jump after a win in game number 5.
Yeah, as they managed to find themselves pretty much stabilizing throughout the course of this evening. It really didn't help the situation between, the current slump that both Finhay CERBERUS as well as Sharper Esports had, and they both kind of bumped into each other from the get-go. So probably these two teams might try to call off any form of these kind of plans to, try to stash vehicles away just to ensure that they are going to be having a smoother cruise into this field. And both didn't really walk away with any points at all, none at all for the rest of Finhay CERBERUS. So you can definitely see they're absolutely upset about it.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it's Sharper Esports and Finhay CERBERUS are the two that are being pushed out of the top 8 on 97 points. For Sharper Esports, 6 points on the day. For Finhay CERBERUS, only 7. So both of them have basically not showed up today. They've made absolutely no progress in maintaining their spot in PGS 9 and 10. It's been some tough games, some tough circles for sure, but it's got to be better if they want to make their way back to the international stage that they know that they're capable of doing. It's going to leave themselves with a lot of work to do on the final day of games, but thankfully they've built themselves a bit of a safety blanket on day number 1. If they can get a turnaround, have a good game, maybe not necessarily a win, but 10 to 12 points, something like that in this game, makes their life a little bit more comfortable coming into the final day of games. But on the total opposite end of things, a really good day for eArena. 55 points in the 5 games that we've played so far. Theerathon 5 on 45 and Team Flash 43, doing enough to hold on to their top position in the standings. And there's a very good chance that they might be an international debut at PGS 9.
Yeah, perhaps so. And, it's always great to actually see, more of these fresh new faces to appear to finally make their name known globally. And of course, it's been a dream for many of all these young talents. I mean, there's just so many of all these great prospects across APAC so far. And, I believe they should be able to match up to whether it's the Americas, EMEA or so. And we'll see once that happens. But they still have more hurdles to go, as this marathon is still far from over, but this is going to be the last one for tonight. And tomorrow, everyone's going to put the pedal to the metal for the final 6 game as we dive right into our match 18. Oh boy. I mean, so far on how it's been played out, I mean, you're telling me that Full Sense can make this big recovery ever since they've been dropped out from the partnership during the days of day trade. I wouldn't be able to really fully believe. I mean, we've always known them to be a very formidable squad, but, they had such a rough year, and now they are starting to really form up their identity once more.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it always struck me as a little bit weird that Daytrade even got global partner in the first place. Of course, like I really like the boys, I was happy for them, but I was like, huh? Why them? I thought the global partner is very much about like the organization. It's not really too much about the performance based. Otherwise, teams like 4AM might be in trouble because they haven't really done very well at internationals, but they've got all the fan base, and that's exactly what we're here to see. You need them at the big events. And, you know, for Daytrade, that was a little confusing because they were a PUBG-only organization, but we knew that they were capable enough to qualify to the events and more than likely get to the finals regardless. So even if they were not the team that got the wildcard slot to go directly to the finals, you'd put your money that Full Sense would make it to the finals of PGC this year regardless. And it looks like they're going to get a bit of a boost in their hopes of not even needing to go through the play-in stage because, once again, a zone over towards the western side, around 𝐿𝐷𝐾 and the surrounding fields. And who else is in that position but Full Sense?
Yeah, and ever since they landed themselves the chicken dinner for tonight, it really felt like they've been blessed by the circle from every other game onwards, especially for the past round of Wrangle, but they didn't manage to, of course, capitalize on, you know, securing more of those points since they've been put in that space between both Room United as well as those members of eArena that's been able to really conquer the hillside. Now, of course, different game, different scenarios. Alter Ego, they had some signs of brilliance, but still not as flashy as how they've used to play out some of all these other major tournaments, especially they've had such a great run during the Nations Cup, representing Indonesia. Oh, Salosi's back at it. Oh, and he crept all the way to school to try to find something in return. J-Dye, I think he's in for a big surprise.
Well, let's see. Really depends on where J-Dye goes. He's heard something, I think. No, I thought he was about to go for a bit of a window hop for a peek, but oh, Salosi hears these steps. He's so ready. Another Vec to play in the early stages of the game. But actually, J-Dye might have just avoided it unknowingly by just not coming into this little corridor. Drops down into the gymnasium and disappears onto the far side. He's out of there. He's on the bike. Mission accomplished. He survived.
Yeah, thankfully. I mean, Finhay CERBERUS kind of messed with his psyche for a little bit after, you know, those kind of back and forth trades. I mean, at least last round, Sharper didn't get that double drop very early on. This time, doesn't want to be part of any formal shenanigans. So they decide to actually ditch school since this zone is going further into the fields of 𝐿𝐷𝐾 anyways. So there's honestly no point in hanging around for far too long in that space now that they're fully lit up. As we've seen many times before, J-Dye has been super efficient on this AUG. While 𝐿𝐷𝐾 out for a little bit of a hunt out in the fields. As they're also sending Delwyn to also cut across these corners, 𝘅𝐿𝐻. Looking to see if he could actually find something in return, but he does not have a frag grenade. So he has to go in for a face check, but now there's more and more members coming from Armory to make the job a little bit more difficult.
It's going to be a difficult job, especially Armory Gaming seem to have an idea. Maybe they've spotted the vehicle, so they have an idea that someone's lurking around nearby. 𝘅𝐻, though, with a cheeky little angle. 𝘠𝑚𝑣 gets picked off as he tries to make a re-entry, maybe just draw the attention of the rest of the squad. Who's still tossing in grenades into the window where he spotted him earlier on. Delwyn can't get the Panzerfaust up in time before 𝐾𝐿𝐼𝐿 panzers him down instead. But 𝘅𝐻 with a couple of headshots, 𝐾𝐿𝐼𝐿 taken down, almost gets a second as well. The fight back is on. Might get flushed out before they can make the chance. 𝘅𝐻 was the bait the whole time. 𝐿𝑜ries gets the trade, and they've heard the vehicle pulling up on the far side. 2 versus 1. But a lot of third-partying action.
But Tampong now claims one. 𝘁𝑜ries quickly secures another before being napped away. He still has a couple of these flashes to be able to try to find a little bit more of a convergence between him as well as his member, but quickly as it goes, 𝘁𝑜ries now all alone. And UNQ, he's got to make this call to either push in swiftly because there is going to be an arrival coming in in the form of Force Natural Gaming. Now, bringing it into town, and he gets blinded off, but still gets it done. Oh, what a trade between both ends, and the Expendables, this is the earliest that we see them bow out.
And they might potentially give up second place here. 3 teams within 15 points. So if it's a victory for Team Flash, for Bororam United, or for Anyone's Legend, then TE might just get pushed down in the standings for the first time in a long, long time. And there are teams that are still lurking in the area. You mentioned Forest Gaming coming in on the east. It was T5 that was putting in a whole lot of third-partying shots. Patton Pong stealing away 1 single kill. They were lurking as well. They might try to creep forwards and look to clean up the rest of Armory Gaming, but somehow Finhay Cerberus has found angles onto the back of Anyone's Legend, made their way into a compound. Actually, it looked like Anyone's Legend just drove straight into them on a bit of a 2-2 split. Just were not ready for there to be presence from Finhay Cerberus here. And 𝐿𝑆 taken out again. Forrest knows that that's a solo up in that compound right now. They're going in. Kurt's going out.
He's got a high kill out of this, though. Shots now straight across the field. 𝐿𝑆, realistically, where could they actually take cover from? Because there's only a couple of haystacks here inside 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿. He's trying to turn right into the ruins sector. It seems like that's not going to be all too easy for him to really work it out. And 𝐾𝐻 lands the final tap. And there goes one more out of the members of AG. And Forrest so far, relatively efficient. And now these teams who got themselves into the midst of 𝐿𝐿𝐿 will have to also hold their guns for the meantime, with the red zone appearing for the moment. But for the most part, I don't think these teams are all too concerned. I mean, the likelihood of being landed with 1 is relatively low, but 𝐷𝑒𝑛𝑠𝑒𝑟 is even more likely, as that's going to be a big blow being sent towards 6, 7, 8, 9. It's a 1 member out from Windy Esports.
Just a whole lot of teams trying to expand their hold, go for some wider splits, and just getting caught out. 𝐿𝑆 was ready for any vehicles to come flying by, had a Panzerfaust in hand, claims a free point for himself. There's another one on the board for T5. Putting some separation up now to 1-11. I don't think AG actually have been eliminated. The one team that's gone is the Expendables, but the scoreboard decided that they're dead, so fair enough. Ranger X has the links, so anyone who comes, I don't even need to come close to him. He can just blow up your vehicle from across the map, or blow up your entire dome piece if he lands the shot. That's a very scary weapon to go up against.
Yeah, we've seen Finhay Cerberus really wielding that efficiently back in day 1. And ever since they haven't got their hands on the links, I think like they've always went in for those kind of cheeky setup of M249 with maybe a DMR, sometimes the M4 if they will. So I don't think it's quite working out for them. Perhaps they need to change back into, you know, the usual kind of settings rather than going for spray and praise or those fine taps. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 though, seeing a good opportunity up against those members of Happie Squad, just by the corner of the bridge, and they have yet to actually leave the Nascom military base. So you gotta really find this clearance up against them. They do have 1 member planted up, and that's gonna be 𝐿𝐿𝐿. It's making life difficult for 𝐿𝐿𝐿 to get their way across.
I'm not sure they're worried about getting across. They've caught a chance to isolate 𝐿𝐿𝐿bots, using the BRDM to cut off his escape route to the rest of the squad. Just trying to find angles onto him, but he's disappeared underneath the side of the bridge. Maybe they don't want to mess around with that for too long. I'm going to fall back in anticipation for the phase 2 shift. Of course, it goes onto the mainland, but wow, I don't think anyone was expecting it to go this far to the mainland, all the way southwest. And actually, 𝐿𝐿𝐿bots just pops up from underneath, almost gets the catch onto 𝐿𝐿𝐿, but 𝐶𝐀𝐀 is there to answer back. 𝐿𝐿𝐿 putting some damage down, as well as man flies overhead, but 𝐿𝐿𝐿 is low. A couple more shots from the rest of the squad, and he might be in some trouble of his own. He can do it himself if he can land him.
Very efficient lurk coming from 𝐿𝐿𝐿, and it was a little untimely for 𝐿𝐿𝐿bots to turn his back on that very moment. If you holes down the line, he might be able to find a decent trade. Found himself with a first aid kit, so should be back into 100% real soon. 𝐿𝑡ER𝑒GO so far, playing this one pretty efficiently. And once they actually settle the score, they should be able to drive past 𝐿𝑡ER𝑒GO without much of a harm, since this zone is going to benefit those who land themselves into Quarry. Makes sense this time. Looking to deny that space as 𝐿𝑡ER𝑒GO goes for a little bit of convoy as Olympus tries to open up a little bit more of that space for the rest of the teammates to follow suit, while DDT don't really have to move too far up, but they still want to see if they could actually find a good funnel up against the rest of the teams.
I'm wondering why it took them so long to flush out 𝐿𝐿𝐺 bots. Surely there was nothing being said in game chat. Couldn't be. Yeah, still looking for shots on towards Man. That glider is still lurking. We're definitely aware of the presence, and the Western shift caught a lot of teams off guard. Theerathon 5, though, have made good use of it, getting into one of the most priority compounds in this zone. Just trying not to overcommit to any kinds of splits right now, as he does go for a bit of a scouting drive across the field. Does Pattenpong, gets shot a little bit from the south by Newhouse and needs to be a bit cautious, because if he goes too far over this hill, there's a whole team of Forest waiting for him. He's going to look to try and find a bit of a split into the buildings here as well. Maybe a little greedy for T5, but keeping their options open. As long as no team can pop his tires, that would cause problems for him. What is this, 𝐏𝐿𝐵s? He's okay. Well, they're going to commit to the push. Didn't get the chance to plant the C4, sadly. No longer just click it and toss it on the floor. Oh, and 𝐿𝐴𝐸 just absolutely dominated 𝘚ntrip from over on the lighthouse as well. 𝐿𝑡ER𝑒GO. This is the power of the BRDM. If you just roll up on someone, there's not really much that they can do. And if you go past them, they can just shoot you in the back.
Yeah, because it definitely sense how helpless 𝐏𝐿𝐵s absolutely felt in that situation. And now, one member of 𝐿𝑡ER𝑒GO found himself stuck by a tree, and Man, he had to eventually land on the glider and now find himself in the pickle, needing to call for backup to arrive. But it really feels like the rest of 𝐿𝑡ER𝑒GO got their hands pretty much filled up. That BRDM is going to take a while to arrive to this scene. And finally they do. He managed to run his way across, and now he's got those defensive cover. Perhaps they're thinking, okay, you guys had your shots, you guys missed, and now they can't actually take up the fight up against the rest of Team Flash. So I wonder if they do have those Panzerfaust lying around. Perhaps that could basically send them out of that vehicle. But for the rest of Force Natural Gaming, they're happy taking over onto the high grounds. They managed to flush out Pattenpong from that position, because he's hoping to also open the room to claim this area. But it really felt like the rest of T5, they just need to basically sit still. Pat, if he goes journeying further into Quarry, he's gonna fall into the hands of New Home Esports. So right now, the rest of eArena clearing some space, found themselves a little bit of that ground for them to control. Not too far off from Quarry. Just utilizing a couple of resources to make sure that they won't be surprised with any form of ambushes. So far, looking so clear. Sharper Esports this time have fixed those kind of early game mistakes and find themselves pretty much healthy to have an impact in this match.
I'm wondering if 𝐿𝐿𝐵 just made what might, in hindsight, be a mistake by firing a few bullets. Once again, just peacocking as he heard vehicles approaching. But that vehicle's a BRDM, and that's 𝐿𝑡ER𝑒GO. And they might have heard, hey, there's only one guy shooting from here. Well, let's just go kill him. Let's see whether or not that comes to fruition. As right now, Bororam still lurking on the high ground. Still holding on to that fourth place cutoff point. The closest competition of anyone's legend. Down 2 players out in the blue zone. Looking like it would be a tough call for them to try and overtake Sharper Esports, though. For now, not really under any pressure, as 𝐿𝐡ER𝑒GO did not opt to go for the fight with 𝐿𝐿𝐵. They just went straight forwards into the double warehouses on the eastern edge of Quarry. And Sharper just holding down the southern high ground for themselves. Just keeping an eye on rotations. Trying to find out exactly where that BRDM went. If they get a chance to blow it up, it's probably a good idea. There might be someone inside it.
Well, it seems like Sharper knows exactly where the BRDM is headed to. But playing in Quarry is always a little bit tough to really get those angles. I mean, there's all these tight little corners to check. A couple of all these shacks in between the mining areas at the very same time for them to hold out. Meanwhile, it's Team Flash once again having long eggs to try to settle the scores up against Burab United. That did manage to shut them down in the last round, and I think that this is going to be a big one. What? Kiss! What went down there? Do we have a replay for that? I think they were just journeying in that one vehicle, and they just got absolutely blown out of the water. Oh boy. That's a rough round for the rest of Windy Esports to go out like that.
We're all going to go and subscribe to Kiss's YouTube channel and wait for the PAQ final stage montage to come out to catch a glimpse of that, because that was instant squad wipe. Maybe just coming in out of the blue zone, they were all low HP, just one headshot apiece, but oh man, that's one way to get 4 kills on the board. Another vehicle explosion, and now he gets a chance to try and do it again. Baron with the P90 down to 10 HP, has to fall back and heal. Doesn't really get the chance to do it again because Kurt lands a nade onto Kiss, but he's traded back. Olympus with the sprays, and a second as well as 𝐴𝐿𝐿 gets caught on the move. And 𝐸𝑛𝐞 around the side switches over to the M4, gets up close. Baron looking to try and find a way to get that P90 to sing.
He's going to go in for a pickup first and foremost. As that also allows maybe a little bit more of that space, but now the rival of Theerathon 5 is going to make things worse for Force Natural Gaming. Baron still has a headshot onto 𝐸𝑛𝐞. Oh boy. What does this guy subscribe to? Now it's going to be a tough 3-way warfare. But I believe that Rossitet Jr. skirt all the motion, doesn't want to be too much involved. Kiss once again lands a billable tap, and that will send out the rest of Armory Gaming.
Rossitet. There's a reason why I picked him as my prediction for the big kill stealer. He's not going to get over there and get overly aggressive. But if an opportunity presented itself for him just to steal away one of those flushes, that's what he was looking for. Not going to find any though. 𝐿𝑜NG𝑥 taken down by a mortar from Hwang F. There's so many mortars. Landing effectively. Just like the shots from Tigger as Simon T trying to switch back into the driver's seat and reposition, but a little bit too little too late. Belmoth on the hollow sight sprays. Almost getting the better of his target up on the hillside. And that's CERBERUS. They're in a lot of danger. Oh, big grenade from Tigger as well. And Lambao with the Panzerfaust takes down Tanadol, gets the flush as well before Full Sense can trade it out. Unfortunate.
That was quite a ferocious engagement coming out of the two. And Full Sense somehow still had all 3 members intact. I mean, that was pretty clinical up against the rest of Finhay servers that just arrived into that scene. They were a little bit ill-prepared to really form up a trade up against the rest of FS. And now, Force Natural Gaming appears to try to capitalize on this situation, but realistically, there wasn't much of a reset needed from the side of Full Sense, so they are absolutely ready to really go toe-to-toe up against another fellow Thai team. Zayu on the other side gets a catch over on j-Die. Burab United currently is firmly planted on the center, but all the action is currently taking place over the south side.
And now the action is going to shift over towards the west, where T5, thankful that Patampong did flex out with that vehicle, get them a position in the shacks on the northern side of Quarry. That's maybe some of the only hard cover that's in play right now, and it also gives them freedom to put the mortar down and send Flucky sending some shots over towards Buriram. 2 connecting in rapid succession. And if they've got one more, that could be game over, Buriram.
Well, Dynasty doesn't want to bunch up, so maybe there's still a little bit of chance for them to really go in for that recovery. Scappy runs over one member, and now Binnek actually connects that grenade, so BRU, they're not exactly out of the run just yet. DT finds a cheeky angle, and now they spot out the rest of Sharper Esports. Refilling those bullets back to a 40. Now they should be able to get those clean slide, and instantly taps the head of j-Die. Oh boy. Really it seems like Sharper, they don't really get a chance to breathe this round.
Well, TDT, a little bit better of a performance so far today than what we saw from them in yesterday's games. Now they've got a good chance to hold Sharper to maybe one of the worst days that they could possibly have had. An average of 1 point per game right now. They still haven't picked up a point in this game, and it looks like they're not making it to placements either. Really, really rough for the team that ended off day number 1 in first place. And since then, it has just been a constant slide. Now out of the top 10, even CERBERUS have overtaken them, and potentially even Forest. They're still 4 strong. They're up to 10 kills already. We're not even into placements yet. A little bit more from Forest, and they could easily get back up into triple digits as well and look for the overtake.
They're already at 100 points right now. And if they could actually get into the top 5, it really shows Sharper Esports all the way down the list. Meanwhile, T1706. Nice angle from the top side of the hill. You get to have the last couple of stay up against the rest of Alter Ego until this nade lands on top of 𝐿. They do have a couple of members flying around. Diane, very involved in the playing rounds, but now they need him to really form up. The BRDM once again is going to be the big play for Alter Ego to crash upon them. And Newhouse, they're defenseless. Where do they go from here on? The members of Blue that are also swinging a couple of tags around in this quarter, and now it's only down to 2 members inside of Alter Ego to make a deep run right across the fields of Quarry, and both sides battered and bruised.
Well, we finally saw it. The Vietnamese squads have been picking up the M249s for exactly this reason. And when Alter Ego tries to rock upon them with the M249, Diane just unleashes the entire magazine of that M249, blows up the BRDM. They're having none of these shenanigans. But AE do still have some shenanigans available. I mean, there's a zip line still in the back pocket. They could do some weird stuff. Zip line up onto the cliff, something. I don't know. They could get creative with that. Newhouse will be losing another one, though, as Jun and Zayu combine to take out Brian. And now the zone shifting over once again over to the east this time. Back up onto the regular high ground, the hill over here where Buriram have just been under constant pressure from mortars, grenades, and now full sense. And now getting stolen away as well by Opons of 𝐿.
Down to only 1 member left. Bruce, he find a good glance. A huge line of 𝐿 members stacking all the way up. But it is too dangerous for him to go in for the repeat. He needs to prioritize his safety first and foremost. Or it's not going to be giving him any form of a leeway, though. 𝐿 now left with only 2 seconds to march right across. Take a look at this. The rest of TDT, after that firm recovery, they're also going to rock it up against 𝐿. Now it's going to Kiss, putting more of that pressure. As Flash gets caught out, Norris instantly looking to secure it.
Trying to find a way forwards. Riz, nowhere to go. Belmont cleans up the last remaining player of Buriram. Then he himself is cleaned up with a solid couple of sprays from Norins and Opons. They're looking to try and claim control of the entirety of this eastern hilltop, but they've got teams to their south that they need to deal with. Forest under absolutely zero pressure. They can just walk up from the north. Opon underhanding the nade over the ridge, maybe anticipating that TDT was a little closer than they actually are. Signals the push is coming through. Means the 777 is ready for it. He turns around, gets the drop onto Jacob. Hwangaf with a drop shot through the grass onto 𝐿𝐿. Oh, he's been going nuts this game. He's got to turn around, though. He's got to help his squad.
To get that perfect lineup. And now TDT still gets to find a way into the zone, but the nades are falling right through. 𝐿𝐿 making it hard for them to find that space. 90 HP left. Endurance. He's just limping. I don't think he could actually go in for the save, especially with 3 members still well and alive from the side of TDT. Gets that repeat Rondo. Opons now tries to regress. Now finds that player over on the corner, and he's also soaking a couple of shots coming in from Forest Natural Gaming. And Forest looking very likely to close out this game.
And if they do, then that means that we've got a competition for all of the top 10 fighting for up to 5 spots available, depending on the positioning at the end when all said and done of the Expendables and 𝐿𝐿. As it currently stands, it's the top 4 The Expendables are in the top 3. 𝐴rena are outside. So anyone's legend right now, if this is the end of the game, if this was the end of the tournament, they're not going to PGS. Unless they can sneak out an extra couple of placement points, maybe get the overtake on Team Flash, maybe if Olympus forgets about him. 𝐻𝑘𝐻 picks off 𝐁𝑘𝐻 though. 10 kills now for TDT. 𝐏𝑘𝐻 ends off 𝐴rena with just one last player standing. TDT have got to make a push. Got to try and now take this fight to �ⴼ1st.
𝐹1st, they're all preoccupied by the members of TDT, and that kind of allows the room to be taken by the rest of Theerathon 5 to now challenge up against them. And Drake, where did he come from? Oh, from the outskirts of the zone on the last stand. Now depletes the members of TDT. All down to June now. 5 points acquired under his name, and he did not make it into the top 5 at the very least. Oh boy. Now it's going to be much harder to do as the zone closes in and 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻 secures it instead of 𝐹1st Application.
That's crazy work from Jun. He just tactically denied the kill steals. He was like, I'm just going to flush my teammates so those points go to AE because we're not really worried about them. It's the other teams, all of these teams that are still remaining standing, that is the problem at the top of the leaderboards, including the fact that 𝐻𝑘𝐻's still alive. He might just about get enough points to sneak into the top 4 by the end of this game because T5's getting rolled over so quickly, but RangerX has a P90 as well. He's going to get 1 back, still 95 HP, but it's a 3 versus 1. But 𝐻𝑘𝐻's on the move. He takes the 1 versus 1 on the opposite side against Olympus. Now 𝐹1st might be thrown into a little bit of disarray. RangerX gets 1. He almost gets the second 2.
And now, barely no space for him. He's trying to recover, and he's slowly being blinded up. This could be a firm chance. 𝐹1st taking it slow. They do have the blue zone grenade. There's just no time for him to go in for the pickup. And now, the line of sight absolutely clear for the rest of 𝐹1st Natural Gaming. He's trying to close this one out. Once again, being blinded off. RangerX. He's not falling just yet. He needs to clear 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻 right in front of him.
Gonna try and send a teammate to suicide for some information. Waiting for that 1v1 engagement on the far side of the zone. Doesn't have a chance to heal. Spots the head, but it's not quickly enough. 𝐏𝑘𝐻 wins the 1 versus 1, but 𝐻𝑘𝐻 wins his as well. Both of them are so low. 1 headshot wins the game for 𝐻𝑘𝐻, and 1 headshot wins the game for 𝐏𝑘𝐻. He's going to retreat to the high ground, get a chance to heal. 𝐻𝑘𝐻 has to try and use this opportunity to find some kind of position, but he's got a long run to try and get, and 𝐏𝑘𝐻's got bodies on bodies. He can look for utility, he can look for heals, he can look for anything that he can use. 𝐻𝑘𝐻 can take this time to find a position that 𝐏𝑘𝐻 might not expect, but 𝐏𝑘𝐻, he seems to anticipate exactly what 𝐻𝑘𝐻's doing. He doesn't want to take the fight from low ground down towards the high. He's going to use that ridge to wrap up to the north, and 𝐏𝑘𝐻 looking like he's ready for it. Folded shield set up as well. Excellent read.
I mean, his game IQ in such a tense moment in the 1 versus 1. He knows that eventually 𝐻𝑘𝐻 needs to get right into the zone, and this is just going to be that position where 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻 could absolutely get the job done, but not really needing to put any form of risk for himself. But 𝐻𝑘𝐻, this win means a lot more for them to really solidify that position in the standings. 𝐹1st Natural Gaming now has the biggest amount of points acquired in the form of eliminations throughout the span of the day, 16. If they could get the job done up against 𝐻𝑘𝐻, that's a total of 27 points that 𝐹1st Natural Gaming can walk away with.
I was a little curious when 𝐻𝑘𝐻 went back over and was lurking by that vehicle. I was wondering, does he have a Panzerfaust tucked away in that thing? Is this just going to be one of those unfair endings? But, oh man, 16 kills for 𝐹1st. Guaranteed 22 points minimum. And if they win the game, that's 27. If he gets the 1 versus 1, gets the kill onto 𝐻𝑘𝐻, 27 points from this game. What a turnaround from 𝐹1st. But only if 𝐏𝑘𝐻 can find 𝐻𝑘𝐻 and get the better of him in the 1 versus 1 will it be to its maximum potential. He's got the advantage in terms of health, high ground positioning. 𝐻𝑘𝐻 has very limited ammo, doesn't have any boosts. He's got 1 smoke grenade that he's going to use to try and maybe bait 𝐏𝑘𝐻 into G2 anticipating a peek to come from a different angle, but they spotted him. Now the position is known. Yeah, 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 run out of utility.
Trying to play through the smokes. Barely enough cover for him. 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐾 now. One last opportunity. Just waiting for the right moment. And the blue zone's also chipping his health bars if he's gonna take way too long. And there we go. Random spray through the smoke. Gets a little bit of attack over onto 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐾, and there we finally have it. Forest Natural Gaming will be our big winners to close off day 3. And there we go. Big celebrations to end the night for the Thai squad. And it's been a full domination of Thai teams. Other than that big win from HAPPIE squad. And man, 5 out of 6, they take those any day.
Wow, Kiss's webcam cannot handle the vibes from Forest right now. 17 kills and the win to round out what has been a pretty tough final stage for them so far, but that resilience to come back, to show the fight, and to get such a result right now when it really matters, when the leaderboard is so tight. That might even be enough for them to have overtaken AL. AL got into the top 4 for this, but Forest might have done enough to just knock them straight back out again. And what a climb that would have been from the bottom half of the standings. Maybe not quite to the same extent as what we saw from Full Sense in yesterday's matches, but still, 27 points on top of the tally they already had is a really impressive day when all said and done, considering most of it came in the latter half of the day. And a lot of it thanks to that man, 𝐾𝐆, finding angles, particularly in that fight in the mid stages of the game up against 𝐸, former teammate on Armory Gaming. Forest Natural coming out ahead, getting the victory, a huge one at that, to round out the day and put them in a commanding position coming into the start of our final match of the final stage.
Yeah, we're going to see there's plenty of all these slugfests. It started off with even CERBERUS Esports getting pinned out by the members of FS, and then over onto the outskirts of Prairie, we saw so many of all these teams really scrapping to try to climb over onto the North Point. But Altered Ego, they thought they got the job done with, you know, the confidence of that BRDM pushing through, but NHE, they came prepared with the M249s as well. I mean, there's just so much stories to tell, but now with all these late surges coming from Forest Natural Gaming and also eArena, is looking uncertain on who exactly really lands those spots, and we're only down to 6 more games to see who goes to Malaysia.
We got to give a big shout out as well. T5 had a much better day today. 6 kills and top 3. That's 11 points for them. Ranger X nearly did enough to get it done, to get the 1 versus 1 against Forest over the line and potentially take away the victory against 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐾. If he was in that position, maybe that could have been a big game for them, but just overshadowed the 27-point victory for Forest Gaming at the end of this day of games, day number 3. It's going to put them in a really solid position. We've got 1 day of games left to go, and the points are really going to be up for grabs, and you're really kicking yourself. If you're a team like Sharper Esports, like CERBERUS, they were in such a dominating spot at the start of things, but it's really just slipped away from them so far today, and those teams have really just capitalized.
You know, Saga, usually we do this kind of tradition of, oh, who do you predict is going to be the top 5? Honestly, I don't think anyone dares to even place any finger onto these teams, other than Full Sense, who currently look really good with the amount of points that they acquire for all the other days. I mean, the Expendables are also having a little bit of a tough day out where there's not those big conversions, and you saw what went down for Sharper Esports from the top. Now they're going all the way down under of the bottom half of the barrel. So to me, it's so crazy on how APAC actually plays their matches, where, you know, on a good day you're really getting everything, and on a bad day you can easily lose it all.
Yeah, and for teams like T5 and like Forest, it's so important for them, given their position coming into the PAQ point standings at the start of this final stage. And every position that they can climb up in the standings gives them a better chance of getting to PGC because they're already in the driver's seat. They're first and second. There's 10 points between the two of them. Maybe Full Sense might have overtaken them with the 140 points that it looks as though they're going to claim. There could still be some crazy stuff happening on day number 4 where they might get blown out of the water and have somebody else overtake them. It could certainly happen, but right now it looks as though they're locking in that first place. So that could be a lot of Thai representation coming through into PGC, with one team going directly to the finals with the regional qualifiers, and now these teams starting to show up. Buriram United looking really good as well. Maybe there's a chance that Thailand just has a whole lot of teams who get to perform on home turf at PGC. And teams from Vietnam, maybe 1 or 2 of the teams that we expect to perform at that level might miss out again. It's happened before. We've had teams like Anyone's Legend under previous banners skipping out on tournaments. CERBERUS haven't quite made it. Right now, it's looking like domination from Thailand. Not a single winner chicken dinner from Vietnam in today's games. 5 from Thailand, and it was a whole bunch of different teams as well. Man, it's an intense region, that's for sure. It's impossible to predict who's going to come out on top at the end of tomorrow.
It definitely is. And out of the many names that you picked out from the PVS region, I think Team Flash so far is really getting themselves into such a good shape. Overall, I think like the amount of all these kills racked up by Long X over the span of those Erangel matches has been pretty convincing, and to placing themselves pretty much within the top 5 ratio. The last we checked was the top 4, but after this round, I'm really unsure as to how much this really shifts, because Force Natural Gaming, before we go into this round, they were at 11, but this is a 27-point round, so this could just see them shooting straight to the top, to somewhere within the top 6, maybe. So
well, let's find out.
It's time to find out.
1,000 damage club for 𝐾𝐆. Welcome back. There's the man that Tickleton was glazing earlier on this year, and for very solid reason. He really made his international debut last year in PGS 4 and 5 alongside the Valley Thai squad. That was the likes of Unique and a couple of others, Megvalos. And they did pretty good, actually. For their first showing at an international tournament, they made it to the finals in both events, top 10 both times. Very solid. But then the progression from that point forward, especially for 𝐾𝐆, the likes of Scappy as well, have been coming up for a long time in Thailand, performing for a while. But 𝐾𝐆, just a young player, really started to burst onto the scene about 2 or 3 years ago, and looks like he's here to stay. 7 kills, 1,000 damage, 35% of his team's points contribution, and there was a whole lot of points. So that 35%, not all 35% are built the same. This one is an extremely valuable one for his squad.
It's just so scary that he's also got another 6 knockouts along the way as well. He could have actually been so many more points, or he might be knocking the same guy over and over again. So never to mess with this guy if you're ever going to be in the same lobby. 17 points acquired through kills alone for his absolutely tops out this round. Despite Anyone's Legends making it to the top 2 spot, it was TDT, T5, as well as AE that got the best out of the situation, with TDT winning some impossible trades. And so far, they're looking pretty sublime with a total of 14 points acquired through this span of the space as well. So Theerathon 5, like I said, today's been their absolute best showing so far, with consistent runs to be able to get double digits. And this time, another 12-point added to the table.
Yeah, just really solid performance from the teams that desperately needed to have solid performances. 𝐴𝐴rena as well, another team that has had a big climb in today's matches. And for Forest, it wasn't quite enough to get them up into the top 4, but just look at the top 4 positioning right now. Anyone's Legend getting into 2nd place has pushed Team Flash out on the tiebreaker by 1 single placement point. They're tied on points with Buriram, but Flash has 1 additional kill. Buriram has 1 extra placement point, and it can be that negligible of a difference that can be all the difference right now between going to PGS 9 and 10 and staying at home watching. 0-point difference right now for the qualifier slots, unless 𝐴𝐴rena can start to make a push tomorrow. It's only 7 points. T5, it's only 3 points. And now Forest Gaming, with that huge win that they picked up, less than 20 points away from top 4, all the way down as far as Sharper and potentially even TDT. So many teams could do it tomorrow. And we've left ourselves with a very spicy set of storylines for our final day of games.
APAC has always been this crazy, and wow, tomorrow the final 6 matches will be exhilarating, and you guys definitely have to watch this phase to see who will land themselves those slots into PGS 9, 10, and eventually the PGC. So it is definitely daunting for the players to really be on their best form. I mean, we talk about form. Those teams that had great form back in day 2 didn't manage to show up today. And for those, even back in day 1, they're also finding signs of struggle. So tomorrow's story could be pretty much same trend where we might even see the current teams holding on the top spot to eventually have issues of their own. So we have to really find out, but I can't wait for our run for the final 6.
Heck yeah, it's going to be an exciting set of games. It's going to be heart-in-mouth moments for so many of these squads. There's so many different avenues for this. There's returning veterans who are looking to get their way back into the global international tournaments where maybe they feel as though they belong there. A team like Full Sense would definitely have almost that air of, this is where we belong. This is almost our right, not necessarily a privilege, to go to those international tournaments because they've been there for so long. They've not missed an event in like 2 or 3 years straight. Yes, they had the benefit of being global partner, but now even not having that, they're still showing extreme strength. And the likes of Anyone's Legend, they've missed a couple of tournaments. Some of the tournaments we've had to play and have people in the chat saying, where's Himas? Where's Tycon? They didn't make it. But this time around, they've crept their way into the top 4. They're looking to hold on to it. But then you've got the young up-and-coming squads, the likes of Team Flash, who are just so hungry and so desperate to get to that stage for the first time. It's going to be so exciting for anyone, whoever it is that gets those spots when all is said and done, and heartbreaking for those who came so close but fell short at the final hurdle. This is how things look coming into our final set of 6 games tomorrow at the same place. It could really come down to a tiebreaker as it does right now. It could be that close. Or maybe someone just comes in and impresses us, blows it out of the water, and leaves us with 0 questions to ask. All's yet to be decided. We'll find out tomorrow.
Could be very well the case. And now we've already sorted out all the matches that we have for this evening. Only 6 more matches. And of course, you guys know what to do. If you guys aren't subscribed to where you guys are watching from right now, do just that. And of course, we see you guys again once more. Same time, same place. And man, Saga, we're going to have an epic brawl till the very final match. So this is the PUBG APAC qualifiers phase 2. For tonight, we sign out, and tomorrow we'll be crowning our champions of this run. See you then.